fractured psyches even further. And, okay, so I'll look forward to a link from Jameson, and we'll take it from there.
All right. I am reloading. I see the live. All right.
Okay, good.
Thumbs up.
Really quick. I will be back. I'm just going to do something for my kids, but I'm here.
Yes, honey. Thank you. Let us know when you return. Shit. Let's see now. I forgot.
And here's the link.
Oh, what happened to my live stream? There we are. Okay. Good. And, quick views. The link. Say something in the chat room, please.
All right. Yeah, I gave them the hi all.
Okay.
To start everything off.
Good. Thank you. Okay. And, hopefully we'll get default stream, everything else, analytics going. And, all right. So thank you for saying hi all inside of the chat room. And, let's see now. Where are we? Here we are. Link. Let's go on to that. And turn on the volume. Hopefully we'll get good. All right, that's working. Thank you both for your support. All right. I'm sorry.
Chris Collins says we're coming in clear.
Excellent. Thank you to Chris Collins. And, he's welcome to come on to speak about his life and times, should he wish to do so. Of course, he'd have to have a Skype account, which I don't believe he has. And let's see what we got here.
All right. So I guess I could start us off with I could basically say that there's a lot going on in the world right now. We are in April 14th, 2021, and things seem to be escalating. We have a recent shooting of Dante Wright, which I will address later on. All right. Once we start, I guess I could start us. Unless you want me to go into that now.
Well, to take us to the top of the hour, there's other things you can speak about more casual than that, obviously.
All right. Casual things. All right. Well, I have unfortunately developed a sort of a drinking problem, which I hope to reduce. This time of year is very difficult for me.
Why?
More people. It's warm. It's not the warmth. I like being outside, but there's just a lot more people, and the increase in human beings in general just makes me really edgy, uneasy. And I start to feel more isolated, and I start to isolate more because I have an addiction to isolating, which is unhealthy.
Okay. And from there, yeah, go on.
Well, I guess there's more control. There's more control if one is by oneself than if one is enmeshed in a crowd, because the more people are around, the more variables there are for things to go uncertain. There are more variables for one to get harmed by other people. And there are more variables for one to, it's very, how do I say, it's hyper-stimulating. It's very stimulating. It's overstimulating because there's too many things you have to pay attention to simultaneously just to ensure that you do not become a victim of somebody's bullshit. Because, that's to be expected from humans. Okay.
By the way, Amanda's back with us. So, Amanda, by all means, do come on and tell us, talk something trivial to take us to the top of the hour, please.
Geez.
There's all kinds of trivial things to talk about, honey. I mean, you must be involving the kids in projects to keep them busy, I'm sure.
With the weather being good, we've been outside a lot, getting our garden up and going.
Tell us about the garden. And how do you keep the animals from eating the seeds in the garden?
I do have fencing up around it. I have a area that's for what I try to I try to keep the birds out for the most part. The chickens are easy. The peacocks are a little harder. But I've always dedicated a huge chunk of my property to growing whatever we can and saving the seeds and trying to do heirloom preservation, non-GMO preservation and seed collecting and whatnot. So we had some crazy freezing going on not too long ago. So I'm still hoping that some of our plants have made it and whatnot. But it's definitely warming up and nice, and so it's always good to start growing things, start taking care of things, start providing food, even if it does just go to your local butterflies and birds and squirrels and whatnot. So
wonderful. Yes, that's quite right. So you're very much in tune with nature. Your children must get such an education.
I think so. You know, we definitely they definitely have a I don't know, I wouldn't say an intellectual mom, but just maybe a information nerd.
That's fine. You are intellectual, honey. And, so go on with what else? In terms of you're doing the gardening and you have the birds to maintain. How are they handling the cold?
So far things seem to be okay. We had those 2 losses, which was pretty heavy. It was weird. It was the alpha male and female again. The young ones, the offsprings, the newest rescues. They don't seem to really get hit, and it seems to always be the alphas. Yeah, get it. But so far everything seems to be all right.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. And so you might briefly explain to people, I know this is a painful subject, but you might just tell people that there's a terrorist who is targeted yourself as a targeted individual. They terrorize your family by killing your pet peacocks repeatedly.
Yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell. It was very heavy. I don't know, 6 years ago now. I want to say.
Yeah, something like that.
When that started, and at first it was just my alpha male. My first rescue was actually picked up and taken away from here, and I know that instead of him just getting scared off or lost or whatever, because my dog, my Great Dane, alerted me, and I heard a car speed away, and then I heard my peacock honking. And I don't know if people are aware, but peacock calls can go up to 5 miles.
Right.
So, if my peacock had, just suddenly left his entire, and he's an alpha, they don't leave their flock. They don't go away on purpose. They are very territorial. They are very protective. They are social birds, incredibly social birds, actually. Will not a peacock solitary unless it was abandoned or, attacked and separated from its herd, basically. And it will try its damnedest to locate other time just on their own much. You will have juvenile males, go off and try to start their own flock, but that's pretty rare. They stay in very large herds. You can look it up in India and Asia, and they have great videos of just swarms of peacocks around. It's actually really fun, especially if you click on the videos that show the monks that feed them.
Yes.
They'll just come in the hundreds, and it's very beautiful and awesome.
Wow.
But anyway, he would have had to have gone further than 5 miles away and to have not have called for days. So I know he was taken. And after that, I did have a rash of killing. And I am experienced in hunting and in animals and in tracking. It is quite easy to tell when an animal has been attacked by another predator or in fight with each other. They do fight for dominance, but the wings would be taken. The ones that I found, and just the alphas being taken down instead of the babies or the younger ones being slaughtered. That just is, and it's not like my alphas were ever showed battle scars. Showed that they were. And we're not.
By the way, talk directly into your mic. We kind of have you sink in and out, so make certain that you always keep the mic.
Sure.
Yeah, really close to your mouth.
I'm definitely on my phone, and I do have issues with coverage that just seems to go in and out.
Right. And what about the battery? How are you going to maintain that throughout the night? Do you have it plugged in, or?
I do have it plugged in right now. So,
okay,
and it is charged up. It shouldn't die on us.
Right. Well, 12 hours is a long time. I wouldn't expect it to last longer than 12 hours. So it's like, we go longer than 12 hours actually. But it's, maintain it plugged in so that it can last throughout the night, kind of like Derek Talley does. And I am really appreciative of what you're relating, and it's also very informative. It, of course, has some kind of connection to myself due to the peacock symbolism. We're, going to bring on.
It's a direct connection to you, because what they're trying to say is the fall of Taush Malek.
Yeah. Yes.
And that symbolism of Lucifer relates directly to you.
Yes.
And until we were really tackling some heavy stuff and all having some major game stalking issues, I didn't have a single problem with my birds.
Right.
Not my peacocks, and not like that. And it did quit for several years after my surgery. It seemed like everybody was safe and sound, and I didn't have anything going bad until a month ago-ish. I guess that's what it's been about since now, and that's happened to be the same week that you and I, connected again and started chit-chatting again.
Yes. So it's a warning to keep you away and an attempt to scare you off. So I'm, of course, concerned for you. We will speak to some of that at some point in the near future to educate our audience about that. Of course, this is a subject that both Amanda, you, and I find repulsive. But it's necessary to educate our listeners as to what we have to deal with. So, honey, by all means, I want to thank you again. And I'm going to bring on Pac-1 Morales for a bit. And Pac-1 Morales, I don't feel that Amanda has too much time to review our audio. So I'd like you to kind of review how things are going with you and kind of like, well, what you spoke of last time in a nutshell, and feel free to take up the majority of the opening hour. We are going to officially start the program now. It's basically a minute before the top of the hour, so we might as well start it now. So this is Critical Omissions, and of course this is a very convergent date in history. It's a very unusual date which no one appreciates, in the sense that I have never, ever heard a single historian ever point this out. But the American Civil War between the states started with the attack on Fort Sumter and the subsequent or consequent declaration of war by Abraham Lincoln. Of course, he did not recognize the Confederate States of America as a legitimate entity. so he could not declare war in a conventional sense. Rather, he proclaimed an insurrection and mobilized the United States militia, so that people understand this. And in that sense, the official declaration of war, this is the eve day thereof for the American Civil War between the states in 1861, after which, through 4 years of long conflict, equal to the amount of time that most Americans perceive World War II to have lasted, the president and the executive commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces was assassinated, or as the Confederates would interpret it, executed by a Confederate States soldier in a theater that while he was watching a play. And that was on, again, this is the eve date thereof, that date being April 15th of 1865. Why no one ever points this out, that Abraham Lincoln was shot 4 years to the day after his proclamation of war, the American Civil War, and effectively he was the last, shall we say, official casualty of the Confederate United States war, the Confederate Union War. No one ever points this out. And
that's quite interesting. Actually, I did not know that.
Well, no, they refuse to mention it. No one ever brings this up. No one ever addresses it. And why that is evaded and forbidden to speak of is beyond me. You would think that that would be the most common factor known about the American Civil War between the states. No one knows it. And if you speak to anyone, your average historian, no one knows it. No one knows it. But there you have that, and why that isn't the bookends of the war in any conventional history is beyond me. But there is talk about hidden history or critical omissions. There you have that. And then, of course, in 1912, this is also the eve date of the, and it is a unofficial but nevertheless national holiday in the sense of a day of remembrance concerning the sinking of the Titanic, which of course has its own horror of conspiracy behind it, that many people will put every effort to try and attack. And aside from that, of course, this was a pivotal day for Martin Luther King Jr. In that he was leading a very large march, probably one of the largest protest marches in history in New York City. I'll go more in depth than that, of course. And this was his mobilization of counter-Vietnam or anti-Vietnam protesters. And this is what made him the threat that ultimately rendered him basically he was marked for death at that point. As his own family attests, is when he began to protest against Vietnam. And that was when he was considered such a liability that he had to be taken out. So 1 year to the date after he originally began to officially announce his stance against the Vietnam War, which all of his advisors warned him not to. That was April 4th. And then he didn't lead the march until this date today, or this is the eve day thereof, April 15th. It was 1 year to the day after his April 4th announcement that he was going to mobilize the march that he was assassinated 1 year later. And so this is a convergence of many horrific things that in history that bear some going into tonight. And, I'll do what I can to do some bit of touching upon each subject. In the meantime, we will turn towards Dagwan Morales to basically explain to Amanda Ute, as you would to a total stranger, and a shout out to Chris Collins, who I'll be going into his situation with Amanda Ute on air in a little bit.
Today is Rigor Mortis' birthday, so shout out to Rigor Mortis, and happy birthday, man.
Yes, happy birthday. And thank you for bringing that to my attention. I didn't check into the chat room yet. And so glad he could join us on his birthday. That's wonderful. It's very touching. God bless him. And so let's check a little bit into the live stream for tonight's show. I'll do that on my own. In the meantime, Pac-1 Morales, I want to formally introduce you to Amanda Ute. I don't believe you've met her yet. Amanda, this is Pac-1 Morales. And Pac-1 is that wonderful human being who I spraketh of, who had some very supernal experiences of the cinematic level. He'll be going into that a bit with you tonight. So, Pac-1, if you could do that, start talking a bit about yourself, introduce a bit about what's been happening to you. Say hi to Amanda first, of course. I'd like to hear an exchange of voices.
Absolutely. Good evening, Amanda. Nice to meet you. We think we've been on a couple times here and there, but not really formally spoken. But so I guess last week, it was last week. I was speaking on I guess from when me and Douglas had the conversation on the situation and everything. I guess he would be basically considered a handler. Dealt with some crazy things with that, and also I come from a long background of I guess people who are involved in spiritualism, or I don't know, I people who practice different types of crafts. So my mother, her husband, his ex-wife caused a lot of grief and strife for us for years with putting I don't know, I really don't know if it was spells or just using certain things, powders, or who knows, but it would start. She'd send in my stepfather, his ex-wife, they had a child. She would send him to our house with bad stuff on him, and he would get deathly sick, and like vomit black tar and diarrhea black tar all over himself and all over the house and stuff, or in the vehicles. We had a tree that was outside that was like spurting out it stunk something horrendous, and it looked like blood. It was like foamy, and like it basically like cried blood for I don't know how long. It was really disgusting. Our house, at one point, we had like an evangelist at the house trying to cleanse the house, and upon doing that, just all these flies, just thousands and thousands of flies just came out of nowhere inside of the house, and we had a huge window pane glass. It was probably like 12 feet long by 6 feet wide, or tall, and these flies were just like bashing against this window, like trying to break their way out, and it was a lot of crazy things. Then later on, we found down the road, we found out that my stepfather's sister, both his sisters, who were practicing, one used the Santísima Muerte, the Saint of Death, and the other, she used everything. She was pretty popular. She's pretty popular still out in the where they, I want to say, Fresno area. She has I guess what you would call a botanica, a place where people go to get help on things they're doing, or find ingredients to things they're trying to perform, or even get like cleansings and cleaning and stuff like that in the spiritual essence. But they did a lot of messed up things, and I've seen a lot of with what my mother went through. And then we also spoke on how I had someone involved in my life who essentially was just the type of person who who just it always seemed to be one of those people who could get away with things all the time, and was always just, I don't know, just always free to do to get people into other shit or whatever. And he for a long time there caused a lot of things in my life, like as in just the conversations we would have and stuff. It almost seemed like
You all right there?
things he would say would make me feel like just, I don't, it was awkward. It was awkward. For one primary example, what led to us not really talking like that or being, me disassociating with him was the time he was constantly trying to gift me a knife for a long time. And he told me I would need it because one day I was going to get in an accident and not be able to cut myself out of the seatbelt or whatever. And probably like 3-4 days after I quit talking to him and stuff, I ended up getting in the car accident, not being able to get out of a seatbelt, and was assaulted by a cop. The guy who hit me was drunk driving and was released at the scene to walk home. Just things of that nature. Just me and this guy D, I call him D. We'd have a lot of psychotic adventures, I guess you would say. We did a lot of hallucinogens and mind-altering substances, together for years. And just, I don't know, just it's just one of those people that I guess it was, for me, it was always seemed like someone that I could talk to that knew a little something about what I felt or what was going on type deal. But he would always try to employ this like put me at the forefront of everything, like, this is my guy, this is the guy to know, or hey, just always trying to like boast me up to people, which always it basically is a tactic of a form of flattery, and also a way to get someone to trust, for you to trust somebody or feel like their loyalty or something. That's what I always got out of it. So I always held him kind of at arm's bay, never really let him directly in. And so eventually my mother, she used to run with a guy. Well, she used to run around with like I guess a cartel way back in the early 90s, and she sell a lot of cocaine, but they were like Cubans, so like the Santeria was heavily involved and stuff. And one of the guys that ended up setting her up is actually one of the guys that was involved with D, out of nowhere. And like, these are people that shouldn't even know each other, and somehow these two were running hand in hand. So that falls in hand with the handler situation, So almost as if he was doing his job with my mom, in the early 90s, and then this guy comes out of nowhere, and this is one of the people that's, I guess, someone he gets advice from type deals. I don't know. I don't even know. It's all weird to me, because that was really something that just recently came out, But yeah, just crazy stuff like that.
So go on. If you feel
go ahead.
Well, our first thing I would ask is, I would be afraid that all of that comes across, because it's hard for you to see the forest through the trees. It's your personal experience. That all comes across as fairly incoherent. Basically, you come from a background of arcanists, and these arcanists, some of them were victimizing your family. One of them was, of course, the ex-wife of the individual whom your mother married. The other was your aunt, who you brought from across the border, and basically she pulled a single single white female by setting up a kind of death, shall we say, diorama, a sort of inversion of the family altar of the Asian Shinto or familial ancestor worship tradition, one in which she's destroying the other members of the family through the occult curses that she's placing upon them, as in this inverted anti-shrine that you found within the closet, targeting yourself and your family, as she ultimately replaced your family by taking all of their recipes and opening her own restaurant with it. Yeah, Amanda would be familiar with this kind of absorbing assault. And so aside from that, there was this other individual who apparently was either assigned or came into your life as a handler and was basically putting you in situations, of course, that compromised you. And aside from that, you wound up involved with a lady who was basically beginning to take many of your experiences and relay them on radios and talk shows and gaining some fame out of your life experiences for herself. So this seems to be a pattern that's ongoing with yourself of where you're left kind of like this shelled husk with everybody just juicing you for vitality and experience that they relate as their own, or they take your family's skills and skill sets and market them as their own. So hopefully that puts that in some context. Take what I've provided as context and further contextualize that. Thank you.
Yes. So yes, thank you, Douglas. And because I'm trying to put it all into like a quick summaries, like it is jarbled and sounds kind of incoherent. So I found the deal with my aunt, found her altar. And mind you, at the time, I was probably only about 11, 12 years old, and up until that point, I really only knew, like good things that people, were into doing, we had small experiences with my stepfather's ex-wife, but I think the brunt of darkness that came after was after I found that shrine. But it was kind of scary. It was to see pictures of everybody face down and just candles everywhere and wax and then fruit molding fruit and just all sorts of weird stuff like that. And actually my aunt, who was my step aunt, whom we brought back, and mind you, we did this and brought her over, her and her kids, and I gave up my room for about 4 years. I slept on a couch while her and her kids had my room, and here she's in my bed, the closet in my bedroom, doing crazy stuff to my family. That kind of made me start research and reading up and onto stuff and asking more questions about things. When she left our family business, she actually had began dating and then eventually married one of my mom's aunt's husbands, ex-husband. And that was like essentially it was so she could get her papers, her green card and everything. And she's paid for a lot of the things she's done. Her lungs have they've collapsed, and she's on like a donor list. She's really sick. Like you see her and you're like, man, dang, it's crazy. Just and for me, I don't hold no ill will. I guess because at the end of the day, everything that was trying to be done or, was put on us, it may have had an effect at that moment, but long term, I feel like a lot of those things made us stronger, and eventually, faded away. When I was probably I'm trying to think about exactly how long ago. It was probably like 2012, 2013. When I started going into this this store where they sold like they'd sell like stones, crystals, and then they did like massages and did Reiki and did tarot readings. They just, same thing, had teas and herbs and, so I had started going in there to buy stones, and I would, every time I would go in, the owner, she would always like greet me with a hug, and it would always just be this really long, weird, like, almost like I don't know, just, it was weird, like just super strong, long, awkward hug. I was like, I don't even know you, but it's just, I was like, oh, well, she's cool. She's just, greeting me, and maybe she's like that with everybody, or, And then I ended up getting some Reiki done, but not by her, by one of the employees there. And it's funny because, when I'm thinking about it right now, when she was going over me, winding me down with the stones, and I'm holding stones, and she got down to my feet, and she said that I stepped into the wrong into one of the wrong places, or I stepped into a bad spot or something like that, and I had something on my feet, or dragging something on my feet, and it was probably like a forewarning of walking into that place, because that girl who did the Reiki on me, she went on this big old Facebook thing, probably like a year later, because she fell out with the lady who owned that store, but saying that lady was draining her of her energy, and doing stuff like that, using her and using the store as a front to get out into the community type deals, and do whatever it was that she had on her agenda. But this lady, she ended up taking a lot of very high interest in me, and it was never anything of the sexual nature. It always had a weird feeling, like a weird vibe. There was a strong energy, but we never had any kind of like intimacy, or any kind of physicality or anything aside from her with her long drawn out 5-minute hugs. But she took me in almost as an apprentice, and it was weird because she would talk to me more than she has her own coven, and she's actually a high priestess in high Wiccan priestess or something, I don't know. And she'd always be just telling me things, and like always she'd give me stones and stuff to hold on to, and she'd tell me to visualize or intend into them, and then I'd bring them to our like the one of the big things was the full moon rituals, and I would lay these stones on 4 corners, around outside the store, or the building we were at, inside the building. It's just, it was a lot of things. I jumped into a lot of things not really knowing what I was doing, and just there was a particular experience that I ended up having at her house with her whole family, essentially, where it seemed almost as if I was brought. I mean, I dabble a lot into like psychedelics, like that's, everybody knows that. And I just always take them. And I ended up at her house one day, and I was helping her clean out a garage, and just things really got really awkward. As much as when we went inside, and just I guess it was weird because we were sitting at a table. I was sitting at the head of the table, and everybody's around me. The son, one of the sons starts talking about god doses of psilocybin mushrooms, which is, it's a dosage you take, certain amount of grams of psilocybin mushroom you take, and it's supposed to give you this direct connection. I don't know. So we were talking about it, and he grabs the speaker and turns it on. It just like this vibrating bass, and things just got really weird from that point on. Like they had their great grandma who had been like every bit of almost pushing 100, and she's like sitting next to me, and she's flipping over these playing deck cards, and she's like reciting something as she's doing it, and she keeps flipping these cards over and looking over at me. They're talking about treason, this or something, and it was really unsettling. I could see there was a baby in the room behind me on a bed, but I couldn't see the baby. But in my mind, I could see this baby falling off this bed, and it was so real to where when my reaction happened was like as if the baby was falling, but I reacted and got back into that room right where the baby was as this baby was falling, caught it, and she made the lady, the priestess, made sure she pointed that out to everybody in the house, and then
she said, "Did you see him catch it?" Yeah. Did you?
Yeah. Did you see him catch the baby? Did you see that? Did you guys see that? Yeah. And so I sit back down, and I remember being like, just in a weird like the whole vibe. I mean, yeah, I was. The thing is like a microdose or whatever, a little gram of mushrooms isn't gonna like freaking super alter your mind or whatever like that. But like it got really weird, and I almost like felt like I like passed out or just, like picked my head up, and one of the other sons was like, yeah, we left a little bit of light in there. There's a little bit of energy left. He'll be all right, And
they were draining you, yes.
Yeah, and as he said that, I just remember thinking like, what the fuck this? And I like stood up, and I mean I was drenched in sweat, like I was sweating so bad. So I turned around and I just walked straight out the door. And as I was walking out the door, I could hear her, almost hear that lady in my head saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." And I just kept going. I was like, "What the fuck?" I'm tripping. So I'm walking to the car, and that lady's son kept trying to call me, kept trying to get me to look back. But he was, it was one of her sons, one of her younger sons, and he was interested in a certain picture that I had taken, and there was like an apparition that appeared in this picture, and he was so interested in that picture and always trying to talk to me about it. But he was trying to, as he was walking out, he's like, just so you know, he was trying to get my attention. He's like, just so you know that whatever that is that was in that picture, it's on you, it's stuck to you, it's with you always. Like,
oh God.
I just remember I got in the car. I was like, man, fuck this, and I never went back around her. She would send people from the coven to my job, or I would run into them just randomly at a store or something. I don't feel that it was random, but run into them at the store, and they'd always be like, "You need to come to one of the rituals. Are you going to come to the full moon ritual this month?" Or just like it was always something like that. And I eventually just like never end up seeing anybody else again. And I mean, I've seen her here and there, but I don't approach, and I don't open up that door. I'm good. Yeah. So that's sorry. That's just a lot. It's a lot.
Well, it's a lot to absorb, but believe me, Amanda Ute's life has been just as bizarre, so it's not anything that's going to really throw her off. Surprisingly enough, like I said before, when you showed me a picture of this lady who I'd always pictured as some fat, repulsive individual like Lorraine Ann Fenton, she actually turned out to look a lot like the Judith Eggert, really. But in terms of basically the situation, let's check in with Amanda Ute and see if she's actually been able to absorb all of that. So Mandy, basically what happens is that when it comes to Pac-Man Morales and everything he was dealing with, his life has been haunted, and really the only thing that saved his life has been basically finding a relationship with a good woman, his wife Elizabeth, a nurse, who then pretty much pulled him out of all of that. And honestly, she was remarkably tolerant for it to have gone as far as it did. She actually saved him from a cop probably going to kill him. And if you could just relate that, the mess that you had been left in once you took that knife, and that knife, of course, I guess you did use it to cut your way out of the safety belt.
I didn't even have it on me.
Okay.
I didn't even have it on me. He gave it to me, but that was days before, and it was at home. I didn't even want the fucking knife. I was just like, I had it just like, and then that happened. It was like, yeah, I definitely needed it, huh? At that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he made certain you did. Yeah. So go on.
Yeah. So when I got struck, when I got hit, it sent me from and now mind you, it's 5 lanes because you got two on each side, and then the turning lane. So it smacked me from one side of the road at the exit of Speedway all the way onto the curb across the street, spinning, you know. And I was in a Dodge Stratus, and this car couldn't have been in. It was like, it looked like a Ford Festiva, you know, a Ford Fiesta, you know, a little small, like just a little small compact car. It wasn't even nothing big, but it hit me like it was a Ford F-150 or something. The way it like stopped my car. After
Shit.
it hit me, and the thing is, when I was pulling out, the light was red for the oncoming traffic. For him to be coming towards me, the light was red. That's why I pulled out. But I didn't see that he was running that light. I just seen the red, you know. So I came out, and he would have smacked me right into my driver's side, but he ended up smacking me a little bit behind it, and it still ended up sending me spinning. That still doesn't even make sense how I would spin like that. You would think it would just send me going, you know, side, you know, T-bone. It's basically a T-bone. It's not even. I spun like it was a pit maneuver or something. So when I smacked up against the curb, and I'm thinking, motherfucker, man, I was so mad. I was so pissed. And I was trying to get out, and I couldn't. The seatbelt was all the way, like the seatbelt was tight. There's some mechanism in the cars, like when you get an accident, like it just locks the seat, but the seatbelt will lock. You have to get cut out. Like firefighters, everybody will tell you about this, you know, and I didn't find out about it till later. But yeah, seatbelts will lock on you. And I ended up like putting the my seat like a little back and like climbing out of my seatbelt, you know, out the window. And the cops showed up, and I was trying to take pictures of the accident for my insurance, you know, and the cop just started shoving me. And I had called my wife at that time, you know, we were really dating. I had called her and let her know that I had just got an accident, but you know, she got up there. I'm trying to take the pictures. This cop just starts shoving me. I mean, he's grabbing me, and she's like, "You can't be doing that to him." You know, she's a nurse, but at the time she wasn't, but she had already graduated from nursing, and you know, already took her boards and everything like that. So she technically was a nurse, but just not working anymore. He's been in an accident. You can mess him up. You're going to be responsible or whatever, you know. And the cop was pissed, man, and he let that guy go. Like he had that guy like over into the side. He was talking to him. He just told him, you know, just to go, and that guy started walking. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, and just we didn't do nothing, but I could, you know, he was trying to fuck me up. That cop was, if it wasn't for her, because she flew right up there. It was right around. It was like we lived in a trailer park at that time, and it was like you pull out the main lot from the trailer park and go right. And the very first light, that's where the accident was. That's where the speedway was. So I was right around the corner from home where it happened. Right. And so yeah, she saved me on that. She's been there for me through a lot, you know, with when it's always came down to it, you know, she's had my back with everything, you know. When my kids, when I was trying to get back custody of my when me and one of my children's mothers, you know, we split up, so she had the kids, and I wasn't getting them, you know. Liz backed me up and helped me get the lawyer, and you know, I was like, no, we're gonna do this, and helped me win custody of those children. And you know, like she's dealt with a lot, and you know, and actually that's someone I haven't spoke about yet, is the mother of my 2 middle children, and her mother who also practice do some dark shit, man. They use dead birds, and I have so many pictures of birds that have been left on my doorstep with their necks broke, birds that are cut open, birds have been left outside of my door at gas stations, you know. Well, our relationship, me and the mother of my children's relationship, was really was a very, very toxic one. She was one of those people who she didn't want to see me do anything. No. She had no ambition or, you know, anything in life.
Right. Just to explain this to our to our listeners, the bird represents the soul, and it represents a carrier to the other world of messages. So what happens is that a bird is used to basically carry a wish of death upon someone. When you take a dead bird and you place the person's name in a scroll. You write their name on paper and you place it in a scroll within the claws of that dead bird. The bird carries that wish to the other side, the nether realm, where then the call goes out for that individual so that they die. That's the traditional curse as it's applied, and of course there's variants on it, but as you can see, this is a form of occult terrorism that has been practiced on Mr. Mireles that mirrors very much what happens to Amanda Ute in a certain sense, albeit in her case it's not as directed or personalized. In the case of the birds themselves, a great example of a positive of this, so that you understand. Certainly another negative would be that if a bird is seen flapping upon one's windowsill or flapping outside the window, that's supposed to be taken as a sign that someone in the household is going to die, that they're there to carry the soul away. So you don't necessarily, in terms of classical superstition, want to see that outside of your window. However, in terms of one night, it was shortly after my transmission, it was basically... there were so many things that happened with the incident that I really don't recall all of the details, but the person I shared the details with at the time was Judith Ager, and Judith Ager was a person who I was deeply in love with, and we had a relationship, and so I shared with her everything, and I wonder how much she would recall at this point in history. But basically, a pigeon parked itself in front of my door and made some cooing noises, and when I went out to investigate, I literally tripped into it. Literally, just shuffling my foot forward, I kicked against it, but it did not move, which is something a pigeon would never do unless it was sick or dying or God knows. So it stayed there in place at the door and was very comforting and would not move itself, and it stayed there throughout the night, and actually might have left some excretions, some droppings, but honestly, this is taken as a good sign in places of Africa and Asia, in African and Asian cultures, that represents incoming prosperity. And out of nowhere, and there was no donor, there was no contributor. It was I forgot how it was $200 or so appeared at a time when I needed some money, and it was just in my bank account or something like that. And there was no donor or no source. It just appeared or something of that nature. It was. I wonder if any of the details would be remembered by Judith, but I certainly spoke about it with her at length, and it was a very wonderful and reassuring incident. Very much the antithesis of these other kinds of incidents that one sees. It was certainly my mother's spirit coming for a visit is how I interpreted it, and her being very helpful. And certainly our ancestors appear in such a matter when we need them. And just always remember that in the West, people don't think of this often, but you have the ability to call upon your ancestors. The closest parallel that in the West might exist would be Roman Catholics calling upon saints. But honestly, in situations such as that most Westerners experience, calling on one's ancestors as well really doesn't hurt, and it if you take the same attitude towards them that they are there, that many Latin Americans do and Asians do, you would probably have a much more balanced life. A sense of continuity that these other cultures have, that dead or alive, your family is family and they are with you, that for some reason Westerners have severed themselves from, and it's to their loss. So with that, back to Pack 1 to kind of summarize up what he was saying, and after that we'll ask Amanda for some
I was just saying like I've dealt with it,
And yes, another thing before you speak, before you speak, because this does need to be gone into, I brought up trying to contextualize this for our listeners, that many impoverished communities are deeply into witchcraft and the occult because it's the only way that they can empower themselves. When people are desperate and there is no material resource to turn to, they turn to magic. It's quite universal that ghettos worldwide are steeped in magic, and many impoverished nations are also steeped in magic, and thus magic users or abusers come into a kind of power in those areas. But what it's still impressive to me that the family of Pac-Man Morales is so saturated in this level of assault and counter-assault with magic. So take it from there. I'm so sorry, but I had to bring that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. No, yeah. And that's the thing is, I'm from Flint, Michigan, and you wouldn't think, you would just think it's just, it's like a ghetto or it's a hood or, whatever. But no, everybody's involved in something, and it's crazy because, I mean, you still have people who are, churchgoers and stuff like that, but there's the people on the streets and, people who are doing things and, smuggling dope or, whatever, living on the street. They're messing with some shit, man. You'll go into people's houses, they'll have candles, somewhere lit up, and they'll have, whatever it is that they're trying to do. There was a guy who just passed away, this past year. They called him the preacher. And I can remember that from when I was younger, he used to do a lot of work for my great grandmother, and he also, his house would be, it would be like the equivalent of going to, like, if you went to a barber shop and seeing how many people are sitting there waiting to have their hair cut, and lined up wait. That's exactly what his house was. And he would be in the back room. People would come in, and his house would always smell like certain incense would be burning all day. And it was just just so many people. So now, and this is back in the early, late 80s to early 90s, and it was up until recently, these past couple of years, now it's a lot more open. Like, people are, it used to be hush hush, things people didn't talk about, and now everybody talks about it. Everybody's doing something, everybody's practicing something. You see it all day on Facebook. I think it's due to social media and shit, but yeah, just essentially, I've been my life highly saturated with people who are occultists and things like that, not really necessarily by choice, some by choice, and other just that's just the way my life has been. That's honestly, dealing with shit like that became the norm. It had become the norm, up until recently, I guess because I don't allow people around me, a lot of people that I know from the streets and stuff like that, they don't even know how I'm living. They haven't seen, they don't know about my business, they don't know about my where I live, nothing. We moved, and I just said, once we moved, I was like, the only people I want to come over are my family, and even that, my family don't even come over. We have a really small group, and everybody has their own, so nobody's hating on anybody, nobody's having bad thoughts about people and shit like that. So I found, and I put cameras everywhere, all over my property. So, because I now I'm like, I'm in a position where I can, handle some shit, so I'd rather just catch whoever it is while they're doing and, acting on shit or whatever. So I now these days, my life is better though, I don't deal with nothing. I stay busy, mind my own business.
Yeah, and now in terms of Mandy, I'd like to bring you on now. I think you understand that from the beginning, when it came to the man that Pac-Wan's mother married, who had this ex-wife, who was basically placing an occult, just a bane, a cloud of evil over their home. She was marking the territory by basically sending her son over, who would then puke and shit blood and just this horrible exorcist type of display. that what I don't understand is why did you tolerate it for so long? Did you just simply say, "Oh, this person's sick, and we need to we need to give him leeway"?
No, actually, Douglas, it didn't. No, and actually, Douglas, it wasn't tolerated long. So '98 was the year that my mother was pregnant, and she lost the baby. And one of the last times that he had come over was right before my mom ended up essentially losing the baby, and it was Easter. It was Easter of '98, and he was acting really awkward. He was just like he started talking shit to my mom. Just like, I don't know, it was just really weird. Like, I don't know, it just they ended up getting a big argument or whatever. And so my stepdad took him home, drove him back out because the town he lived in was probably like 30-40 minutes away. Drove him back home. He asked me to go with him, so I was like, all right. So I'm sitting in the back seat, and him and his son are, he's driving, his son's in the front seat. And when we get to the kid's house, we pull up in the driveway. My stepdad, has his arm up on the chair on the armrest, looks over at his son and says, "This will be the last time you see me." And he didn't see him again till that kid was about 16, 17, and he didn't want nothing to do with his dad, and yeah. he never brought him back over after that.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Which I feel is probably what drove everything into, overkill for the next couple years,
Right. So Mandy, honey, tell us what your impression is of all of this.
Wow.
In terms of comparative to your own experiences, which are quite parallel in many ways, but go on.
That's definitely very heavy. And I would say, you're 100% correct about how, desperate people will use desperate means. When there's no other choices, when there's no opportunity, just impoverished issues. They're still over in Africa in certain areas, especially women are still burned at the stake for being witches for, bad crops or droughts or whatnot. So it's still very alive and prevalent today. It sounds like it was, you're very lucky, and it's wonderful that your current wife was there to help you and to apparently assist in blocking out some of these things that were targeting and draining and essentially ruining and controlling your life. So that's definitely a huge blessing. Not a lot of people end up getting in contact with somebody who can do that, let alone will do that. So, major props to her for sure. But yeah, it sounds very similar and sounds very heavy. And once an entity or a target is set on somebody, once they've been opened up or claimed or marked or what have you, it's very hard, almost impossible to get away from it. So that's definitely very heavy.
Yeah, and but I'd like you to share with us some of the parallels in your life this reminds you of.
I would say, on one hand, it would be just the, you find it odd how somebody is suddenly in your life, or like when you were talking about that the occult shop woman, just how you could feel it weird, you could sense that something was odd, that it was not necessarily sexual, but it was something odd was going on. A lot of people will portray themselves as a healer or guru or just a book owner, and their intentions are not. they are to target people, they are to bring in people, just like pedophiles find their ways into schools and thieves find their way into the paramedic industry, and it seems very consistent with that type of nasty energy work, leeches. I can say I've had experience with people like that, and you can feel their darkness or what have you, and I would say just always trust your gut. If somebody feels off, make sure you don't have other check marks that are giving you that feeling, but most of the time listen to your gut. But definitely, odd accidents that happen to come up when, out of nowhere, other things that came along the way. I did want to clarify that this knife issue, this was not from you were given this knife by who again?
This is the guy who's probably his handler, a guy that he calls D, who's like this big gay guy who he basically tries to claim he's straight, but he's really gay and probably had a thing for Pakwan, and kept trying to give him this knife, which is something that in Pakwan's cultural background and many others, you just don't give people knives as a gift because it's like cutting them. It's a spiritual cut. And he kept telling him he was going to get into an accident where he would need this knife. Hint, hint, segue to your accident where the only thing that saved your daughter was Kronk chewing through the safety belt before your accident. And in this case, of course, there was no one there to chew through Pac 1's safety belt except himself, and he didn't have the knife with him, but the accident that was predicted that the knife was gifted to him for did happen, as if the knife and the acceptance of it as a gift brought it about. So again, we'll leave Pac 1 and yourself to kind of articulate the details of each one of those accidents. Of course, what happened to you was an assassination attempt, and yet what happened to Pac 1 was as well, because had Elizabeth not shown up, that cop would have killed him, and the cop was definitely out to get rid of the man who almost killed him and let him walk. And of course, the guy's drunk, and the cop just lets him go. Where's the guy gonna go? But he just walks. That in itself is bizarre, of course, and obviously ominous. And then, of course, Pac 1 himself was left alone with the cop, who was muscling in on him and preparing to do him in when Elizabeth showed up. Yes, if you could clarify their Pac 1 and then segue it back to Our Lady.
So I was trying to find a photo. I'm looking for the photo too right now of the cars, because I have it on my Facebook, so I can I got it right here. I'm gonna post it on the inside of the chat for you so you can see it. But with all that happening, I'm sorry, Doug.
No, it's easy to lose track of these things. There's so much to keep track of. So with all of that happening, Mandy, if you, both of you, of course, have issues with birds. Both of you, of course, have issues with entire families that seem dedicated to strange and bizarre rituals. Without, of course, going too deeply into your own situation, Mandy, for personal security reasons. These are, of course, situations that have certainly had their supernatural bent, in your house being, as I've joked before, the Hell House. By the way, an image has been provided.
Actually, that's something that's a detail I forgot to say as well. You're seeing that picture of the ambulance there. That ambulance was parked across the street the whole time, and they didn't see the accident happen.
There you go.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, well, there you have it. And Mandy, again, more to absorb. Share your assassination attempt accident, so to speak, with what happened and how your children and yourself survived, but it left you injured. And I had to deal the best that I could, as obligated as I was, as you were assassinated on my account. then I basically had to, do what I could for you, and we raised a stink until you were finally cared for in terms of surgery. But you can tell people about that, and maybe that will bring up some memories from back when.
Sure. Mine was went down to Reno, Vegas in my truck. Reno, Nevada, driving the back roads from up here in Portland. And it was just for a quick little event that was down there. And there were just an odd series. Well, now I know they weren't odd, but I had a series of events that.
By the way, when you went down there, that wasn't one of those Laurie and Ann Fenton Super Soldier events where you came to see myself, or was it?
Oh, no, it was not.
Okay. Yeah.
No, so, nothing of the
well, you had your kids with you,
nature.
so it was so you had your kids with you, so it couldn't have been. I presume
right.
You had your kids with you, so it couldn't have been anything, like adult in the sense of gambling or the.
Oh no, dear gosh, no! I'm definitely not a gambler. I'm definitely not a chip player or card or
Right, just so people know,
for
people who don't know. The Reno is where Las Vegas goes to die.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I was there for, I had been gifted tickets to a concert, and it was definitely something I just absolutely had to go do. It was odd getting the tickets. I thought the timing was odd. My dog used to ride around in my truck with me all the time. I would always take him. And because the poor boy, he had anxiety, he needed to be around everybody or he'd tear the house apart. But he had never chewed on anything in the car. He had never gone to the bathroom in it or, any sort of issue. And it was 2 or 1 day before I was leaving that while in the store, he chewed up the back right seatbelt, and he wasn't even in the back. He was in the front passenger seat. There was no food back there. He always would just sit in when he would fit the passenger seat there. And he completely chewed through the entire seatbelt. He severed it. And anybody that knows seatbelts, like Pac One was speaking about how, you have to be cut out. Yeah. And
they're thick and they're corded and they're very difficult to do that with. Yeah, go on.
Right. So if you don't have a serrated or sharp or specific, those emergency glass breaker and seatbelt cutter knives, which I suggest everybody to have in your car. Yeah. I was baffled how the heck he chewed through literally the entire thing.
While still keeping his teeth. Yes. This would be equivalent to you going to a store and shoplifting something. Not you, Amanda, but anyone going to a store and shoplifting something by taking that little plastic clip that's stuck on clothing and taking it into the dressing room, saying you're going to try it on and chewing the clip off.
Right, or using your nails to pry it out or something like that. It's not going to happen for you.
Yes. Though I've seen people do that. Believe it or not, I worked in security and I've seen people do that. I don't know how they could do that, but I've seen it done. So, or seen the results of it.
The coke nail.
They were it was with their teeth. We caught it on camera. It was caught on camera later. Horrible. Oh. Don't even want to think about it, but it's like opening bottles with your teeth, opening up bottle cups. But anyhow, go on, honey. Yeah. This is family of people did that too. Yeah, just awful.
That's gnarly. That's just gnarly. Oh, metal and teeth. Don't put any metal on your teeth, people.
Yes.
But so that was odd, but then that was the spot that my daughter was always in, and it's the way the car seats. It was the way just loading up my kids the way it always was. And I rearranged everything. And I even used a different booster seat for my son just to allow my daughter's seat to fit where it needed to fit. So everything was totally rearranged for that. when I was in Reno, there was a freak winter storm, which isn't too freaky for the area, but it came out of nowhere. It was supposed to have not hit for several more hours from when it did, and it was not supposed to hit as bad as it was. I was feeling anxious to leave all morning, and I just kept kind of shoving off the feeling and ignoring it, something I will never do again. And so by the time I heard that, the storm had shifted times, it shifted intensity, I just packed up and left, when I wasn't planning to leave till the night. We left before noon. I didn't want to get trapped in Reno or Nevada or in the back ass end of Oregon, let alone, even though my truck would be more than able to drive through a winter storm. I just felt the need to get the hell out of there. And so driving home, crossed over Nevada into Oregon, was just past the only so-called town, if you could call it that was around. Was driving up a hill. Lanes turned into 2 lanes for slow trucks and for passing. This truck was in the right lane. I moved into the left passing lane. The next thing I know, he's speeding up and he's actually coming into my lane. And at the exact same time, an exactly identical truck. And these are shipping truckers, not a passenger truck like my truck. But they were unmarked. They were not, there was no company. It was not a specific truck. Just white and unmarked, and he came speeding down the hill. I am fishtailing because this is snow, this is ice, this is rain. I am pressing on the brake. I am, pumping the brake. I've shifted out of gear. There is no gas. I'm accelerating up the hill, and this other mofo he has plenty of room. He does not switch to the other lane. I'm either going to get hit by this truck on the right, or be forced into this oncoming truck in the other lane. And so I do the only thing that I can do, which was slam on my brakes, and which you don't want to do on ice and snow. And I ended up going over the road and it was kind of basically a cliff. I was just a few hundred yards from where this cliff and this hill turns into a dead drop off, where literally you would not make it from going off. It turned into a cliff. And so broke through several trees, landed. The airbags did not go off, which there were a number of hits from the tree. I hit a post going over. Brakes totally ineffective, and ended up landing, and then ended up flipping. And at that point, when we had landed, I looked back and, of course, go right for my children. I unbuckle myself and I fall into the passenger seat, still upside down. And I see a broken stump of a tree coming up through my back passenger window, where my daughter would have been locked down, and her head would have basically been demolished by that tree that was now in my car. But I had pillows and blankets in my car for my kids. And when I turned around, my pillow had been completely placed over my daughter. And I don't mean like it landed on her. I mean, I had to pull it out because it's as if somebody tucked it into her. Her entire body. It was a normal adult sized pillow, and she's just this little thing. But it was completely locked in there. So she was protected from the branches and the glass right there, which also shielded my son, who was on the other side of her. My son, you know, he was okay, but he was incredibly freaked out. And the first thing he started screaming was, "Why'd they do that, Mom? Why'd they do that?" And that's all he could say. My daughter, who had a pillow over her the entire time, apparently, which before that happened, before the crash, before the car, that pillow was not near her, that it was not on her, it wasn't around her, she didn't grab it, and if she did, you know, then she's the smartest toddler around. She knew to protect herself from a crash that hadn't happened yet.
Wow.
She was just giggling and laughing like it was a fun little ride.
Right.
The truck was totally, you know, wrecked. We had to climb up this hill. Some very nice passerbys stopped and helped us through this very wet, cold, snowy climb up. Until we climbed up, I didn't really realize how far down we were. It was not just a quick little saunter up a hill. And it was terrifying. I came home. I knew I had chest issues. I went and got x-rays right away. And of course, obviously, like everybody knows, you can't see soft tissue through regular x-rays. So my stomach, from the seatbelt, from not having airbags go off that would have protected me, I had no idea at the time that my stomach had been shoved up into my chest.
Yeah.
So my kids, beside my son, still has some height issues. We had a hard time for quite a while, just even going over bridges and stuff in the car. It was very traumatic for him. But other than that, the kids were left unscathed and unharmed, and I didn't, which is good. I'd rather that a million times over than anything, you know, impacting them.
Right. Right.
But that the airbag didn't go off made no sense. That the car actually accelerated when I'm nowhere near the gas pedal was also just made no sense either.
So that, of course, it reminds me so much of what Brandon Young said. And Mandy, do you remember enough about Brandon Young's assassination attempt on him to relay that?
Oh, I don't. I just remember that he had another issue with the car, and thinking it was tracked or it was an old cop car.
Yes, yes.
I know my car was. It was a test vehicle for government workers for if they're testing out a car. So my car wasn't used, but when I bought it, it was in the paperwork that it had been used for several government testing out truck.
Wow. That's very similar to what happened with Brandon Young, because he had a Secret Service car that had compartments for weapons and everything. And basically someone had sabotaged it in multiple ways for a torch job. But when the bomb didn't go off and it didn't explode, the secondary assassination mode went in, and his brakes had been cut, so he couldn't stop the car, and heroically drove himself off the highway, steered himself off the highway so he wouldn't hurt anybody else, which resulted in his being in a coma for weeks, and he's never really been the same since. He's still rehabilitating, and so comparatively speaking, believe me, you got off light. Brandon faces all kinds of challenges. He, of course, as you might remember, has the narcolepsy. He'll collapse, as he did on air a few times with us, into a state of unconsciousness, really. And you might remember that he did that because this is resultant, his assassination attempt. Of course, Daniel Arola had a similar accident in which he was caught and wound up in a coma. And he's spent his life recovering from that through his martial arts. And he feels that he came out the better for it. These things are, of course, life-changing events, and what I'm going to do now is kind of let Pak-Wan address with you maybe your haunted house issues. I'd like you to express some of what happens in your home to Pack 1, what you're willing to share, because I think that once that gets started, the two of you can have kind of a conversation here that I think will be very important for all of us. So please share to Pack 1, in summary, some of what happens in your house, how your house has striven to kill you in the past, hurt you, injure you, for all intents and purposes, take you out. Tell us a bit about that.
Sure. The house that I bought, on top of the two houses I lived in, three, growing up, I've always had things happen. So what you would classify, I guess, as paranormal or supernatural or just odd as hell, and no what one might say of a logical explanation of happenings. So that's always been kind of a norm for me. But as far as here in this house, it started kind of like as every other living situation for myself, where things would open or shut or move on their own. Things would this just happened. My son has a special plate. It's this blue glass plate that he picked out at a festival, and I have not seen it for over a year. My son came walking out of the kitchen with his sandwich on his blue plate, and I was just kind of shocked and asking him, like, wait, where was this? Where'd you get it? And you found it, and holy cow, that's great. And he said it was just in the cupboard. When he opened the door to grab a plate, there it was. As anybody that knows that has children, you go through dishes. It's not like that thing was sitting up in the cupboard for a year and we just didn't notice it. I've done a kitchen remodel, put in new shelves and whatnot. This dish was not around. So that just happened today. That sort of thing happens around here often enough. A week or two ago, I had to call the locksmith because my keys ended up being in my car, locked in my car on my passenger seat. And I had to use those keys after I got home, got out of my car to get into my house. So that they ended up in my driver's seat, which would have been odd anyway. That I can honestly say that's not something. I've never locked my keys in the car. I don't put them on the passenger seat. That's just not a habit for me. That's just not what I do. So the next morning, I'm trying to get my kids off and out the door, and we can't find the keys anywhere. They're locked, sitting just right on the passenger seat abnormally. The kids did not go out there. They're not old enough to joyride. They wouldn't do that anyway. Nobody else has access to my house or my vehicle. But after my car accident, and when I was having the escalation of the issues with the peacocks, the random toys moving or things disappearing, reappearing, or certain sounds or other oddities that were just normal for me, escalated. I'm sorry, there's my peacocks. It's kind of weird they decided to call out right there. That's when I was experiencing things like a board just happening to fall on me and on my foot when I was walking by. And might seem okay, whatever, but it was constantly happening where I was getting injured. Water was suddenly on the floor and I slipped and fell, and there's no rhyme or reason or kids around that would have spilled the water. Had several doors slam on my fingers. Had other objects that were placed firmly and, safely somewhere, and I'm getting hit and knocked and just a lot of pain. And on one hand, I kind of blew it off as that's when I was still I'd still at that point, I did not know that my stomach was actually in my chest, and that it was every day getting pulled up more and more into my lungs and heart space. So I put my accidents a lot more towards I was not in good balance, that I was, very just unsound in myself, and that I just must be extra klutzy at the moment. But the more and more it happened, it was just obvious that it was not just having my equilibrium messed up, or me being, injured and not able to help myself very well. It was very it was very extreme. And after the last peacock death several years ago, and after my surgery, the house has kind of gone back to just oddities like the plate. The plate appearing out of nowhere, disappearing out of nowhere, and kind of odd things such as that. But not I'm not scared for my children. It never seemed to be after them. We had weird stuff when they were younger, mainly at my son. And we kind of all have the creeps of the very back bedroom that we don't go to. And it's just storage. And we just kind of stay out of there. But other than that, it never felt like it targeted them. And nobody's been specifically hurt before or since then. It never felt targeted at them. But I was constantly having things fall and crash and hit, and suddenly the clock on the wall that has been up and insecure suddenly falls on my head, or just constant things like such as that.
Yeah, that's definitely, I can relate with some of those things. Those, and I don't know what necessarily what could be causing or whatever, but I have had experiences with it, with things like that. Like I had a house that was it was on a hill, and it was like right down the road from a cemetery, which I don't think it was anything to do with the cemetery, but it was kind of creepy.
But you are bringing up the cemetery because, Amanda, you did mention the cemetery near her house, yes?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
go on.
Yes. And so when I first moved into the house was when I was with the mother of my oldest son, and it was at the time, during the time she was pregnant. We had just got that house because we had moved back to Michigan from Wyoming because my mother was she wanted to open up a restaurant, and I was coming out to help them out and get everything going with them, and so we moved back. And this house we were staying in, it had a weird, like, in the dining room, it was just a real awkward place to be in the dining room, like the way it felt, or even like sitting there, you always felt like there was something right there. It just always gave that vibe off. And when it was about a week or two before my son was born, and we had started doing the nesting, setting up cribs, and buying everything, buying the baby bathtubs and playpens, swings, all that stuff, and we'd have it in our bedroom. And my oldest son, his mom's mother, so his grandmother, was also staying with us. And it was a week before he was born, and my neighbors came over, and his daughter was asleep, so we let him put her in our room, on the bed, and we left the door crack, and we were all out on the porch, just hanging out, smoking, chilling, and you just hear this big thump, and the door was rattling, and you could hear like whimpering, crying or whatever. So we hurried up and we're trying to get this door open, and we couldn't, and we're pushed. And when we pushed the door, together we're pushing this door for so hard, the bassinet that had the bathtub, the bathing tub, and everything was pushed up against the door, and the daughter was still asleep on the bed. It was like my neighbor, he's also like I could bring him on and he'll tell you this exact same story. It was so freaky. It was one of the freakiest things I'd ever experienced. And so we had my son. We still stayed there. That was the only time something like that happened. But it was really awkward. It was still kind of funny. Well, in that bedroom there was a closet, but also had stairs to go up into the attic, and the attic went the whole length of the house. And so it was finished. It had floors, and there was like a little desk and a little bookshelf up there right by the little circle window that looks down over the front of the house. And we were sitting there sleeping, or not sleeping, but watching a show, watching TV, and all of a sudden upstairs in the attic you could hear thud, thud, thud. And we're thinking that maybe it's like a squirrel came in, or whatever, because it could be an animal or whatever. But then it went thud, 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 boom, 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 running up and down the whole length of the shit. So I grabbed my pistol and I said, I'm gonna shoot whatever the fuck it is up here. And I run upstairs, turn on the light. There's nothing up there, nothing. And I mean, these were thuds, like body hit the floor thuds. And so it freaked me out. That was really, really messed up. And after that, me and the mother of my son, my oldest son, we ended up started having problems. Essentially, she ended up moving out and moving back to Wyoming with my son. And I started just doing dumb shit, and having a lot of people over, and just, it would happen all the time when people were over, like a beer can would fly across the house, or, bottle tops would fly and hit people in the face, like the little beer caps, and there'd be no one to account for and it would be coming from the dining room area, and it would fly out, Eventually, my little sister moved in with me, and by that time, I had met the mother of my two children, my middle two children, and she was, we had just started talking. She was staying there, and then I also had an uncle who was living with me. So I turned my bedroom into the basement, and then upstairs where what used to be my bedroom was where my little sister, who was she was 15, she had just had my niece, and my mom kicked her out, so I let her move in with me. And then my uncle had the room across the hall from her. And I was a bar promoter at that time, and I was doing my music and stuff. And essentially I promoted party nights at nightclubs and stuff here in Flint. And so we would always, have parties, or there would always be people over and stuff. And so like a lot of people got to, had experienced, what the little bit of things. And my sister, though, she ended up staying with me only for about a good 2 weeks. And she moved out. She left all her shit at my house. One night she was sleeping, and she didn't have like a bed frame and stuff. She was just a mattress on the floor. She was sleeping, and she said she like felt really weird. So she opened up her eyes, and she said there was like, she couldn't make anything out, like face or anything, but there was like an apparition over her, like standing at her feet, that fell onto her. And she said it wrapped the whole blanket around her, and she couldn't get up, like she was constricted. And I mean, she came busting out of that room, and she was freaked out. She was pale, and and my sister was really dark. She was just she said, I can't do it. She said whatever it was while it was on, it was like in her face. And my uncle, he ended up moving out too, because the same thing happened to him, where he said the blanket wrapped him up, and it was like pulling him really tight. And he's a bouncer, and he's works security. He's a big guy, and he ended up moving out. And finally, we came to the point where we just got tired of things, flying around, or just overall energy of shit. So we decided we were gonna move out, and we started pulling everything out the house. And it was the last night, and we just had a couple more things, and it was me, the mother of my second two children, and then one of my friends who was helping us move. And we were sleeping in the room that was where my uncle was sleeping, but there was no mattress. We were just sitting in there, and all you hear is this growl that came, and you could feel this wind just blow right through the house, and whatever, it would flew into the bathroom and just started banging all the cupboards, all the cabinets. Everything was just do boo 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 like crazy, man. We got up. There was little stuff, dishes. It wasn't nothing really, no TVs, no couches, no, everything else that was in that house I left. We got out of that house that night. I never went back until years later. I had went there because one of his friends was renting that house out, and we went over there. And I was we were in the house. I was like, man, how's, talking to the dude about the house. I was asking him questions. I was like, yeah, man, I had to move out here. I couldn't deal with it. It's bad, this house ain't that great of a house, and out of nowhere, man, I used to sell dope and shit. And I used to carry a pouch on my chest that I would keep everything in it. And I felt that it wasn't on my neck, and so I got real pissed. I was like someone stole it, which one of you guys got it, and the dude who was renting the house, me and him got in a fight, and because he had it, but we got in a fight, and in that house, but I went nuts, and I destroyed, he bit into my finger, bit down to the bone on my finger, on my index finger, and but I went crazy after the fight and everything. I smashed on him, and just smashed the whole house, and it was I was in this rage, and I was yo, I was I could never go back to that house ever again. A house is certain, I don't know what it is, but either it's an energy or whatever it is, but it draws some real nasty stuff, and it's definitely something that's not alive, but it's there, and that's its territory, whatever.
Okay, and you were talking about how your children were found in some positions. Is this because you heard Amanda say how sometimes she would find her son sleeping in an odd position next to the bed, which reminded me very much of the Amityville horror home, where everyone was found sleeping on their stomachs all the time because that's the way the victims were found sleeping, who were all murdered. So you heard her say this? No. Oh, so Amanda, relate that if you would be so kind.
Sure. Just as I explained to you before, my son was that type of baby and toddler that he has insomnia like me. He did not sleep. That child would wake up if you so much as blink too loud. So, excuse me, when he was sleeping on his own, and this would be after me just reading and trying to just hang out in the room with him and just be there with him and just sitting around for hours and hours. And when he finally fell asleep, I would army crawl out of the bedroom just to hope to God I didn't wake him up on the way out. There would either be some weird feeling that in the atmosphere, something in my gut, some kind of nervousness, I would say, or there'd just be a straight up sound. And I would go back into my son's room, and he would be still asleep on the floor, asleep, sometimes with his pillow and blanket, sometimes just not, but his head would be where his feet were in bed. So, and then, the second I touched him to pick him up to put him in his bed, he'd wake up. So this child did not roll out of his bed and stay asleep, let alone completely turn himself opposite of the way that he was. he would wake up to go to the bathroom, or if he hears the toilet flush, that kid's up. And so that he remained asleep and changed positions and was on the floor. And these are wood floors. They were not carpeted. He did have a rug back there, but right next to his bed and himself, it was the hardwood floor. So, it's a rare kid anyway, I think, that falls out of their rolls out, naturally and stays asleep. So, and that happened kind of for not a while, but an extensive amount of time that it was becoming very unnerving and very scary.
Right. No. Thank you for your patience with me. So Pack One, what do you feel about that? What does that bring to?
I've heard of cases like, well, to me, I can't explain. That's like, I've heard stories, people getting drug out of bed, and things like that. I have more questions than I do answers. When something you can't see can physically, it's like, it's unfair. You know what I'm saying? Like it's how can there be something there that's affecting, saying your energy, or affecting, your well-being, your sanity, and not be able to have some form of, defense, or whatever, because people come and you hear all the time, like, people have like exorcisms, or some come bless the house and stuff, but it still doesn't get rid of whatever it is. It's crazy to think that something could come in and mess with you while you're sleeping, or just living your regular life and cause physical harm to you. Like, to me, that's nuts. That's just nuts. But it's real. It's true. It happens. I've seen it.
Now, Mandy, were you ever at the point, considering the situation you're in, that you're literally afraid to move? It's a terror. I think that your overwhelming sense of responsibility to your children overcomes all fear at all times, or could you share with us some of these situations?
Yeah, for sure. What you got to do for your kids, definitely should kick your fear in the gut and, shut it up. I kind of look back now and look at what I was going through and what we got through. I don't know how the hell I did it. Frankly, I don't know. So yeah, it's definitely, my responsibility to them. And at the same time, when you really are stuck and trapped and have other situations going on, as humans have just ridiculous abilities to act. It's kind of like after I had my surgery and I knew there'd be recovery. I knew there'd be a lot of rehab that I'd have to do on my body and whatnot. My lungs, I'm still working on those. But you don't really know pain you're in or how twisted your body was and it's relief of it. And then you kind of realize, oh God, I didn't know I was coping through that much pain. I didn't know that I was just kind of mentally gearing myself up just to take care of my kids. Mm-hmm. So I think that is mainly, what got me through.
Yes. And what about with yourself, Pack One? Was it a sense of duty to the family that pulls you out of these more bizarre situations?
So with the house, I couldn't do it no more. But with everything else that I've dealt with, as much, now it's my kid. It's a different. To me, it's like I felt that once I broke myself and, reclaimed, who I am and, just, stop looking into those things or really fascinating with myself or, caring to know about any, things you never, with the information they give you, never really know much anyway, it's always the next book for sale type shit. But once I got it, I mean, and basically, but I just, I got away from it, man. I got away from it, and what I know is real. I hold on to that, and I just keep myself balanced. I don't try to do harm to people. I don't do anything. You know what I'm saying? I let be. I live life. I love my exactly my kids. I spend time with my kids and my business. My wife, and that's it. That's all I have time for. Everything else to me is out there, and going out to the clubs or just going to concerts and shit. To me, it's uninteresting anymore. It's like just to me, it's just trouble waiting to happen. I always have that luck to be that one person that night to be involved in something, and always get into trouble.
Right.
It happens all too many times too, so I don't put myself out there. I don't.
Now,
but if I do,
this is what I want you to relate to, Mandy. If you could, without, obviously, I'll explain something, Pack One, and to everyone. Amanda, you has a greater need to be a bit more guarded about her familial situation, but I really suspect at this point in your life, Mandy, that need's not as great as it was before. I think a lot of a threat from your ex-husband's family has passed. I know that the creep wants to insert himself back in your life. Really, I hope you evade that completely. But he has a very negative family that had dark designs on you. Probably wanted your children for, as far as I'm concerned, satanic ritual sacrifice or raising into the cult. And in terms of Pac One Morales, it was never that organized or with those levels of a deep state connection. It was more of a cultural background of poverty and the kind of vicious infighting of people with all too few resources crawling over each other. As Daniel Arola would say, the crab effect in the old Filipino allegory. Crabs in a fishing bowl that pull each other down consistently and constantly so that no one is able to escape. And therefore, the fishermen the crabbers need not guard the crabs. They just leave them in an open bucket, and they prevent themselves from ever escaping or any of their own. Everyone's just attacking and disempowering each other, although there were other elements that went into what happened with Pac One Morales. Situations that when we have Derek Talley on one day, we'll bring up our parallel to some of his experiences, basically brainwashing in the Marine Corps, where they were both subjected to some programming that in Pac One Morales' case he doesn't remember, whereas Derek Talley has a cascade memory implanted. And in the case of Pac One Morales, whether it was after the Marine Corps that some of his handlers appeared, like this D character that might have been connected somehow with some influence from that or something else, there seemed to be some interest in Pac One for whatever reason. Perhaps just a follow-up with experimentation or the like. But in your case, of course, the grand prize is your children for Mandy. And of course, we recognize that that this is what happens in the white culture, the white majoritarian culture in America, is many times these children aren't facing the threat of poverty. They're facing the threat of satanic ritual abuse. And of course, this is something that is decried and assailed by conventional media as urban legend. And of course, it's warped by the radicalized right into something that is totally perverse and something that it's not, in order to exploit the kind of response that people all have to the horror of that situation, the kind of thrill they have with the horror, and exploiting that to just popularize their own agenda on the radicalized right, which I'm certain Mandy's been very well aware of in terms of how that works. And tell us a little bit about your political awareness there, and segue it to what you feel free to talk about concerning your ex-husband's family and the like, if you would be so kind. Or am I imposing too much?
Well, you're not imposing. I would just say that the family, their family, was entangled with the oil industry, the military, and also in later life, the business was. It was their main when all of the airports turned over to the X-ray scanners. That was my children's grandfather's business, who made all of those scanners and installed them in all the airports. So they were a medical tech company that have contracts with the government. So medical devices used on injured soldiers and just office equipment. Their grandfather was very heavily Republican, but their past entanglement, which my children's father vividly remembers, them going over to very famous, very elite directors and producers. So they would be drug over to these house parties. So kind of the Southern Californian entanglement of up to the eyeballs and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when your ex-husband was very young, under legal age, they basically had him bartending for these adult motorcycle gangsters and porn actresses.
That I forgot about that. Yeah. He would tell me all the time about doing that, and some of these parties were up in the hills. He doesn't exactly remember where, but they were very extravagant houses and properties. They felt like they were being described as, resorts, but they would be for private events. And he would be bartending, and it was just kind of a big old joke, supposedly.
Mm-hmm. And so in terms of his older brother, who was a Marine, somehow they were involved with the Presidio military base. And I suspect his older brother was essentially raping him to break him in. But the end result is what we're familiar with, a ne'er-do-well. In terms of what that might bring from your memory, is there anything that dredges up?
Just that, there's some big, deep problems in the family. What they ignored, what confrontations that happened. I will have no problem till the day I die telling these people that they will never be around my children because of, and there they go, sorry, because of those are the
birds, by the way. Those are the birds reacting almost as if there's an invader in the yard.
Yes, that would be their call. That is their warning call, and that is as if something were in the back.
Right.
Yes. And it's odd. They've only piped up a couple times during specific things.
Yeah. Whenever I bring up certain subjects on air, yes, this has happened on bandwidth and on record a number of times. Are you armed?
I am now that my kid's father is out of state. But when he was around and in the house, no, the last thing I would have is a firearm.
Okay.
in the house. I have my bear mace. I have my wasp mace, which you want both of those because wasp mace is for a stream that goes very long and far, whereas your bear mace is a very wide, powerful dispersal. So if you need somebody to stop them who are at a distance from you, you'll want your wasp mace. And if you have a big aggressor, like very close to you, that's when you'd want the bear mace. So just to throw that out there.
Thank you. Yes. By the way, that's what the bear mace is what most of the assailants were using in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Yes.
And that stuff is no joke. I mean, you know, I've seen grizzly bears maced and they're still charging.
Yeah.
But it does actually, it will react with them. They will stop. They will slow down. It is your best bet. But it's no joke in getting hit with that stuff, and that they took it to the Capitol. Using a mace on a human that is designed to stop a bear is, I consider it lethal. It's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. It can cause blisters. It will cause blisters in your lungs. You can have lifetime consequences from having a mace like that, and that is nothing compared to the mace that, you know, the officers carry. So bringing their mace up to the Capitol was, as far as I'm concerned, a lethal weapon brought in.
Thank you. Though they had many other things besides that, including firearms. But how do you respond to what Mandy's brought up, Paquan? Does any of that resonate with you, or what does that draw forth from you?
Just being one when it comes to the to like the other like the ex-significant other issue, I know exactly how that is. And then always having to, you know, I've been essentially shot because of this, you know, shit that I had to deal with the mother of my children. And always stirring up paint, you know, kicking up, you know, causing problems, you know. That's something I'm all too familiar with, and it was always like, but in my case, it was always dealing like with someone who was always a victim. You know, it would always be her trying to be a victim. Her family, they're not really predominant in anything, you know, but they're into some crazy shit, you know, because just, you know, things that I've dealt with her that she, you know. I mean, you know, when you're playing with dead birds, it's, you know, it takes a special kind of sick to, like, you know,
Well, I was telling Mandy that I was convinced her ex-husband was killing her birds and piling up dead rats in the yard and basically terrorizing her, and he might not even remember it because the guy's just a template for MK Ultra, and his own father was the real problem. I ultimately, because I owed Mandy so much, her having almost been assassinated on her attempt to sponsor myself, that I did something I rarely ever do. Jameson's not with us at the moment. If he is, he can indicate that he is, but I believe he's gone at the moment, and that's probably for the best. And I conducted a spell to rid her of her ex-husband's father, who ultimately died of a brain tumor. And this was one of those things where he was, of course, the greatest threat. And the entire family was just this wretched cesspit of their connections. In terms of yourself and your family, they're like... they're much more visceral and just people who seem to be obsessed with the occult that in a manner that almost doesn't make sense. It's something straight out of H.P. Lovecraft, just to have a familial background.
It was, yeah, you know, it just, well, you know, my great grandmother, she did the saint thing, you know. She like offered, she like every year she'd take this big old trip down to Mexico, and there was this church, and that's where the statue for the saint of San Martin de Pobres would be. And all year long, she would save every penny, every single, literally pennies, and she would take down just all these just barrels and barrels of pennies and give them to the saint down there. It was crazy. But in the terms of like my aunt, yeah, she kept the altar that, you know, just that thing was always going. Very, very obsessed with, and you know, it's like it's funny. It reminds me of one of the memes. Daniel Arola posts with the guy holding his breath, and he's like a vegan, trying to say anything other than trying to say something other than I'm a vegan, you know. Like just so infatuated with, you know, it's just like, get out of here, live life, man, you know. No, but it's always about the next spell, the next whatever, the next work, the next person they're gonna hurt, and everybody wants to be a shaman or a fortune teller type deal, you know. Or
yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's like the new in thing. I mean, you'd think it was the new Harvard MBA. It's like people are literally becoming astrologers a lot. I noticed it's a tarot. So, but anyhow, with that in mind, now, by the way, whose is that? Is that your home or Mandy's? Pack one?
No, that's not me. No, that's not me.
So, Mandy, you there?
I was on mute.
Oh shit! So that wasn't you. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
So isn't that intriguing? Oh my God! Well, it certainly wasn't from my side.
That sounded like dogs, right?
Yeah. We know it's not our Jameson, because Jameson's got cats. So.
Yeah.
So
and I have a dog, but she's all the way upstairs asleep, so she's not barking.
Yeah. Oh,
that was awkward.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh well, you know, these sorts of things happen on you know, critical omissions, and my transmissions are of course infamous for this sort of thing. I'm so glad the two of you have come to speak together, and I think that the two of you speaking personally and privately will help. I would like the two of you to do that. So both of you are on Skype. Do you have each other's Skype IDs? I presume not, so I will forward a contact request to each one of you. See if I can do that. I'm going to start with Amanda here and see if I can figure out or remember how this is done. Let me see. Go to Amanda Ute, and then if I can hit her. Oh, that's it. Her little thing here. See if something comes of that. No, nothing comes of that. I'd have to hit here. There we are. And let me see. View profile. There we are. View profile. And then send a, not send a message, a share contact. There we are. So that will go to now pack one. Okay, let me see if I can find. There we are. Pack one Morales. Send that. There we are. Done. Now let me try the same with pack one. And go hit his view profile and share contact with Amanda Ute, who I wish had a more exciting, you know, icon for herself. She used to have Kronk. Kronk used to be her icon. I don't want Kronk back, but she could have something a little better than that. Okay, she's on mute right now, so honey, if you'd come off mute. Aside from all of that, of course, what is it that you think people should take away from all this? People who are listening to this might be just overwhelmed. I mean, you were living in a house where the rolling pins would just jump out of the closet and break your toe. And I don't know if you shared any of that, but you're free to share some of those injuries. And that might, you know, get pack one recalling something. But when you heard the kind of efforts his family went through to terrorize him and the like, I mean, surely that sort of thing. I'm wondering if you have any kind of emotional advice for dealing with that. Obviously, this sort of thing is stressful, and you yourself, I think, went into kind of a dark place. And what I'm wondering is if you can, tell people about how you prevent yourself from going into morbid depression, perhaps. And
I would say it's easier said than done, but you can't feed the fear. Because that is feeding the entity or the people or the energy or the power that's accosting you. Being in a state of fear has major psychological and emotional effects on you, and I think that's maybe 90% of the point, put you in a state of instability and vulnerability, which then turns around and, opens you up to even more. So it's hard. It's hard to stay positive. It's hard to ignore things. It's hard to move along. But you need to. And, things are all fine and dandy until you're scared for your kids, and that's the easiest way to control somebody. Is hit their kids, hit their loved ones, and so you got to connect with people. But also be very watchful of people, because you will be a target if you are in that kind of state. And if you do go seeking metaphysical help, do not accept it from anybody that says that, you need to come back and pay for this prayer or this meditation or this ointment, or, yes, that they can only help you if you keep coming back to them. And that you must do certain sacrifices, and I don't mean necessarily animal sacrifices, but that you have to give to them to solve and get help for you, because anybody who truly wants to help you will not ask for those things. They will give you the information that you need to help yourself, and they will guide you to what they believe you need for your protection, for your cleansing, for your clearing, for your structure. I would say it sounds weird, but cleaning your house, cleaning your own energy, cleansing your own energy, whatever faith that you do have, get fully involved in it, whatever you call upon. And also, seek revenge. That would be exactly feeding. A lot of people that, want to do spells or this or that to give themselves prosperity, or they want money, or they want that, or they want, or they want. It doesn't work out that way, and you are going to pay for demanding you get something that you want. I kind of more go towards seeking abundance. If not specifically, if you're looking for love or something, it's not that you want that man, it's that you want the abundance of love from someone. Do not covet. I think that's a very big deal. And I would say, anybody going through these experiences, you're not safe. It is out there. And isolating yourself, thinking it's protecting yourself isn't exactly always the answer. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Deeply appreciate it, honey. And what about Pack One? Are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here, Doug. I'd say just don't go. If you feel don't feel crazy if you've dealt with things like this, or don't let it eat you up. That like Amanda was saying, that's how you feed it. That's really, that's the biggest thing is knowing that you're stronger, you're over it. Sometimes people do try to send things back, and like it can have effects on you. Everything you do, just if you don't, there's really no need to know about it. I mean, when you start messing around, that's when you open up doors. You literally open up doors in your energy, and I mean, usually the people who do pay for those kind of things are our children. When you do wrong to someone, or just someone you love, it'll always be the one to be hurt, always. So it'll be best wise to not dibble and dabble in stuff you have no comprehension in, and also just don't feel like you're crazy or you're losing your mind. Just clear yourself, clear your energy. You don't need a book, you don't need a spell. Just being in your own mind, go in your own mind. Just meditate a little bit, and it'll help you. I learned the hard way. Unfortunately, I can tell you all the wrong. I can tell you all the wrong shit to do, and all the wrong ways to look at it. But I tell you that what helped me is just not being around it, not opening my mind to it, not giving it that energy, not really looking at the people I know and watching who I bring around me and my family. It don't have to just be something that is said to you or done to your person. Someone can do something to your yard, or your vehicle, or whatever. Just stay away from people. Don't invite them in.
Mm-hmm. No,
that's
yeah. Go on. Yes.
Go ahead. No, that was it.
Yes. Okay. That was thank you, both of you. And in terms of when I Sprackathon conducting the spell that I did to help Amanda, this is something that a lot of people don't understand. They think of karmic debt in terms of these spells. My spell was very specific because for those who are unfamiliar with myself, or familiar with myself but not too familiar, because many people really think they might know the general situation or context of my story, but it's actually far too complex for anyone other than an intimate to really be familiar with, and most of my intimates never stayed around long enough to be that familiar with it. Few people in the world know the totality of my story and the nuances thereof. And in terms of what I learned from Michael Aquino in terms of magic, arcanism, the more correct way of speaking of magical practice, a term that I hope to bring more into usage, not in vogue, but in usage, so that people can differentiate magic from stage magic. And just adding a K at the end of the word really doesn't cut it. So when it comes to the situation of where I was with the magical debt balance, what I had was a spell that I had conducted years ago when my mother suffered a catastrophic brain injury, in order that she stay with myself for another period of time. And I became her care provider after that for the next 11 years. Where there's always a balance that's required for that. When you save a life must be taken. The entity I appealed to, of course, for the preservation of my mother was MEMɁ. The correct Arabic would be Tavush Malyak. And the peacock angel, or Lucifer, a very different entity than people perceive Lucifer as. Some people handle this conceptualization by disambiguating Lucifer from Satan. There is, of course, nuances, but Lucifer, of course, when he did fall into earth, was anchored by the need, of course, for a population base that would tether him, and therefore the people became known as the Yazidi, and the Yazidi are of the Southwest Asia, are primarily in what we know as Iraq and Syria. They have as their patron saint and one of their primary divinities, Lucifer, or the peacock angel. And they're profoundly misunderstood and persecuted by all around them. As I've said before, you can verify and vet this yourself. The man who claimed credit for organizing ISIS, the terrorist group, was Valieli. And Paul Valieli was the co-author of Mind War with Michael Aquino. And in terms of what he was aiming to do, along with Michael Aquino, through ISIS, was the extermination of the Yazidi peoples, so that Lucifer would be untethered. It would throw the cosmos itself out of balance. So their ultimate genocidal objective failed, and ISIS was ultimately defeated to extent. What threat they project now will be only if the cult of the kings of Edom can resurrect them with further funding, or I don't see that really happening anytime soon. But ever to be aware of is the damage they've left in their wake, the destruction of ancient artifacts, of cultures, and of course their enslavement of many Yazidi young ladies who they were trying to breed and breed out of existence by impregnating them with foreigners outside of the Yazidi ethnos. So when it comes to this kind of evil, the true evil, this does not wish for the balance to be maintained between the positive and the negative. If you really hear the message of Islam and Christianity, you understand that good and evil source from God, which is why you have the tribulations of Job. Ultimately, God was responsible for tormenting Job rather than Satan, who was simply directed to Job by God to test his faith. This is the important manifestation of the necessity of evil in our world. This is why bad things happen to good people. When you see the evils that happen in the world and you understand them in context of course, the feeding off of human suffering by the diabolic or the infernal, those souls that are corrupted by that pain, those souls that feel that they're justified in doing wrong or evil upon others because of what they themselves have suffered, those people who ultimately surrender themselves to damnation, they fall into the cosmic composting that is handled by the carrion feeders of the cosmos, the devils and the demons of lore and yore. And without this process, there would be no good in the world. This is something that people don't understand. You can't have all of those flowers that grow above the soil without the carrion that feeds upon the waste underneath and provides them the food they need to blossom. You can't have the rainbows without the rain. You can't have anything that you deem to be good and beautiful without that evil beneath it. It's part of the ecosystem. What Paul Valieli was attempting with his organization of ISIS and the attempted extermination of the Yazidi peoples, the worshippers of Lucifer, the peacock angel, was the ultimate imbalancing of the cosmos and thereby the destruction of the world, leaving it open for the imposition of the anti-gods, those extra-dimensional agents of entropy that are beyond good and evil, but purely destructive. That is the ultimate aim of the cult of the kings of Edom, the nemesis of us all. Important to realize that in that respect, the devils and demons themselves would align with the angels against these anti-gods, because they all represent the cosmos created by the Creator in an ecological balance to which the anti-gods, the entities described by Howard Phillips Lovecraft, so that he could warn the population not so much against the entities themselves, but against their degenerate worshippers. These entities would be as unto toxic waste unleashed in an ecosystem. They cannot be absorbed or assimilated. They only devastate and destroy the ecosystem itself. So, when one understands Lucifer in that light, the peacock angel that I myself became possessed by on the night of the broken circle when Aquino's own coven did not take proper precautions in their spell casting and summoned forth no minor demon, but what Christians and many Muslims would consider the devil himself, the devil of this world, then it was that the peacock angel, in terms of a fragment, because no human or mortal coil could ever bear more than that, became one with myself that night when I happened to be in vicinity of what was an occult Chernobyl and a meltdown, without the proper guards to maintain a containment. And there's very little that could contain an entity of that power. We were all impacted. I've spraketh in the video that's up on my channel here about that night of the broken circle. You can reference that if you are unaware of the details. It's called Satan's Crusaders. It's on this channel. As to after that night, my hair became bleach white. Any photograph you see of myself in which my hair is not bleach white is where I'm dyed and colorized. Not colorized as in the photograph, but hair colorized. In terms of the Yazidi people, I made certain to visit with them during my time in Iraq. Not as a soldier, I was in Iraq as a civilian, actually on a summer vacation, working with the propaganda department of Saddam Hussein when he was still in power. And it was certainly around that time that I became acquainted with just how much those people meant to me. Of course, I did what I could, not by traveling to Syria or Iraq during the ISIS crisis, but rather by advocacy for the Yazidi people. I managed to do what I could to raise funds and do what I could to help them, and it paid off. Ultimately, ISIS was beaten back, and it was certainly one of those situations where, once again, the Yazidi people have prevailed by survival. I'd like to advocate at some point in the future for their own homeland, so that they would have some borders and boundaries with which to protect themselves from those who would slaughter them, being as misunderstood as they are by others around them. So it's in that sense, hopefully people recognize the balance that was struck first by a spell to save my mother and keep her among us for that period of time in which, by all rights and definition, she should have died. Her body being taxed beyond the limit of even someone who had a vampire bloodline. And as well, the price I had to pay was the death of someone else. In this case, the bargain that was struck was against the father-in-law of Amanda Ute, who wanted his family to claim her children, to the point where they even bribed the local sheriffs to try and persecute her and prove her incompetent to be a mother. This is the kind of challenges and problems we were dealing with. Obviously, she survived and overcame those issues, with my help in part, and also with her own dedication, so that she could maintain her children in her care. If there's anything you'd care to say about that, Bandy, please, by all means, put some further context.
Just that it's odd talking about it, because I have not spent too much time, going over it too much.
I wouldn't blame you.
It's kind of something like, I can feel my feelings as if it were happening in real time if I do think on it too much, and that energy is quite disgusting.
Yeah.
Quite thick. I don't know if that makes any sense, but very, very heavy. And
your ex-husband's family, I mean, I hope you qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I have said this before, but I'll definitely say it again. I don't believe that I would have gotten that surgery without you, Douglas, and the listeners who were sending letters in to the insurance that were demanding help, because my doctor literally looked at me and said, our answer literally from your insurance was that until you are flatlining on the gurney, they will not authorize this surgery. And the reason why they said that was because your stomach is a vacuum. And every time I took a breath, because it was up where it was not supposed to be, where your normal muscles keep it.
Your stomach, which was, your stomach wasn't, because it was crushed into your diaphragm by the automobile, the assassination attempt. Go on.
Right. So, it had no possibility of dropping back into place, as some hiatal hernias can do. Mine was at the point where 3/4 of my stomach was up in my chest. So it was sitting where my lungs were supposed to be. My CAT scan showed my stomach wrapping around the bottom of my heart. And so the reason why they gave the answer that they did was, until she's flatlining on the gurney, was because my doctors and just, any other doctor's recommendation would have been, her stomach is going to squeeze her heart to death, or it's going to take up all the room, and I'm going to have my lungs, and I'm going to suffocate. And they said it's going to be both of them at the same time. And so they were baffled. They told me that they have never had an answer like this. They've had operations, that were turned down by insurance companies. And then when they turn around and go back and say, no, this is a life or death. And my doctor even said, especially a mother of 2 children, and she's dying, and we can perform this surgery now and give her back not only quality of life, but life itself. They had never been told no like that. And these are, this wasn't just my regular practitioner. This wasn't the second level up. These are the gastrointestinal professionals of the entire USA. We have over here in Portland the top specialists for specifically this area, the stomach, the diaphragm. My next door neighbor in the hospital was a woman who was flown over from Florida to have the specialist do surgery.
By the way, she said Florida. When you were talking about Florida, that got blacked out, kind of. Yeah, just some audio. Go on. Yes.
Oh, apologies. So she had come over from Florida for this surgery because these are the top leading professionals of the United States to do it. So when I mean that, my doctors, these are, even world-renowned doctors. And the doctor that worked on me, she is the top in her profession. She is the head of her profession. She goes around the world training and lecturing. And I was actually supposed to have her second under, not her assistant because he's a doctor in his own right, but kind of her protege, was actually supposed to do my surgery, but he got stuck in that freak winter storm that we had, and she's actually the one that ended up performing the surgery on me, which I am more than happy about, that I had the best of the best on me. And so, without your interference, as it were, I was not going to get that surgery till I was flatlining. And the things that were going on with my, at the time, in-laws, they were just escalating. And I was, it was getting worse and worse because I'm being told I'm going to be left to die. And I've got, my in-laws not helping, not comforting, not trying to do anything whatsoever, but raise their attacks, raise their tactics, inflict more harm. Yeah, escalating, and a lot of it was emotional and psychological. It wasn't that there was any physical abuse, but a lot can be done to somebody that doesn't even have to get physical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I without you, I probably just wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Now, it was also any number of our friends we should give a shout out to, and I forget the name of let me see if I can. Oh, yes, here he is. James Kimbrough was one of those individuals who wrote a number of letters. So a shout out to James Kimbrough, a black African-American security enforcement specialist who works in both Germany and Japan. And a wonderful human being, honestly, just the total antithesis of what Abdul Kadim Haq turned out to be as a black African-American who also traveled oft times to Germany and Japan, and just turned out to be just a scumbag, as Pac-1 Morales can attest, having dealt with his affiliates. And in terms of where we're at with James Kimbrough, yes, he personally wrote his own little letter writing campaign to your insurance company. And I think we ultimately were able to bring them to allow for your survival. I want to shout out to Selena Khan right now. She's posted the latest episode up on the DouglasDietrich.com website, which is all that you're going to find there now is basically these episode links. We were unable to maintain the photographs in the way that Lena Shea had maintained them because she just never instructed us on how to do that and pretty much fucked us up with the whole website in that regard. So you go there for content more than anything else. But hopefully people will deal with that. Maybe someday I'll be able to insert those photographs. Of course, Selena Khan doesn't know how to do it. And so we're just, we don't have the images up there that we used to. Really, there's no describing the damage that Lena Shea did. And the fact that she remains so arrogant that she hasn't done what I asked her to do in light of what I have over her, like a Damocles sword. I suppose the best that's done for me in terms of what I have that could put her into fucking prison is the fact that she hasn't done any further damage than what she's done. But honestly, it's something that we'll see what happens in the near future. Just something to be dealt with or not in a different way. It does remind me, of course, of the other person that is in this situation, bizarrely juxtaposed. For these two women hate each other. Originally, of course, they were friends via their affiliation with myself, and Judith Agert had gone so far as to send a wonderful little record and a child's book from her days of raising her children to Lena Shea, who had this wonderful little Hawaiian record that she was playing for her daughter. And then they gradually grew to hate each other, and the situation escalated. It was mostly over myself. But in the end, of course, the situation is, again, perhaps even predictable. They both turned against me. And as I said, it speaks volumes that both of them asked to become benefactors, the beneficiaries of my Marine Corps life insurance. And now what's interesting on top of that is that as Crystal River can attest, and she'll be on with us Sunday night, and I may discuss this briefly while she's on with us, Peter Moon's not able to join us tonight because he's working balls to the wall to try and work with that Kindle and the book. Good fucking luck. Honestly, it'd be better if he just gave himself a break and took his time with publishing it. It'd give me a time to shove some more paragraphs in there. It'll probably be too late by the time that I contact him about such tomorrow. I don't think he's interested in doing anything. He was on with Crystal River the night that I spoke about my psychiatrist and cascaded memories and, of course, everything about her and to a degree myself. I mean, not everything, obviously, but everything in the basic introductory level so that people understood the general situation. And Crystal River was, of course, familiar. Once she was familiarized with it, she understood what happened the other day when Peter Moon was with myself and I had returned from the hospital, and I was explaining the situation with the psychiatrist who I had gone to see before the attack. Now, the attack that took place, what you'll see is the photograph of myself holding up one of the baseball bats that was used against me. Now, that's a trophy I ran away from the scene of the crime with. Now, for those of you who don't understand, take a look at that baseball bat and the photograph that I'm holding. You'll see it's been, shall we say, modified. And you might wonder, how is it that didn't kill me? Well, bear in mind that if you take a look at the very photograph, you'll see how thin I am. And unlike most people, I can wear body armor, and most people will not know I'm wearing body armor. As a matter of fact, I look more like your average man with body armor than I do without it. This is also one of the reasons, besides my slimming down and maintaining myself free of too much muscle mass, aside from being able to comport myself as a member of the opposite sex, and never, of course, getting a boob job, because aside from all the reasons why I would never do that, such as back problems and that I would find it really unaesthetic, etc., it would really impose a difficulty in wearing body armor, which, of course, they have female constructed body armor. It's always awkward and it doesn't really fit well. So I maintain a flat chest for any number of reasons. But the body armor, of course, that one wears, just to educate the public here, you can't wear just bulletproof body armor in terms of Kevlar. Because Kevlar, for those of you who don't know, does not protect you from blades or needles. An ice pick will go through Kevlar like a hot knife through butter. You can take any knife and you can kill someone wearing a bulletproof vest. A bulletproof vest does not protect you from needles and blades. When you're working in high crime areas where there are AIDS-infested drug abusers, this becomes an issue. So you learn to wear a layer of armor over the Kevlar, which is meant for the bullets and the blades. And it is another very fibrous type armor. It is not plate armor like medieval armor. This is basically a high technology kind of armor that is meant to basically protect you from the attacks by weapons that would otherwise take you out. And so the most that they could do to me, assuming as they did that I was unarmored, and aiming as they were towards all my vital organs, my kidneys, my spleen, was basically to beat at me in the hopes that they would bleed me open. And because that didn't happen, I was able to take them out. Now, in terms of what did happen, what otherwise would have killed me, split me wide open in a manner impossible to heal, was turned into basically a kind of trauma, bruised, hemorrhaging internal injury. So it was a delayed form of injury that ultimately led to my hospitalization. So definitely something to bear in mind. And of course, police know about this kind of armor, and if any of them have any brains, they wear it every day when they're on duty. But then we have our own issues with the police socially, don't we? So aside from all of that, I think that Amanda Ute had to take off to tend to dinner. She does have those responsibilities. Probably Pac-1 Morales will be back with us. It's a pity because this was where I wanted to actually bring her in to reinforce some things with me. But Pac-1 is still with us, I presume. So what I can talk about in terms of Peter Moon was that he was very puzzling the other day. He essentially went to, Jameson Reese is here as well. I hope he'll be able to help with this as well, but I'm not quite sure if he is been around as long as Amanda, of course, who had to take her leave over. It reminds me a lot, actually, of Judith Hager, would always just leave at the time that I needed her. But, they all have excuses. So when it comes to the situation I was in, when I was articulating everything that I did the night Peter Moon was with us right after I got back from the hospital, he said that, and this is interesting because I was hospitalized the weekend he went to Washington, D.C., and had no awareness that a Capitol police officer had been killed. In terms of... Oh, Amanda heard that. Oh, is that you, Amanda? You heard that? Oh my God, you can talk if you can talk. Yes. I guess she's too busy dealing with dinner. Yeah, sorry about that. I wanted to ask you something about her as well, by the way. That's why I was wanting you to hang around.
Hey.
Oh yeah, no, if you have to tend to dinner, you gotta tend to dinner, honey. I mean, don't worry about it. I just keep us on so you can hear me, okay?
Oh, I am listening.
Okay. That way you can join in later if I need you. Yeah. So what was odd was that Peter's wife, Paula, wanted to go to Washington D.C. to see the cherry blossoms, which is just odd. And Peter himself, of course, has a background that he was roommate with who's that guy, the idiot Stuart Sverdlow, for maybe about half a decade, maybe 5 years. And used to be witness to Stuart Sverdlow getting the chicken call from Michael Aquino late at night. Of course, he'll argue that, he couldn't prove this, or, he couldn't, assume that, but basically it was Michael Aquino calling Stuart Sverdlow when he and I compared notes. And when, things might happen to Peter Moon that are happening to people all around me. But Peter Moon was with me with Crystal River the night I brought up my psychiatrist and my personality that was installed by that psychiatrist that I essentially see her to contain. And, of course, we have a relationship that is along the lines of beyond professional for that reason. And in terms of all of that, he knows of. And then when Paula and him went down to Washington, D.C., and he spends a weekend there, and he's totally unaware that anything was going on while it was in lockdown, because after that cop got killed and another cop was injured and the person who attacked them was killed, Washington, D.C. went in lockdown. But the way he remembers it, they were walking all around and nobody was anything other than tourist-oriented. So he's in this parallel universe, and he comes back, and he tells me he couldn't understand anything I was saying. He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand what I was saying about my psychiatrist. He couldn't understand anything about the attack. He thought that it was a false memory implanted by my psychiatrist. And I said, well, just common sense, connect the dots. Why would I go to the hospital for that physically with an internal bleed? He says, well, weren't you talking about this happened years ago? This baseball attack? Somehow he was under the impression this attack happened years ago and that my psychiatrist had implanted an alter. And he says, I never even knew you had an alter. He was essentially saying he wouldn't have worked with me if he had known that, which is something that everyone who's listened to me.
All right. He that was scrambled as hell. You've brought up your alter many times. And I recall times when you brought up where you would be in, for example, when you were in sub-Saharan Africa and you witnessed something these guys were doing in the UN and you just snapped. So yeah, you've brought up your alter before. You brought up your doctor, what was it, Cam Tram, I think? Tautran, yes. You've brought her up numerous times in the past. I've been listening to you long enough to know.
Thank you. But just so people understand, it wasn't my alter that manifested in Africa. That was essentially, as far as I can ascertain, Tavush Maliak himself. That was the I could relay that story again some other time. But in terms of my alter has never really manifested outside of extremely controlled conditions, and that was just basically an alter that was inserted by Dr. Tao Tran because she is Vietnamese. It was a Vietnamese alter because I was meant to basically infiltrate Vietnam. And so in terms of that alter, the concern is that it's 10 years older than I am. There was an entire dossier produced for it, and him, and that is the individual that Christine Joanna Hart confuses with myself, because when Christine Joanna Hart was assigned to myself by Michael Aquino, which she came to me running that she had to escape Michael Aquino. She was trying to break free of his influence. Everybody knows this who heard the early days on Revolution Radio of myself with Christine Joanna Hart.
Yeah. I remember that.
Thank you. And Christine Joanna Hart, the dossiers she saw was given to review of myself were primarily of my alter. She thinks I'm 10 years older than I am. She thinks I was in Vietnam. She's convinced I served with Michael Aquino in Vietnam. What she has is the record of my alter. And so she's put this in print before she's published it, in the sense of on Facebook, where she's talked about, Douglas Dietrich's much older than he claims, and he served in Vietnam with Michael Aquino. And she truly believes that, and it's not some fabrication per se. She has seen the dossier of my alter. That is that's what Aquino gave her to review. Now, of course, you might ask, why would he do that? The insanity behind the motivations of many of these people is beyond analysis.
One doesn't ask why Michael Aquino does anything. Oh my God, that guy's a work of art.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, his logic is probably so convoluted. Just trying to overdwell on it was half the intention. Half of what he does is simply to confuse people, and is meant to convolute, warp your brain in attempting to fathom it. But it's been absolutely alarming to me. So tonight in the messages, I told Peter, gee, too bad you can't come on. I provided him the photographic image that everyone sees tonight as embedded as the thumbnail image in our live stream. And I said I wanted to talk about how I obtained the trophy from the assault upon myself. And he says to me in the messages, I don't know what you're talking about. He has no idea what I'm talking about. He doesn't understand anything when I bring this up. It's like, he told me, as a matter of fact, that nothing I said made sense. That basically, not in the sense that there was no logical connection, but that he literally could not understand what I was saying. And he said, by the way, just so people can reference the episode when I returned from the hospital, you'll see, of course, that's the one where I'm in the solarium. It's I can look up the date for it. It wasn't obviously, it was probably the transmission before last, to tell you the truth. But people can review what I say there. And
I really want to say this without, just saying it, because I don't know if you want me to go there. But
well, I mean, just we'll say it's speculation, but it was Sunday, Easter Sunday. Easter Sunday transmission.
What I speculate is that some of the people he talks about who are around him aren't who they seem to be. They're not who he tells us they are. That's all I'm suspecting. And I'm suspecting that they are handling him in some form or fashion.
It's a question that does need to be asked.
Yeah.
He said that I sounded, by the way, on Easter Sunday, which people can review. It was streamed 1 week ago. So it's Easter Sunday when I was speaking to the about returning home from the hospital, and he said I sounded. By the way, I did say that I was released after having experienced the colonoscopy in a manner that defied all protocol. That they broke all protocol in releasing me when I was supposed to be sent home accompanied in an ambulance. That I was not supposed to go to my door unless I was wheeled to my door on a stretcher. That was the only way I was going to get home, or anybody leaving a colonoscopy has to have someone drive them home and take them to the door. That's the protocol. If they can't get a neighbor, a friend, any volunteer to do that for you, they call the ambulance for you to do that, and you pay for it. That's the protocol. All of that protocol was broken. They sent me walking home. They just sent me out the door, and they weren't rude about it. This is Kaiser, and as I said, that's probably the most pleasant stay I've ever had at a hospital. And in fact, it was the most pleasant stay I've ever had at a hospital. I've never been in a hospital where I've been treated better. They were completely beyond professional, but beyond the professionalism of anything I've ever seen anywhere else. And but then they did that. Then they sent me home without that. So maybe that was a factor, but I doubt it. But he said I sounded completely high and incoherent, that I was gibbering, and that everything I said was word salads and non sequiturs. This is what he said. So listen to it yourself. You be the judge. And, listen to this transmission tonight first. But when you have time, I do ask everyone to do that. And yeah, the question does arise. Then his computer broke. Then he said, the disk and the computer totally crashed. And the words he sent to me in the message box, and he wrote this himself, was "I'm compromised." He said, "I'm compromised." Disk crashed, computer got, I'm compromised. So everything we've written on the book, this is why he's not here tonight. He's trying to reconstruct the book and then
holy shit,
put it on the Kindle. So this is where we're at. And so hopefully all of this is coherent to most of the people I'm speaking about, and I don't really think it's rocket science. Basically, I've got Judith Ager and Lena Shea both asked to be my beneficiaries on my life insurance policy. Mr. Peter Moon is on record right here on this program saying they must have known or had some kind of idea you were going to die. They must have been pretty sure you're going to die. We got it on record. That's on one of the episodes where I brought it up, where you can hear him say that. And I says, well, yeah, apparently. Then, out of my visit to my psychiatrist, I am ambushed. By what I'm displaying in that photograph, you can see the lethality of what was deployed against me. And if I had not been armored with the anti-blade armor, which, by the way, is ceramic material, it is flexible, semi-stiff and flexible like Kevlar, but it's not Kevlar. But it's meant to absorb blades and needles and their attack, to blunt them. If it had not been for that, I would not be here tonight. And that's what turned the attack from bats like that into supermassive bruises and internal hemorrhaging instead of what would have been lethal blows. And so when that all took place, I, of course, cannot face the police. Anybody who has any naive idea that, oh, this is evidence, why don't you turn it into the police, why aren't you reporting this? You have no idea what it's like to be an Asian American male. You have no idea what it's like to be myself with a background in criminality. If I were to bring that to the police, they would arrest me for possessing that. If I were to even talk to the police, I would be arrested for all kinds of crimes that could be piled, charge upon charge could be piled upon me for that incident. That there is no hope in going to the police.
Douglas, knowing who you are, they'd probably execute you on sight.
Yes.
Jeez.
Yes, they would probably shoot me.
That
is.
I mean, I can't emphasize this enough to the public. The fact that they are, to some degree, what allows this ritual abuse, the satanic ritual abuse, they're in bed with that stuff, which is something I wanted to bring up a little later, which had to do with this later, the killing of that Wright kid, because that in itself, I think, was a ritual assassination.
It's an important point. It's an important point.
I think it was a hit that was called out by the chief, Mr. Gannon, who resigned, and I think that's exactly why he resigned. And I think his overlords are the cult.
Yes, and just so people understand that Mr. Reese is not indulging himself, there is this tragic connection in which George Floyd's girlfriend once taught Daunte Wright in high school. So this is like something that our man Jameson will go into the numerology of. But aside from all of that, it's as Jameson will point out to you in more depth, the execution of Daunte Wright was 10 miles from where the Chauvin trial was taking place. If this doesn't reek of occult crime, you're just not looking. This is in your face, and it is the horror story in which you live. And Sammy Romero has got a comment here. Let me see. He says, Doug, I remember yourself and Peter Moon talking about Dr. Tran about 8 months or a year ago. Thank you so much. Yes, he does not. He does not remember my bringing this up at all. He has no memory of it. And so it's disturbing. It is disturbing, and then his computer breaks down, and now he's trying to reconstruct the book. So he wants to get it out as fast as possible and make sure I get nothing else into it. So it's just, I'll see if he can fit something else into it. I doubt he can at this point, once it's in the Kindle and shit. I mean, it's like, it's what it is. And then such is life. It's, some other day, maybe a revised and expanded edition might be released. He says it's simply better to fit everything in a different book. But, honestly, I'll probably take that little, I would call it manuscript, and just work with it over the next several years, and then, argue to have it, published at some point. It's one of those things that I could say we just publish it as a separate book instead of as a, the way one normally would. But we'll see what happens. All I can say is that it's the situation is tenuous, and it's obviously been orchestrated. The bizarre aspect of both Judas Ager and Lena Shea somehow knowing of this and being forewarned of it. In Judith Ager's case, I'm willing to believe that it might have simply been psychic, and that she may have just been sensitive to the chances of my surviving the next year not being high, and attempting to avail herself of that. I really don't hold it against her. I mean, that's just, she has a background that's pretty rough. So I kind of like, people do what they do. You can't really blame them if they, if they do what they do sometimes. But, maybe that'll change and I'll become more and more resentful, as I did with Lena Shea. But Amanda says I give her too much credit. And I wanted to ask Amanda about what exactly happened between her and Judith, because something did. And I don't know what. I'm willing to believe what Judith told me, which was that Judith did. I don't see exactly what happened, but maybe Amanda will be willing to talk about that when she comes back on, or maybe another time. But aside from all of that, as I said, there was one vehicle showed up that took all those three individuals, and there's no ambulance in the fucking modern United States within any major urban county or jurisdiction that does that. They take one body at a time. That's what ambulances do. They're a life support unit for a single life. They transport one at a time, and if somebody had called somebody to that site, there would have been three ambulances. There was just one, and it was obviously a meat wagon. That's exactly as my psychiatrist had warned me of. It'd be picking up me or them. And so there we have that. And so in terms of what Jameson has expressed, it's kind of where we're at right now. It seems almost...
There's one more peculiarity that I wanted to point out, and I finally figured out what Michael Aquino, why he had such a resentment towards people of color. And a lot of this has to do with the reason why we're also routinely sacrificed, is because I suspect that there is a hidden value in melanin to the disincarnate entities that these people work with, I suppose. Yeah. I suppose it fetches a higher price, or it holds its own power that I personally don't know anything of, but I'm just naively speculating here, but I suspect that Michael Aquino figured that out.
I agree. There's certainly a intrinsic, shall we say, there's an intrinsic relationship that is deeper than that between the Yazidi and Malik Taush, the Peacock Angel, that to the point where they pay no karmic debt for the spell casting. This is something that all of the arcanists of the West so envy them for, and hate them for, and revile them for, and seek their destruction for. In the case of people with people of the colored races, who are engaging in Vajahuduns, or voodoo, or candomblé, the various magics, all of them have an almost genetic resonance with the workings of magic that Western arcanists do not have. And so in that sense, Western arcanists pay the highest price. And so there is that hatred. And in terms of course, what we're dealing with in my case, that has nothing to do with that. But what we're dealing with in my case was more a case of John Henry Hagman testing to see if the magic still works, only in the sense of my nanoplasma, really, and my vampiric gene line, my bloodline, combined with that, enabling me to recover. And just so people understand, as I alluded to in the transmission preceding tonight's, the transmission from Sunday nights, You know, I'll put it to you this way so people understand it better. You hear Peter Moon talking all the time about martial arts and breathing and his black master of Tai Chi and how he could kick anybody's ass, and it's almost religious awe. You know, this hero worship, and that's the way it should be between a student and their sensei, the shofu, their teacher. But it is what it is, and what Peter Moon got out of it was a kind of life extension. He's obviously at his age playing football with young blacks in general, who are a third of his age, you know, the majority of them black. And like he said, most of the time white guys will show up and they'll be quite transitional. They'll get their asses kicked and, you know, break something and crawl off and never to be seen again. Obviously, his benefit that he derives from it is longevity and health. Put this into some perspective for people so they understand a little bit about martial arts and combat. When it comes to what your average Westerner would think of as the apex of martial arts, they would tend to think of someone like a Shaolin monk. Okay, so to put this into some perspective for you, you're actually veering more towards Peter Moon's territory when you're speaking of something like that. There is, for instance, somebody involved with martial arts, mixed martial arts fighting out there who everybody thinks is a Shaolin monk. Daniel Arola can actually name the guy. He's not a Shaolin monk. He's just a bald Chinese guy. All right.
Oh yeah. I've seen him fight before. Yeah. He's not a Shaolin monk.
No. Yeah.
And in the West, you know, at this point, most of the times people have started to believe that the apex of fighting is MMA at this point, because as far as practicality is concerned, you know, their only concern is to whoop the other guy's ass. They're not interested in extension of life.
Right.
A lot of these guys have like knee replacement at relatively early age, and just horrific maladies from the sport of mixed martial arts itself. So I mean, they do not seem at all concerned with extension of life or any boons that you would get.
Thank you. No, it's a quick road to an early death or a fate worse. Yeah.
I mean, it's what you would expect from America. It's like, what's the fastest way to kill someone?
Yeah.
That's what we worship.
Yeah, Yi Long is the man's name that we're referencing, is Yi Long. And Yi Long is not a Shaolin monk. He simply he took on that persona in the same sense a professional wrestler takes on a persona. And it's not that he's a phony. He's a real martial artist, but he's not Shaolin. Okay, and he doesn't. Yeah, go on.
And we have to remember that, you know, even in mixed martial arts, they are still entertainers, and people are going to gravitate towards the person who has more of a charismatic personality. So they do have to still have a shtick.
Yes.
Even though it's not fake, like, you know, wrestling.
Yes. And so it's real, but there's still marketing involved, and you need to be able to promote yourself. This is what Yi Long did to promote himself, was he just shaved his head. And that's all he needed to do. And then every idiot in the world looked at him and said, "Yeah, that's a Shaolin monk." That's so fucking stupid. Okay, he is what he is. He's not a Shaolin monk. Now, as I said, you get all of these Westerners think that's the apex of martial arts, or one of the apexes of at least Chinese martial arts. To put this into some perspective for you, if you were to see two martial arts masters squaring off against each other, and we're not talking mixed martial arts, which is boring enough as it is, and for those of you who don't understand where I'm coming from, you know, I was invited to several mixed martial arts tournaments and sat through a number of them, and they are awful to me. I mean, it is what it is, but it's what happens. Somebody gets somebody on the floor, and they keep the guy on the floor until basically it's over. I mean, that's pretty much it. Every one of them is pretty much like that. It's very few of them you see any quote unquote action. And this is because it's real. It's real. So you take one guy down and you keep him down and till you win. That's pretty much it. It's a takedown. And whoever can take the other guy down, then, you know, they eventually win. That's mixed martial arts, and it's not too exciting. But then again, it's real. When you see something that's interesting and exciting, it's generally choreography. Because
Well, I think the excitement behind martial arts, I mean, mixed martial arts, comes from, you know, if you're someone who's interested in doing it, you know, it's always interesting to watch the guy's technique, even
Yes,
though, you know,
yes.
no matter how tedious it seems, it's like, okay, it's like a strategy thing. It's very heady. It's not something for someone who's like, I just want to see someone get killed and explosions and shit going crazy. No,
No, it's just an example that I saw of that was at one of those tournaments where a very large individual who was buffed and cut and ripped, meaning he was all muscle, he was just stitched together by muscle, couldn't take down this little guy who had great technique. And the little guy with great technique took him down and was just dragging him all over the place. It was very frustrating actually to watch. You know, but this is like this is what it was. Is somebody who's into nuanced kind of skill sets. Yeah, but it's not for your average person who wants to see a movie style martial arts fight. Okay, which of course is fantasy and it's choreography. In real combat, of course, hand-to-hand combat, head-to-head, you're not going to kick above the knee if at all possible. Okay, this is what makes movies exciting, of course, is everybody's jumping, everybody's kicking above the knee, everybody is basically doing a choreographed fight scene that is visually interesting to watch. It's visually engaging and it lasts so that it retains your interest, and it goes on for what would be an inhumanly long period of time for real fighters. And so if you had two real martial arts masters squaring off against each other, unlike mixed martial arts, which is just basically, to put it to you this way, these are not people who have spent years of discipline. They're obviously young. They obviously are hybridizing. They're synthesizing everything that they feel is a takedown technique that will work, and they apply it in the cage, and that is what it is. I would not survive in one of those cages. I would, your average person would not. I've seen horribly stupid people trying to prove things that got into those cages, and they probably would pay for it in the long term with their lives. In other words, I saw some guy get kicked in the nose, which, you know, you should, as I said, you really wouldn't be kicking above the knee if you're dealing with somebody else, but he got kicked in the nose, and then they had paramedics right on scene, and they would put the flashlight in the eyes, look at you, and just say, oh, okay, go. You know, they don't give a shit. That guy's probably going to develop an internal hemorrhage within, like, weeks, and then, you know, it'll probably brain damage him within months, and then, you know, and within years he could die. I mean, these sorts of things happen. You know, he's not bleeding, you know, right now in such a manner that is too alarming, but it could be later. Not that the kick in the nose would do that.
That's also the thing about hitting someone in the body instead of hitting them in the head. You know, you could, if you know, most street fights will last like under 30. If it's 10 seconds, it's long. But you hit somebody the right way in the stomach, that person could have internal hemorrhage in the organ and die like the next day or something.
Well, you're talking to a person who's just
common.
Hospitalized for that. So.
Yeah. I'm just saying this for the listeners, you know. I mean, I know you know. I mean, shit, you know a hell of a lot more than I would possibly ever know about this stuff. My thing is just to stay away from fighting altogether.
Yes, please. And
my body's built for one thing, and that's for, you know, women.
Well, there you go. I mean, you're a lover, not a fighter. That's fine. But the one guy I saw kicked in the nose, just so people understand, a kick in the nose is not what's going to hurt anybody. And you could smash somebody's nose in, and it's not going to hurt them in that horrible sense where it's going to slide up some, you know, some pivot into their brain, and you know, it just doesn't work like that. Your body's not built that way, or we never would have evolved. We never would have reached this point as a species. But there's internal damage a lot of people just don't get, other than people like me who have seen it. and just how innocuous it can start, and then how bad it gets. But in terms of my point, if you've got two real martial arts masters facing off against each other, the first thing you're going to see is nobody moving. Basically, they're both sizing each other up, and they're both going to look at each other breathing. They're going to look at each other just moving minutely until one of them sees an opening, and then they strike. And usually, at that point, one of them dies. It's like that. That's pretty much what two real martial arts masters would be like in combat. It's not dancing or choreography or the mixed martial arts that you see where there's actual physical engagement and there's this takedown. So when it comes to you're entering a monastery, then we're talking about a whole host of other factors going into your life that will, from that point forward, comprise your life. This is why they want children. They want children, so they raise you in the monastery, but you're not just learning martial arts. You're learning poetry. You're learning music. You're learning healing. You're learning medicine. You're learning, basically, this is your comprehensive totality. You are being turned into a well-rounded Renaissance person. You're carrying on a culture. Think of the Irish monasteries. The Irish monasteries, there's this really funny movie. I can't remember. You can look up the world's only Irish martial arts film. It's cute. It's cute. The only word I can use for it is earnest. But in this Irish martial arts film, they're showing like Irish monks are kind of acting as the trainers of this martial artist. Think of the Irish monasteries that for 1,000 years carried Western civilization in their own disciplines, their libraries, their dusty little communities. And it was how the Irish saved civilization through the Dark Ages, because they were an isolated island even further away from the continent than England, and none of the Vikings or pirates wanted to go there because well, everybody was so fucking poor, there was nothing to steal. So they were, basically, their monasteries were unpillaged. So because their monasteries were unpillaged, the works that were destroyed in Western Europe survived in Ireland. So in that sense, imagine a Shaolin monastery is like that. So you're a light bearer, a torch bearer of civilization. That is what you are as a Shaolin monk. This goes well beyond martial arts discipline, and your life is, that martial arts is just a part of your life. It is a part of an integral whole. And we're a real Shaolin monk to come into conflict with, say, for instance, someone that my mother trained me to be, most of the time they would die, because my mother came from the background of the ninja clans, and that was her Japanese side, not her Chinese side, which was the vampire bloodline. And the ninja training she imbued on myself is the discipline of an assassin as opposed to an ascetic. An ascetic is an artist, hence the term martial artist. A Shaolin monk is not so much a martial artist as a kind of ballet dancer. You are performing feats that are miraculous, like you see in Cirque du Soleil. That is what a Shaolin monk can do. He can do things that your average human being could never do. He can take his body to a limit beyond what you thought was physically possible. This is Cirque du Soleil discipline. This is something that impresses people, and they say, "Go, those people are of the gods." And that is different, that level of display, from killing someone. In fact, a Shaolin monk would do his best not to kill someone, because he is taught to cherish life, that all life is irreplaceable, and he is a healer, and he is only fighting in self-defense. Whereas I was trained in assassination. That is the difference between myself and most of the people who are out there who don't realize what they're coming up against. So in that sense, that's obviously not a challenge. As I said, I would die in a mixed martial arts cage because there's no escape. There's someone there who is out to take you down and pulverize you, because I'm not a combatant per se, so much as an assassin. But in terms of the combat that took place the other day, in an attack with 3 people, bear this in mind. I don't care if one were Bruce Lee. When more than one person is attacking you, for any person, a mixed martial arts fighter, anybody trained in combat, Navy SEAL trained people, etc., when more than one person is attacking you, you can usually stick your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. Your average human being cannot withstand that kind of attack from 2 people who are determined to take you out. In my case, there were several advantages that I had. I was armored, which they did not suspect, because my physique is such that I appear to be your average Caucasian American's weight in armor. And aside from that, I was armed, and even though I knew using my firearms would be the death of me and therefore refrained from using them, there's other weapons that I have. And that includes blades that, of course, are completely illegal, and therefore my defending myself with them would have resulted in my arrest if I had tried to engage with the police after this incident. They're called spring blades. And, of course, most people have never heard of it.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
So, everybody bear all that in mind. A spring blade, by the way, will go through a Kevlar vest when you launch it, as if it were nothing. And in terms of the entire situation, it was what it was, but it was bizarre to me that when I related it, that Peter Moon couldn't grasp what I was saying, and I think something, God knows what he's under the influence of, but it seems like he's influenced by something right now, in that sense. And, let's all maintain him in our prayers, and maintain prayers that the project goes through, to produce something of some coherency. And obviously, it's nowhere near complete as far as I'm concerned, and I do want that on the record. But as Crystal River said, it doesn't need to be. And think of the interpretation of the Buddhists, heaven and earth are incomplete. As a matter of fact, you can look at that from a Christian perspective, that when God created your universe, his own battle with the diabolic entities he created and unleashed for the sake of cosmic balance, imbalanced the universe into an imperfect mechanism. Without that imperfection, we would never have come into being. It's our purpose is to complete this incomplete universe. And in that sense, we do the work of God. We work towards the completion of the universe. Our universe is incomplete because the planets are empty and devoid of life. We shall fill them with ours. Most of the universe looks like a barren warscape because of that ancient battle that took place between those entities of entropy that both God and his angels and the devils and the demons strove to drive from our universe. Whoever seek to return and corrupt and destroy the balance that both devils and angels provide yourself. So hopefully that adds some sense of cosmic cohesion or balance to the world we're in. But yes, since Mandy's probably eating with the kids right now, let's see if Pac-One is still with us. Pac-One, if you have any insights to add, I'd appreciate it. Let's see if he's still there.
Yeah, he might have gone off 'cause it's much later.
Oh, yes, that is later, isn't it? Where he's at 9:13, 10:13. Not that late. It's about 10:13 p.m. where he's at. Of course, I wouldn't blame his wife for dragging him away. Oh my God, George and I got into so much trouble the other night coming on.
Oh yeah, I remember. Uh, I don't know if you want to relay something. Why doesn't his wife like him coming on?
Oh God, what do you think? I mean, geez, they're British, and she's afraid that there will be repercussions for the family. I mean, good God, they've got at least 3 kids, right? I mean, they've got.
See, thank you for bringing that to my mind. Being a single guy, it's like everything's so disposable. When you don't have a family. When you have a family, I get it now.
Yeah. Yeah, so since Pac-One's not with us, and of course Mandy's welcome to come on whenever she wants. So if you hear us, Mandy, just whenever you're ready, come back to us. And Pac-One, of course, it would be appreciated if he could speak, but if his family abducted him, that's more than understandable. Let's take a look at tonight's chat room and deal with that a little bit, and then I'm going to have our man Jameson Reese take the stage for a little while I kind of prep for tonight, just get myself psyched up and ready to do a bit of a monologue. And Chris Collins said, hello, coming in clear. And of course, after solicitation, I'll bring up a bit about his situation. And Jameson Reese has been very good. And Ariadis of Rigor Mortis. Oh shit! Oh, Selena Khan deleted some of his messages. What was he saying? Aside from the fact that it was his birthday, maybe he's a little inebriated. Oh no, that wasn't him. It was Sarah.
Bill Lyons.
Sarah Lyons. Oh my God. What did she say?
She didn't say anything that I'm looking through the messages. She didn't say anything that seemed inappropriate. She said, "Evening, everyone. Happy birthday at Rigor Mortis. So very welcome." She had the birthday face, and good luck to you, Derek. And
wow, okay.
I don't know why she was in. Maybe that was an accident.
We can ask Selena later. I love her dearly,
Yeah.
And fear her too much to, to speculate. So happy birthday to Ariadis of Rigor Mortis. God bless you for spending your birthday in our company, and a blessed solar return, and a happy personal New Year. And of course, to Sarah Lyons, hopefully all goes well. And Derek Talley says, hello, everyone. And so Ariadis says, being cursed isn't fun business. And there is an element that did not come up with Mandy and Pac-One about the potential for maybe being cursed. But he seems okay now, hopefully, and has overcome that. Let me see now. Spartan O Negative came in and said, hello, brother. And then they were going, whoa, sorry, these peacocks, wasn't expecting that. Those are my peacocks, right? And then Spartan O Negative. Now, Spartan O Negative by no means is a troll. But do me a favor, Spartan, and try to complete your full sentence in a single... Instead of, he's stretching like a sentence over, like our thoughts in his head are coming. He's expressing them like one word at a time.
Yeah, I've been guilty of doing that myself sometimes. But
Okay.
yeah, going forward,
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, so Nathan A. Brooks is giving the prayer sign along with Spartan O Negative. My thanks to all of them for that greeting is always appreciated. And Amor Fadi said, I'm haunted by family members, like psychic vampires in every single way. The bad kind of life force suckers, not actual bloodsuckers who I have no beef with. Thank you. I hate bullies, not vampire bats. There we are. Good man. And then he says, any recommendations for someone who is haunted and tormented by family members, but also wishes to hopefully reconcile and reconstruct with the family, with family therapy like Virginia Satter and others? I love the idea of Ho'oponopono forgives and reconciliation, indigenous ways of healing families from Hawaii. You know who used to speak of that was Judith Gay Eggert. Wonderful human being, and has so much of the positive in her, and yet, oh my God, I mean, honestly, if anyone can reach out to her, tell her I miss her and love her dearly. But you know, she's made a habit of just abandoning everything in her life. She abandons, much. She abandons much, and she's become addicted to that. So that's part of her.
That's part of addiction. There is an element in addiction where one does get used to just throwing away relationships. I'm not going to lie, that I've seen that. I've even seen that pattern in myself, where it's just like abandoning.
Yeah.
Because there's always the addiction to isolating as a response is always the driving mechanism behind all addiction. Because in addiction, you're always going to be addicted to that first response. I need to get away. I need to get away.
Yeah. Thank you. And that's where she's at. So sad. But, I perceive her as a villainess because her desire is to impose, as I said, the Portuguese term is saudades, which is a eternal pining for something that can never be regained, something lost and forever unattainable. She wants to impose that on myself, but really, she also pays a price. And that's just stupid in the end. It's just fucking stupid. Anyhow, Veronica Barrera says, Buenas noches, Douglas and everyone. Buenas noches a todos. Senora Veronica, love you dearly. And she has the peacock symbol. God bless her. Isaac Romero says, hello, Team Dietrich. Yes, need to talk to him at some point in the near future. Don't know when. And
Douglas, yeah? I need to take a quick break real fast. I need to help my father with something. I know this timing is horrible.
Okay. All right.
I need to help my mom. I'll be back shortly.
Sounds good. Thank you. Just let us know when you return. Thank you. And George Norman says, baffled by your memory and ability to recall information, Doug. Truly, I've never heard anybody with such abilities. Laugh out loud. Got any tips to help a reformed heavy pot smoker with their memory? Well, you did the right thing by giving up on pot, or at least reforming yourself to the point where you're not waking and baking, or loading yourself up on it, every moment of the day. You did the right thing already. So good start. And where to go from there? Start practicing some mnemonics. Actually, oh God, who was it? The man I used to truly respect and admire was the memory book. Let's see, he wrote the memory book. Book. Yes, there we are. See if I can find that. Yes. Check out the memory book. You should be able to find it for pennies on the internet. Probably cost you more for the shipping these days. Of course, you pay for the shipping, not the book, really. But the memory book is co-authored by Harry Lorraine and Jerry Lucas. And that's the one you want, because one of them was a prisoner of war, I believe it was Jerry Lucas, of the Vietnamese who practiced mind games, memory games, to keep his sanity, to maintain his sanity while a prisoner of war of the North Vietnamese communists. And, of course, Amanda Ute says, do crossword puzzles, memory games, and, of course, rosemary tea. Don't forget that. Rosemary tea is always good. But, yeah, try the memory book by Harry Lorraine and Jerry Lucas, and two wonderful individuals who, Harry Lorraine's name, his surname is spelled Loraine, Loraine, and he wrote about fucking 200 books that are all the same book, essentially. About a couple hundred books on memory that are all the same thing. And but the one you want is the one he co-authored with Jerry Lucas. A wonderful place to start. And so aside from that, let's take a look at what else is out there. Thank you for that question. And Richard Burgelstick says, oh, what? I think I missed something there. I got pretty confused, but trying to follow along. Holy shit. Okay. what I have to say about that is, okay. I mean, we like Richard. Richard's fine. It's like, well, Richard Brzezinski. Oh, yes. And so Amanda Yu recommends ginkgo biloba and peppermint tea. Ginkgo biloba, right? Mandy, that's right. Ginkgo biloba and memory tea. That's an herb, by the way. Ginkgo herb. And so, in terms of Richard Brzezinski, okay, review the transmission from Easter Sunday when I got home from the hospital, and then review every episode since then, and you'll catch up. That's the best I can recommend. Just fast forward to the parts where, it seems like, well, don't fast forward, just listen to the whole goddamn thing in the background. Before you know it, even though they're all 12 hours long, you'll get them all on your, you'll get them all in your mind. You'll get them all in your head. They'll all be under your belt. And so Deep Space Pilot says, I'm glad you're okay, Douglas. Thank you, sir. Thank you. An attorney, I must get into contact with him. I don't know about what. But he is, of course, the lead bandsman for the acid rock group, Deep Space Pilots. They've been around forever. And check them out. Deep Space Pilots. That is, of course, Ronald Stroine. Ronald Stroine, attorney in Chicago, and that's Greater Chicagoland. His surname spelled Strojny, I believe. Yes, Stroine, and J is pronounced as Y in the Slavic languages. Hope he appreciates the fact that I did a free commercial for him for years. I don't know if he ever heard any of them. I was always advertising his law agency just because I appreciated him and his contributions. And Veronica Berra says, God bless you, Douglas. God bless you too, honey. Love you. And Arietis of Rigor Mortis says, thank you again, touching transmission. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thanks to people being willing to share. Yes. And oh my God. So aside from all of these wonderful people who are in the chat room, have such deep appreciation for, more than I can express. And let's see if we can get some of them back on to talk. Obviously, I was trying to get Jameson Reese to speak a little bit. Let's see if we got some stuff here from Peter. He took a look at my messages. Good. Hopefully all that pans out. And again, let's take a look at the everyone around us. Just taking a look through my internet and messages. And going to do a call out for let's see if Pac 1 Morales is there again. Let's see. Ginkgo and Pac 1, it says here he's absent. Got his contact card going there. Hopefully he and Mandy contact each other. So Mandy, how's dinner going? Will you be able to come on soon for a few minutes? Let's see if she responds. Yes, in a few minutes. Okay, good. All right. So let's see what we can do. I don't want to do solicitation. It's like pulling fucking teeth, but may as well get that out of the fucking way since, this would be the time to do it. It's kind of like, that time. All right. So let me look up my solicitation. Oh, God, I hate this shit. And see what we can dig up. All right. Look into my documents. Pull up solicitation. Oh, God. All right. Here we go. All right. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. Always remember to press the yellow donate button at douglasdietrich.com to take you to the homepage of showsdd.com. Where you, of course, will be accessing the PayPal whereon you will indicate myself friends and relations. There's no disambiguation between the twain in order for me to receive your full contribution. Otherwise, that faggot Peter Thiel comes in and takes his blood cut, and you don't want to give him anything. He's got more than enough. So Jameson Reese is back. I'm going to do the solicitation, Jameson, and when I'm done, I'm hoping you can take the stage for a little bit after I kind of give some shout outs to people and make some prayer requests. And he says, yeah, good. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his own Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war, and subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/c/maggotaur, which itself be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. And of course, he, has a new channel that you need to check out, where you can see all of my episodes, and that would be at odyssey.com/MAGAT. That's spelled odyssey.com/@maggot with 2 G's, MAGGOT, :E, which sounds gross as fucking hell. Maggot colony. Anyhow, in the Celtic frame of mind, maggot is a person demanding attention at a party. Like, look who's playing the maggot. It's an affectionate term. Can be an insult, but, depending on your tone of voice, kind of like nigga with no hard R amongst blacks to each other. Anyhow, it will boost his credits should you be able to access my episodes on his shitty little odyssey.com channel at all, which allows him to upload more shows, which is another backup for us. The user face on Odyssey is retarded, but it has no censorship. And were it no for he, the Maggot Man, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Maggotaur, which is spelled MAGGOTAUR. He is, after all, if anyone is deserving of fiscal sponsorship aside myself, it would be John Warrington, because he has served as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the data matrix of our physical dimension, and in that sense, by helping me to reinstall my legacy online after it was scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice, that's 3 times, he is in that sense my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy online or of all life from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate intent of the cult of the kings of Edom, their objective of the Herodians, who, of course, are the manipulators of the super cult, which has been my nemesis ever since I had the misfortune of essentially being born into this world. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there a footnote on mine bio sire on the homepage of showsdd.com, which explains, of course, the etymology of the very name of one of the greatest men who ever lived, my biological father, Adolfus Jacob Hitler. The name what made the man, the meaning behind it. Once you've absorbed that information about myself and my biological father, whose sperm provided my mother with the fertilization to provide the children that gave the man who raised and guided us such joy, George Dietrich, the sailor, the 3-war veteran, in service of your constitutional republic, who taught me all I know, other than that was taught to me by my mother, of course. Take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage them to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, explaining, of course, that they have to indicate myself as friends and relations in order for their contributions to be received in whole, in opposition to being received in part, which will happen if they don't indicate myself as friends and relations. We're all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring me, and we're all part of an extended electronic family. People are forever asking, Renegatis Humanis Arma Amaza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where ye can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card should you find indicating myself as friends and relations distasteful. Any other credit or debit card on earth can be used with no concern of that faggot middleman Peter Thiel when you press the red donate button on DouglasDietrich.com. Simply go us to DouglasDietrich.com and click that red button, but thereafter click the yellow button anyway, the yellow donate button, because all sponsors will need to do so to reward yourselves with registration on the show's DD.com homepage into the archives. Thereafter, you can log into them at your convenience, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame, I'm just chuckling because Amanda Hughes said, okay, maybe 5 minutes more at the most. The Grandma Dame, Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, leaving us amid this veil of tears after she was assassinated in the immediately aftermath. Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel. Go to my channel and, the Maggot channel at odyssey.com/@maggot:"E", as in maggot:"E", and you can view many episodes there, theoretically. It's totally fucking retarded, and most people can't access it at all. But if you can, it will boost the Maggot's credits, which enables him to upload more videos, which acts as a backup for everything on this channel you're on now. And also access the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you could visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager, Selina Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel, managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and subscribe to his YouTube channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled Bizarehd, he being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. There you will also find trailered The Thousand Year Reich-In-Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad on Hanabu Technology, as being, well, currently in state of production by our man, our favorite bartender, our favorite muscle-bound bartender, George Edward Knight. Indeed, the last Dietrich, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, at bearing no end of emphasis that you, D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Thereafter, tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, that would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, every Wednesday and Sunday night, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And above and beyond all else, most importantly, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. All sponsors will grant themselves via pressing the yellow donate button, going to showsdd.com as the homepage thereby, and clicking on the registration so you can log in at your convenience thereafter for exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. In terms of shout-outs, let me check 2 notifications here and see what we got going. Our man, we have Kathy Susdorf and Sammy Romero. I almost said Kathy Romero, like they got married or something. And let me check into their exchange. And of course, we have to bring to your attention some prayer requests and some thanks. As I said the other day, I was provided a much-needed 100 United States dollars by Salman Sheikh, going to open up his letter that accompanied that. And he said, As-salam, alaikum, Brother Dietrich. Endorsed or enclosed in this envelope is a check for 100 United States dollars. Please treat yourself on my behalf. I pray Allah contrives to heal you. I believe that's what it says. This is handwritten. Guide you and protect you. My love is always with you. I look forward to interviewing you end of April or May, whenever it's better for you. Take care of yourself, and thanks for the light and knowledge you always provide us. May Allah bless you always. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you and yours. Respectfully, Salman Sheikh. And of course, yes, must contact him about setting up our interview as soon as we're sure this book comes out at all. And that is wonderful to share. I had a wonderful letter as well. And a shout out to this incredible individual, this Buddhist saint. I know he would quail at that. Richard K. McQuillan. Richard K. McQuillan is in Manhattan Beach, California. And he sent me a wonderful couple of items. A packet of these roasted, they're a kind of pea. And it's like toasted rice. But it's, and he sent me also this wonderful little Buddhist prayer. We'll call it it's a wooden wand, kind of. He said, Mr. Dietrich, I was very impressed by Roswell and the Rising Sun, and I got you some things from the 2021 Hoshi Matsuri celebration of Los Angeles Koyasan Buddhist Temple for your good fortune. The instructions I received for enshrining the wooden ofuda are as follows. And this is, of course, the kind of wooden wand with the calligraphy on it. And it's wrapped, and you'll notice it as kind of like a jaw stick, kind of much larger, more of a wedge that you see in some Shinto Buddhist ceremonies. How to enshrine the Yakuyoki Ofuda. The wooden Ofuda is a representation of Dainichi Nyorai, the principal deity of Koyasan Beikoku Betsuin of Los Angeles. From today, it means that the Buddha is here to protect and defend your home, so please treat it with respect. Instead, enshrine it in a place where it can be seen in the room, such as an alcove or a Shinto cabinet. It can be enshrined on a chest of drawers, a TV stand, or a bookshelf. Laying a clean handkerchief down, placing the ofuda on it, it is best to enshrine the deity in a place where it is not exposed to direct sunlight, preferably facing east to south. Also included is a packet of fukumami, and this is, of course, a kind of roasted good luck bean. And he mentions that Setsubun is the ceremony of cleansing and driving away evil spirits that bring misfortune by throwing the fukumame, or the good luck beans. It is customary to eat roasted soybeans, one for each year of your life, to bring in good luck. Regards, Richard. Of course, there's two other things he pointed out. That Hashimatsuri literally means star festival. The movements of the heavenly bodies influence all life. The ancient horoscope using the moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, the sun, the stars, the comets, and constellations is integral to this unique Shingon esoteric service. I'll have Brendan Zogid and Jameson Reese investigate that, as well as Amanda Yude if she wishes. And he said, we cannot escape the pains of birth, illness, aging, and death. Happiness and health are two wishes that we hold dear. To realize these wishes and ward off misfortune, a prayer service is held at New Year's Setsubun, according to the lunar calendar, which usually falls in February. This service is referred to as the Hashimatsuri prayer service. There we are, the Star Festival. And God bless you, and Buddha bless you, my dear friend, Richard McQuillan. Wonderful individual. And Allah be praised that I have such a dear friend in Salman Sheikh. And blessed be he and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which Salman Sheikh so knowingly serves. And yes, wonderful that both of these gentlemen have such well wishes for me. God bless them both. Praises be to Allah and the Buddha in this world. And with that as well, some prayer requests. So in terms of the most immediate prayer request right now, I want Maria Michaela Grigorich in everybody's mind. Maria Michaela Grigorich, without providing any details, is dealing with some relatives, a relation, who's going through some tribulations. And so it's the reason she can't be with us tonight in the chat room. And I want everyone to provide their prayers for the resolution of the problems of this relation of Maria Michaela Grigorich. As for our man Chris Collins, so what was sent to me the other day, and it got perversely camouflaged by PayPal, and I've just received a notice of donation, and let's take a look at that. So this is from, let's make certain that they're not asking me to maintain their anonymity. There's no request for anonymity, so I believe I can name the contributor is Danielle McCary. God bless her. Love you, honey. That is starfox1111 at yahoo.com. Wonderful individual. And so she sent $5.55, a perfect 555. In the Japanese, that's pronounced go, go, go. Really, 5 is go. Go, go, go in Japanese. Very lucky number. Action-oriented. And she says, best wishes always, friend, with some wonderful roses on either side of that. God bless you, Daniel McCary. Love you dearly. And wonderful human being. Thank God for all these people in my life. And with that, we'll also ask for a prayer request for Chris Collins. And let's look up that PayPal that he sent me just the other day. And for some reason, it was integrated into what arrived from Sky Books, of all places. So I totally missed it. And it didn't make any sense that PayPal did this. But here's the note from Chris Collins. So relieved to hear you're doing all right. Wish I could spare more, but hopefully this still helps. I do have to convey, but we'll keep this one short. I do have more to convey. Thanks so much, love. And this was from him earlier, I think around the time I was hospitalized. So if we go a little further down, where I can take a look at what we had. One was from Michael Mitchell, sole proprietor, as in soul, S-O-U-L, as opposed to soul, S-O-L-E. He's soul, S-O-U-L, sole proprietor. Very cute, $250 from Michael Mitchell. And let's see now. Brett Zierzond was this wonderful human being, is this wonderful human being, a lovely lady who sent $5. Hey, honey, Brittany Zierzon. Brittany Zierzon is no instructions provided, but trying to look for, and thank you, honey. All right, let's see what we can find. Where the hell is the one that was sent just the other day from the, okay, we got one from J. Maurice. That was a while back. God bless him. That sounds ironic, doesn't it? And come on, where is PayPal Skybooks? It was somehow, there we are. Let's try this. Okay, you got money. This is it. All right, here for some reason I got money from Skybooks, and Chris Collins had his $10 subsumed and suspend it within that. It's got, attached somehow. So it's in the same email, so I couldn't even see it until I had to scan for it aggressively and open up every email. Chris Collins said, Douglas, you don't have to read this on transmission if you don't want to, but please at least read it to yourself. I'm in desperate need of prayer. While on a trip to LA, my partner of almost 5 years messaged me and said she can't move to the new house we just signed a lease and paid a deposit on because she's with someone else she just met and doesn't love me anymore. Beyond the logistical disaster of having an online eBay antique business together and suddenly having to move everything myself, I'm afraid for her. I fear she relapsed and something latched onto her and is controlling her. I have always loved and supported her unconditionally, but I'm afraid for the time she realizes the mistake she's made. It's so hard to try to convey the details of this horrific situation without writing a long essay, but please believe me when I say I'm not the typical white trash piece of shit you regularly eviscerate, and I did not do anything to deserve this. Both of our families are in shock. I've been blindsided and stabbed in the back and desperately need prayers for myself and for Danielle. I hope you don't find this in poor taste, but I'm devastated and brokenhearted and need spiritual strength. Much love as always, Douglas. I've been here all along and always will be. P.S. I'm the guy that sent you Garden on the Moon. That's a copy of the book about the Japanese landing on the moon. He sent that a couple of years ago. Yes, and so Amanda Ute says, prayers to all in need. God bless her. And with that, we'll add on some more from our friend Chris Collins, who was, of course, describing in greater detail what he's been going through. And I asked his permission to read this aloud. It arrived in my Facebook private messages. He said, I'm sure you're busy getting prepared for transmission, but I wanted to follow up with an update regarding my situation as addressed on Sunday so I don't leave you hanging. Feel free to respond if you deem it suitable. Your insights and perspectives are always profoundly helpful. As I stated, Danielle, my partner of almost 5 years, went to LA for a brief trip to visit a friend. After several days, she said all is well, and she's road tripping back with some new friends. She's very adventurous, and this didn't seem out of place. A couple of days later, she messages to say, I can't move into the new house with you. I met someone. He's with me now. I don't love you anymore. This is a couple of weeks after we signed a lease and paid a large deposit on a new home to rent. I feared she relapsed and something dark was manipulating her. Well, she showed up to grab some things and didn't seem under any influence. It's less painful to think she's being mind-controlled, but I think she's sincere in her belief that she's doing the right thing. The relationship has not been passionate for a long time. Her frequent secret drug use with needles and regular manic mental states were a continual problem. But the main reason for the lack of passion on my end was the toxic effect she frequently has on me, to the point where I can literally feel it in my chest. I trust that this painful situation in reality is reality, forcing a necessary change on me that I wouldn't have had the strength to initiate myself. I remain sincerely brokenhearted and still fear there will come a time when she realizes the mistake she's made. I'm also entirely overwhelmed with the logistics of packing and moving my home and business by myself. On Sunday, you mentioned that usually the best thing to do in these situations is to move on, and I know this is correct. Again, I hope you don't find this in poor taste. It really helps to hear any contextualization from someone I so respect, such as yourself. Well, God bless you, Chris Collins. And believe me, it sounds as if this is the best thing that really can happen in this situation. She's obviously the cause of a lot of stress that would probably ultimately kill you. With that, we're going to bring on Amanda Ute and Jameson Reese, and both of you can help me out here. Honestly, I'll just go mute for a little bit and let both of you handle this and come back and add, what context I can. But this is something I'll probably be addressing over the next few weeks. I think we need to publicly keep Chris Collins on record so that we can provide him the support from our extended electronic family that he needs to recover from something I can relate to all too well. After all, look at what I was dealing with from both Judith Hager and Lena Shea. Mandy and Jameson, are you both there?
I'm here. What I can say is once the relationship, once drugs are involved, and we're talking about like things that involve intravenous drugs, man,
yeah,
you don't want to stay. You don't want to keep. You don't want to keep up with that, man. I mean, I can't I personally can't relate to that level of pain, having never been in a relationship with anyone. But I will say that I could imagine the crushing emotions that come with that, and I should definitely hope you definitely have my my prayers for your financial situation. That's for sure, and mental situation.
Thank you. I mean, that's beautiful. Honestly, it's so needed, and this is obviously a difficult time for many of us. But in terms of what this man has done is he's invested himself in kind of a partnership, and he was trying to turn this individual into a partner in every sense of the word. And she obviously didn't appreciate it. And it's really, she did you a favor by severing as cleanly as possible. Honestly, better that than years of her stealing from you, which is ultimately...
Oh, yes, I've dealt with women. I've dealt with a young woman who's done that to me. Okay, in that I can relate. Yeah, and she did it for the very same reason, to get stoned off of marijuana, of all fucking drugs.
Yeah. Tell us about what you're willing to share about that. It will help.
What I'm willing to share is that I suspect that she has she had a very troubled background, and she sort of grafted onto me. And I had to cut the relationship off because she had lied to me about her age. And I didn't think that she wasn't the age she said she was. And so, after that, I stayed friends with her, but there were times when she would take my kindness and abuse the shit out of it, such as making my psychic vampire codex disappear.
That was an instruction manual for her.
Oops, I left it on the train. Right. And then making a cell phone disappear, which, oops, I sold it for weed. Yeah. I kind of, and the guy she was with, he was really, really out there. I still wonder to this day as to whether if I meet him, I would punch him in the face or not. But I said I was going to punch him in the face if I ever saw him again. I should probably hold myself to that. But I tend to think at this point, given what she's done to him, he's gotten more than enough punishment. When she did turn, when she was of legal age, that is, herself, she got locked up so many times it's not funny. One was for arson, and I don't want to keep the friendship with her at all, and I don't regret it. No regrets. Because chances are, I honestly, I can't get into a relationship with anybody anyway because of what I know and what I'm into. And one of the prices I'm willing to pay is a life of not having companionship, so that I can, in exchange for power and control. Because, again, as Pat Kwan and Amanda, you were talking about not getting into the subject. I would say the reason not to get into it is it will consume you, and if you don't give your all to it, you will feel empty inside. And so I've made my sacrifices for what proficiency I have. So I can't connect to anyone anyway. So because they'll probably die or something horrible will happen to them. So, yeah, I'm fairly certain of it. It's more out of protection for them. Yeah.
Okay. And thank you for sharing that. And so in terms of Mandy, are you there, honey? Let's see if we can drag Mandy.
I'm here.
Oh yes. And so you've heard all this. Please go at it, and share with us some of your wisdom and insights on this. I mean, hell, you were dealing with an ex-husband who pretty much, for all intents and purposes, is just like a junkie who steals everything in the household to support a habit.
Yeah, like, oh man, I definitely, my feelers are definitely like hurt for him, and prayers for everybody on the list. I think that's so wonderful that you do that, because that is a thing. Prayer circle is real. The more that we put our conscious effort and energy, and just hearing the names, just reading them out loud, and everybody thinking of them for a split second is, all that's needed. It does have effect. It does bring goodness, and we do need to wish well onto others wholeheartedly. Like, it's very important for us. And we were talking earlier about, what you do when you have issues going on against you, whatever it may be, and that would be one of them, is wishing well to others. It does go around, and it does heal you, and it does protect you, and it will do good for all. So especially when your life is in the shit can, it's very hard to think of others, but get on and get into those prayer circles for sure. Having a business with somebody, having your financial stability and world tied in with somebody, I can 1,000,000% relate to that. And it sucks, and it's horrible. And when you do make decisions financially and personally, you're doing them out of the assumption of a lifetime. You're not assuming that something would happen or should happen. You think it's your life path. You think that's the way it should be and is going to be. And you give everything, and you tie yourself into somebody for everything. And that's one of those crazy things in life. We don't really know what's going to happen, how things are going to go down. People change. And I know that's such a crappy answer. But people really do change. If you study the astrological chart, you move from signs, from your birth sign, you will progress. And that's no excuse for, that doesn't help when your entire life, as far as it, is in shambles. And when you have lost everything that you thought was your world and your reason and your being, things like that don't really give too much comfort. It will over time. You'll realize it over time. But people are meant to be in our lives, and they are meant to go. And I think, like Jameson said, he's making a choice for not wanting a partner for several reasons, and it's a choice. I think some of us aren't meant to be a partner. I don't know if we're all meant to have that one or be that one. Just like certain people, a lot more people, they need to admit that they don't want children or just shouldn't have children, and stop bringing in these traumatized beings. Or if you do want children and you're able to take care of children, even if it's donation or if it's adoption or foster, then for the love of God, we need that just as much as, for non-parents to stop having babies. But I've heard that twin flame so-called relationships go through several chaotic times, several separations, to learn life lessons, that there is a pact that's made, and we still have free will and a choice. And if we choose to hook back up with those or initiate them in the first place, is, on each lifetime. It hurts. It sucks. It's when you've got to do a lot of healing and self-work. And if somebody is meant to come back to you or be with you, it will happen. And some people, the universe is, giving you a favor. They're separating you, especially if in this case there is a user. Then the split up would be, I would view it as and take comfort as that it's for protection. The breakup was to protect the other partner, because I would say with my friend whom we have spoken about before, my childhood friend whom I don't have contact with her, I was able to stay friends with her and support her through the alcohol and through the marijuana all the way up to the coke. But once it became the veins, once it became that drug, she stayed clean for her daughter, for her pregnancy, and it only took a couple of short years to go back. And that is when I lost my friend. And I still love her, and I would still, want to do anything for her. But at this point in time, I know that there's nothing that I can do for her. And that doesn't mean I'd leave her out on the street cold and hungry, but I wouldn't be able to invite her into my house either. Right. Some people, as much as you love them, whether they're family or a husband or a child, and as much as you would want to repair a relationship or want it to work out or to reconcile, both parties have to want that and have to be willing to do the work to get back. I always heard the saying, okay, break a plate and say sorry. Okay, say sorry, but now put the plate back together. You can't. It's broken. Some things can't go back. Some things aren't meant to go back. And if somebody else broke that plate, like, all you can do is clean it up and walk away. And it sucks. I definitely send my love out to everybody. I totally know what it's like to be kicked in the gut in almost every way you guys are talking about. And especially when it's sudden and somebody just cuts you off and cuts you out and you're just left hollow. You have to fill yourself up, though. Yes. And it's so hard when that's not something that you needed to do before, but we all should do that anyway. We need to be okay alone or with somebody. And that way, that is a protection, and I think it is a good omen to just bring around you and keep around you those that do deserve you.
There, yes. Yes, it's basically you deserve better than what you were giving yourself through that relationship, Chris Collins. And honestly, it's definitely, how would I say it? You take it as the most positive thing. The horror, of course, is, as he said, the logistics of being left with this online antiques business and the moving into this new home that they had just put all this down payment on for and everything. All of this is very similar to Lena Shea, of course, gaining control of everything that she did before flipping and severing, so that she caused absolute maximum damage and cost with her severance, which is, of course, what the cult instructed her to do. It's really my fault for basically taking on someone who was an asset, but it's one of those things that would be my vulnerability. I may ultimately die someday because of some other asset assigned to myself, simply because of certain weaknesses I have with the opposite sex. But, it's better to have some weaknesses and a life that has some enjoyment to it than a life in which I would be forever protecting myself from everything, including any enjoyment. So it's, that's the nature of what it's like to be alive. There's certain risks we have to take. And so I'm sure Mandy agrees, though I am curious, Mandy, are you willing to share with us some stories about, well, I don't think you have any to share, but really, I mean, you're a single mother of 2 children, and we're in the middle of a pandemic lockdown. Obviously, before the pandemic, there may have been an opportunity for seeking out someone to replace your ex-husband, get a man in your life, and so any misadventures in that regard, or any?
Oh my God.
I mean, maybe Chris Collins and you could pair up now.
Well, so I never went out on an assumption of replacing my husband.
Well, I mean, no one can replace that
because-
son of a bitch because he was the most useless
That'd be very
motherfucker.
easy.
No one could ever be that fucking. Oh God, there's no words to describe him. Nobody could be that. I mean, that's like beneath rock bottom. It's like you lift up rocks and you find people like Mandy Yute's ex-husband. Okay, and that's an insult to carry.
I guess that's true. I guess I meant as far as like, finding new stepdaddy.
And I have to ask this. It's just kind of like a segue here, because I can't resist.
Right.
Now, of course, Judith Ager and I, at the time we were involved, both warned you about this individual. But I'm wondering, she did send a money order to you or a check or something. You sent it back to her, and then something happened where the both of you severed. Is there something you're willing to share as to whatever it was that?
So
Because she did warn you about it was around the time he basically took off with all the money. He took everything out of the bank, and around that time she was still in communications with you, and maybe made some suggestions to you about the van or something. It was a van or an SUV. He took everything in the Scooby-Doo mobile and all the money out of the bank and basically ran off with it, and then put your house on the market when we were afraid he had killed you. Both Judith Ager and I were convinced he had killed you, and so we checked into your home, and it was on the market. It was then we finally got, you were kind of fading in and out of society and contact at that time, and Laura Lee Solomon was also involved in, to a lesser degree. And, does any of this ring a bell with you? Or?
Oh, for sure. That was, right before my surgery. Well, actually, when you were saying I was in and out of society, that's when my doctors were being repeatedly told no by my insurance. And I was definitely not doing good. And that was definitely part of the issue, was that, so it was not a money order. It was a check. Okay. And it was a check for something which I have no interest in, airing somebody's dirty laundry, live. It's something I would definitely be more than happy to share in private with you, Douglas. And I do have the emails and written records. And so just like when Rose was up here and you said, our stories were verbatim, I have no problem with the truth, and I have no problem of showing receipts. So the check was not sent back, but before the check was sent, I repeatedly said, do not send money for this, repeatedly. And it was for something. And this was when I was going downhill like a mofo, because my heart and my breathing was just, I was very much not okay. And I was being demanded to do this thing repeatedly. And that's what I mean about I have the messages. And I'm talking and pleading and saying I cannot physically actually go do this right now, and I also do not want to do this. So that was that issue for sure, 100%. There is something else that when we were having some private phone calls, I don't know if you remember at all, but you and I and Judith and another person, again, they can share if they want to. I'll tell you off air. And you can speak with them if they remember this or not. But we had several phone conferences, and it was with Judith, and it was supposedly about some issues and some problems and some hurts and trying to reconcile a few things and talk a few things out. And she was pleading for help and understanding, and there was an upsetting situation, and we kind of talked through it all and just trying to work on things. And it was maybe a month later that on a few private phone calls, actually it told me what she really was doing, and the things that she had told me and this other person before was actually bullshit, and it was at you. And I was just, quite livid at being lied to and used to cause you hurt, to cause anybody hurt. I don't do that. I don't dig that. So that's where my severing of communication was for those two specific reasons.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So appreciate your you're being diplomatic about all of this, and I guess the word I'm looking for in English is circumspect. Duly circumspect.
I mean, if I wanted to trash her, darling, I mean, like I said, I've got the receipts, and I could fuck somebody up if I wanted to, but that's just not how I roll, and I don't need to. So that's just me, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes. And in terms of, like we said on a more lighter note, I mean, has anybody tried to, move in place of your husband? I don't think anybody got the opportunity.
Would anybody want me? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, like, I don't think there's been much opportunity. I mean, you seem so busy, but at the same time, you always, how would I say, you take your kids to school until the time of the pandemic. There must have been some exposure to potential candidates for replacing that idiot. I mean, any misadventures to share? Is just curious, more for the sake of entertainment than anything else.
Sure. Well, okay, so there's two different sides to that, and one is like typical bullshit for me, and then the other is, yes, short end of the stick. I went out on my first date in almost 20 years, besides my kid's father. It was November, December of 2019. And I have met some other people, and I have gone out on some dates and some whatnots, and I, until recently, was not doing that because, gosh, this sounds like such bullshit, but for some reason, every date that I did go on, turned out to be ex-military.
Oh, God.
And
always avoid that at all costs, just to all the ladies out there. Okay, but go on. Yes.
And it wasn't just, okay, yes, I was in the military, or I was in the army. I was in, this or that. I mean, like special ops. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, a high up there. And they were all retired. So when I met them, they're doing a different job. So I had no knowledge beforehand. And with one guy, like 5 months into it, had no idea that he was a special ops Navy SEAL for 20 years.
Some of the worst. Some of the fucking worst. Yeah, but go on. Yeah, and especially, God, I saw the one dude he's all popular in the media now. I forget his name. I got nothing against him personally, but he's like saying, yeah, I get up every morning at 4:30 a.m. and you should too. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm up at that hour because I haven't gone to bed yet. And he's like, what a load of shit. It's like so big fucking deal. Oh yeah, I've got ahead of everybody because I'm up at 4:30 a.m. I mean, yeah, and you go to bed at 9:30 at fucking night, right? Yeah, you got the life. Yeah. Fuck yeah, there goes your dating game period. No moon gazing there. So fuck, he can have it. So anyhow, so was this guy like that, or was he kind of more like give us an idea what his personality was like?
I would say yes and no. Okay. I would say kind of like, retired, old, like, I don't know. Some people who join the military, it's because they think themselves a badass. And other people, get into it because they love the discipline and the schedule and security of it. I found that a lot of these guys, they're still party boys. They're kind of like, stuck in between the age of like 18 and 26. like, you know,
Yeah.
And
But
you know,
there's no opportunity for maturation in the military. I mean, it's arrested development all the way. Go on, yeah.
well, and what I found is like 3 of the guys that I did go out on dates on, I found out like they were fucking married.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and one of my friends that I was talking to, who she said she like, that's why she, you know, takes a long time or refuses dating any of the Army guys around here, is because half of them turn out to have girlfriends or marriages anyway.
Of course.
So,
of course.
I mean, that's just, you know, or just weird other kinky crap going on. And, you know, I just, I don't know. It became kind of a signal and a coincidence for me personally that I kept meeting men that I started to date that happened to all be some form of retired special forces. That just was kind of weird for me. So the pandemic wasn't so much of an issue. Being busy is, yes, a huge issue. I don't have a lot of time. I can't imagine who wants too much involvement with somebody raising kids and house and business and busy and yeah.
Well, I mean, honey, I think that it's harder to meet people now in times of this pandemic than it was during the age of AIDS. In fact, during the age of AIDS, all the gay guys were fucking each other to death, literally to death.
Yeah, it's still booming.
Yeah, I mean, they went all the way with that shit. That was, you know, so it was like, that didn't stop them. With this pandemic, you know, nobody's doing anything.
Douglas, sadly, you're wrong about that. At least I can attest for that. I can attest to that in New York. It seems like everybody's out and about and having a jolly good time.
Oh, you mean fucking each other now?
I don't know if they're fucking. I mean, honestly, I couldn't tell. People are like, I don't know. I can't read them, so I don't know. It just seems like everything has not changed since before the pandemic. Other than now, everyone just has a mask on and they're doing the same stuff. And half the people don't have masks on and they're still doing the same stuff that they did before the pandemic. So it's like, I can only assume that, you know, nothing's changed.
Oh, God.
Other than the amount of people who are dropping like flies as a result of living it up.
Oh. And so, well, that may be, you know, it may look that way to you, but obviously
it looks that way because I have no insights into the human condition. I see the human condition from the outside in, whereas most people see it from the inside out.
I hear you.
So
I hear you.
So from that respect, from the way things look externally, things seem the same. I don't know if they are. For all I know, people are like are doing things with masks and layers of latex sheets. For all I know, I don't know how it works now.
Oh my God. Well, you know, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't disbelieve it. I think it probably simply appears to be normal, but it's hard for me to believe that. I mean, you know that
Well,
New York City.
it could also be because the population density is so dense that, you know, it's not likely. You're not likely to see much of a dent in very much as far as like transportation and day-to-day things. I'm fairly certain things are different, but I'm fairly certain that because of the density of the population up here, it doesn't seem that way to me.
Okay.
And because 2 people is too many for me, so there you go.
So, you know, thank you for sharing that. And so, Mandy, in terms of how did that date even get arranged? Who arranged for that, or did this? How did that? Like, where did the 2 of you meet again? You and this?
Out and about. It's just always been like at the grocery store, at the park, at the this or that.
And the guy just like approached you, hey honey, you know, just like that, and you mean, yeah, I mean, wow,
yeah.
what? I mean, like, Wow. But this was pre-pandemic, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And what about and so that any contact after that? It's like you said, you probably got weirded out and just kind of like didn't respond if he reached out again, right? Something like that, or what?
So a couple of dates, a couple of, hanging out, going on hikes and stuff like that. Like, ran into somebody over and over and just struck up a conversation and, kind of clicked or whatever. And like, just, spent some time together. And then like things would always kind of come to service and weird. And I would just kind of move along.
Okay.
I guess I would say, I mean, I don't know how to make it sound. I guess, like, yes, I'm used to interaction with the opposite sex, but like, just not taking up too many offers. I don't know how that sounds.
Yeah, no. I certainly appreciate what you're saying, and so that's that's cute. And and other than that, do your kids ever ask about like, when are we getting a new daddy? I mean, certainly that question does emerge, doesn't it?
Well, so lately, just very, very much lately, my kids have said, like, just a few comments. Nothing big, and that's kind of what I meant earlier. I was never on the lookout of, my next baby's daddy or wanting any replacement like that, because I feel that if you I mean, prayers and blessings to any step parent, that lovingly goes into a family that is already a family, that there's already children from somewhere, because that's tough shit. It's hard. Mm-hmm. My kids have been through a lot, and they have a whole half of their family that, isn't around because they're, nasty, evil people. And I'm very protective of who would get to come around them. And the last thing I want is for them to getting attached to somebody and it not working out. So, but my kids are getting older, and my daughter did make this weird comment out of the blue, and I don't even know where it came from, but yeah. Kind of insinuating if I would have a boyfriend or go out on a date, and just kind of a little bit. So, when they're more cool with it and it's more of a reality for them, that's when I would be more open with it myself. But for right now, they're not fragile, but it's nothing that, they don't need another asshole in and out of their life.
Right.
I'm not a man hater, but I'm definitely, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. It's one of those things that this is a sensitive topic, but at the same time, it's something that I figure has to come to a head at some point. It's amazing that you're able to, how would I say it? Just, last. I mean, handle things yourself. I mean, obviously, I'm very much a woman's advocate, but it's just harder for a woman in this world. This is very much a patriarchy.
Yeah.
So it's very hard for you to do what you do.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. It sucks. I mean, yeah, my bathroom, my toilet first broke, and then my sink broke. I would have loved for a man to just come in and fix it for me, but tough shit. I got to do it myself. I would love for help and to be of help. I would love to be, I mean, that's what I did. I took the feminine role. I took the raising of the kids. I took the other responsibilities. I did what I did, and but I mean, I kind of grew up self-sufficient, and my dad taught me, you got to take care of yourself and count on yourself, and do whatever you have to do for your family. And to just go find a man to do it for me, I, think that's the pussy way out. If I can't take care of myself and my kids, like, the last thing I should do is give my power over to count on a man to do it for me. Mm-hmm. So, I figure if something is meant to come along, long or short term, then he'll come along and be there. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Okay. That's wonderful. And as an attitude, it's a wonderful attitude, and I'm so proud of you. Honestly, we're all proud of you. You're doing something that is really close to impossible. Let's all maintain Amanda you in our thoughts and prayers as always. So, honey, what about those illustrations I produced for you over the years? Did you save those? They're in your hard drive, right? I've got copies, but obviously I have the originals, but I was just curious.
So I specifically saved one computer tower and one laptop because I had those pictures saved on those two computers that happened to go fritzy. Uh-huh. My dad also did pass away before he could retrieve those, so I technically have them, but I technically need somebody at my dad's level to pull those files
to retrieve them
for me. Yeah. So the pictures and those sediments are definitely why I held on to those. Wow. I've lost so much of my memory and of my history and of, not memory as in my brain, right, but like memories on pictures and documents and whatnot that I just can't toss them out, so I'm waiting until I find somebody that I know can work on these.
Great.
But if you have them, I would absolutely love if there was.
Okay. I'll start sending you a number of them if you promise to change your Facebook icon to something other than that red toned thing you have now.
I don't have any other pictures. I'll put Crunk back up.
Come on, honey. You can take new pictures. Come on. Is there? Oh my God, please. Take some new pictures. Just, be adventurous. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. And, but
you sound like the guys that I regretted giving my number to. I'm just teasing.
Right. Yes. Okay. I'm sure you look fine, and it's just one of those things that, and no, we don't want Kronk again. Kronk's fine, but we don't want his picture as your icon. It's just so, how do I say it? Yeah. You don't want that. So aside from all of that, honey, I'm glad that otherwise things are going as well as they can. And so how is it that you educate your children at home? I understand you're doing homeschooling, right? Just out of necessity, kind of, right? Right? Because of the pandemic?
We've always done, there's a program here. It's with the community school. Mm-hmm. So it was more than part-time with the school, that also is tied with our local school district and state. Mm-hmm. But then there is also the homeschool aspect side of it as well. Mm-hmm. And it's also tied in with our PCC, our local Portland University that does high schoolers can get credit. High schoolers can get credit at the same time that they're doing for college, at the same time they're doing high school. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of the what we've been doing. And so our community school went into Google Classroom and Zoom classes. So instead of doing and Portland, all our Oregon schools were closed down point blank for a very long time, and I think they just mainly opened up to springtime. Mm-hmm. of students in classes full time with maths. They were doing a 3-day on, 2-day on, depending on, and half days. for the public schools, but the rest of it was all online here in Oregon. I think that there were some exemptions for some of the more rural places, kind of like where I was born and raised for 9 years. And I'm a certified Montessori teacher. So I have always been involved with them and their schooling. So for the most part, I mean, it sucked that they didn't get to go to school and see their friends and do interactive learning. But as far as just having to, do home learning and progress through the computer, that was nothing too new to my kids.
Okay.
So, and in the fall, our school is starting kids in classes. So they'll have smaller classes. They'll be, more chopped up. There will still be home classes. But the fall is supposed to be open up for all public schools, I do believe.
Okay. Wow. Okay. And at that point, you'll probably be taking him back and forth. And you, however, what do you do when you're in public because of your inability to wear a mask? You're unable to wear a mask, right? So how do you handle this in public?
Well, so the only rules around here are like, when you go inside a place. So, and luckily my other work, my outside landscaping, I get to be outside. I drive. I'm in my own car. I don't take public transportation. We go to parks. We go to, beaches. We go to trails. We go, kind of how we always have. I would say that honestly, the biggest difference in our life is just the friends and school activities that my kids can't do. Their sports and their theater clubs and their computer programming and their other social kid events. Like last year, my kids both went to their first middle school dance, and a month after that, everything was shut down and locked down.
Wow.
So, there's a whole generation of kids, some in high school, some that graduated just last year, some this year, where their entire lives that were based on, school structure and school activities were just shut down and have been so changed. And that's just going to have almost a Depression or World War II era impact. The same thing that the children of those times and very young adults peoples went through. Because when you're told your senior prom is the biggest deal or your graduation, I was doing courier service during that time and of graduation last year, and I saw taped out parking lots and neighborhoods where they were making social distancing for everybody and trying to hand out kids diplomas, and other things, and it was sad. Nothing compared to the hardship that people are going through. But this is going at the same time that the Portland riots were starting to kick up as well. So you had this real weird collage of things going on. So I think, while all of us adults are freaking out and wondering how the world's going to be, we really need to look at our elderly and our children and especially our young adults, teenager generation. They need a lot of attention and time and focusing because everything that they know just got thrown in the trash.
Everything they were
burned.
Promised. You mean everything they were promised?
Everything they were promised, and our brains until the age of 21, and some scientists and doctorates are saying even till 25 and 26, our brains are still forming. They're still trying to get a grasp of what the reality is, and to have things white the way that they are. Just children who are in the age where their brain is absorbing and functioning and doing memorization and programming, just having to see people with masks on it's going to have an impact on their development. It's going to have repercussions, and this is going to be generations in the future where things are just going to, when they are adults, when they are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, there's going to be some massive PTSD development issues, just because we do need social interaction. We do need to be in contact with each other. There's horrific experiments anybody can look up to, including the prior World War I, but easily 60s, 70s, it's still going on still today, but of specific deprivation of human contact, human love, human interaction, eye contact. It messes up our neurological abilities and our development, and it creates, besides just antisocial issues, violent tendencies, and just life itself. We can't live without contact. So
Yes.
it's very hard, because if somebody becomes deadly, to have contact, but we need contact to thrive and live. That's a huge thing that we need to start talking about and interacting with. There was a big story that was just on my radio I was listening to when I was driving around, and they were talking about how car accidents has gone up by some ungodly number, and they were saying in the insurance research that most of this rise of people having car accidents came from driving immediately following a bunch of Zoom calls. So while everybody is home secluded and you're working out of your office, which is now your home, and it's on a bunch of Zoom calls and you're interacting only with your computer and screen time, that they've shown that these studies that people's concentration has gone out the window, and that we're kind of going into this hypnotic zone state. And they're finding that's the only correlation they can find about this increased these increased car accidents. They're not due to vehicle malfunction or traffic or use of substances. They're not finding, we've got a whole bunch of stoners out on the road all of a sudden or something. That they're finding that people are just saying, I just left my house, I was doing my work, blah, 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 this happened. So the way that we live and the way that we do things, but especially with our children, we really got to work on that. And I think if we focus on that instead of this other crap that's going on, we have hope. Maybe.
Oh, thank you. No, that's important. And oh my God, well, it's definitely, the online life is causing all kinds of problems. It's definitely, people have to get offline. So it's we're in this oh God, cycle of violence that begins online. People, especially young men, go they dive into the internet, and they never come out the same. They come out instead all terribly warped by the crap, the sewer shit that they dive into infects them. Infects the brain just as if they have been swimming in a physical sewer and got brain worms and tapeworms and everything else. This is why I've said that, of course, you've got to basically make the internet verboten without adult supervision, treat it like a physical highway, that no one is allowed to cruise the information highway without adult supervision until they're 18 years of age. Really, that's the only way. Yeah. I'm sorry. So go on. We can't hear you.
Saying at least you were saying 18 years of age, and I would say, I forget. I'll try to find the article and send it to you. But there was this horrific increase of online problems with the 18 to 26-year-old. because it was kind of like those kids that were being regulated up to 18, kind of, you know, a kid that goes off to college that never drank, never smoked, never partied, was a good kid, you know, suddenly is like picking up the parents are picking up their kid from rehab, you know, a half a year college and stuff. So I think that the teenagers, my kids, I have so many parental controls, and I've always been as honest as age appropriate with my kids. And so they know not to get onto things. They know, I mean, they'll come tell me, yeah, we were watching that video, but we shut it off because it turned out not to be okay. They tell, like, you know, we talk, they can ask me anything and they know it. And I always go back and talk to them about things I know we might have discussed a couple years ago, but now they're at a different level. We need to go back over again. And you had brought up, I forget what show, but you had said, you know, what do you do about masculine toxicity?
Yeah.
You know, if my kids not having, you know, a good immediate male role model, aka a father, that's around, it's definitely something that's taught. So if you don't have that toxicity around you, it is taught to our children. Our children are not vicious and violent, you know, and they you know, you could go into hours of explaining behaviorism and psychology and sociology and PAC and blah blah blah, but for me, it's kind of teaching and more talking about the kids of, okay, well, this is out there. This is how some people say, or when a situation comes up, you discuss it and you go, okay, you know, what did you think about that? What did you see about that? You know, being honest with our kids, and we got to stop talking to our kids like they're dumb. They're not. We do not give enough credit to our children, and we impose way too much on our children, in another sense. And so, you know, that's kind of, maybe it's a Montessori training in me, it's other things, but I never baby talked to my kids. That doesn't mean that we didn't do rhymes and sing songs and, you know, those sort of things and fun, you know, but you don't call a bottle a baba. Yeah. You know, that's not what they're going to need to associate it to later. So you don't need to use those words. They'll say baba because that's all that they can enunciate at the time, but their ears are telling their brain how to say bottle. And just there's so many different reasons I could go into that, and I won't nerd out on you.
Could you describe the term for us? Your training, Montessori. What does that mean? That word.
Montessori is named after a specific person, Maria Montessori. Okay. She was an Italian scientist. She grew up in the time of Mussolini, and obviously prior Mussolini. She was scientifically trained, and I believe her father, he might have been a chemist. I might be wrong about his scientific field, but obviously the things that were going on in Italy pre-World War II, things were not good. And then World War II, she was brought in by the government to watch over these basically orphaned foster children and for schooling. Mussolini.
Sorry about that. Let me try and let me get this off here. This is awful. I hate that. Oh my God. So go on, honey. I'm sorry. It's just yeah. No, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Let me see if I can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good. So continue, please. Thank you. Yeah.
You know, Mussolini, he enacted the population kind of like in Russia, where you had the, you know, social service. They brought in people to fill in the holes that war and what was going on during the times were causing. She came in and started studying the children, and the other volunteers thought that they were just naughty, horrible children. And these are, you know, your poor children who have either lost their family to the war-torn country and issues and the dictatorship and torture and poverty and just all the times that were going on during then. And so these children who were, just some asylums were better off than what these kids were going through, which doesn't say much. But so she just was observing children and kind of came up with the method of teaching and learned that you needed to study children and to see what makes them tick and to learn what they need and to provide the love and care that is needed for children enrichment. So if anybody just looks up the Montessori method, it is a more individualized and it's an international school now. Mussolini tried to get her to run the school program, which at that time was a dictatorship. World War II history, blah, 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 Stalin, Hitler and Italy and their pacts. Hitler tried to get her to run the schools because what she found is kids, when they are doing what they love, they get into or just engaged in something, they kind of go into this hypnotic zone. And people do that too during meditation, or if you've ever just been in love with a project and the next thing 3 hours has gone by and you can't believe, what the time is. That's kind of this zone that people, but especially children, are wide open to. So Hitler tried to get her to run the German schools because he found that she was able to have these children just come in, get their work, eat their food, take care of each other, engage in classes. They were learning, they were thinking, they were speaking, they were learning to read and write, and all at just above and beyond levels that anything of the regular school systems were producing. And so she refused to. She found out through her sources that they were coming to actually kidnap her, Hitler, but not Hitler, his buddies there that were
henchmen, for lack of a better word.
Thank you.
But obviously both of these individuals, Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini, obviously appreciated what she was doing. So
that's why they wanted her. Yes, exactly.
They obviously saw the value in her. So that speaks quite well of them, doesn't it?
That's and I want to say that there's some specific writings from Hitler where he names her, and there was a plan for her to run the German school system, and so she fled to India, and she stayed there for a very long time. I believe she left India at the end of her lifespan, but she was wanted. She fled to India, and there is a huge Montessori international impact there, along with it's international. But she knew that if she left India, it would be signing her death certificate, and I forget where she spent the end of her life. But I just very much valued what came from this. Like you said, they wanted her because she figured out how to engage children, and it's a word that at the time that was used, it was not meant the way that we conceive it now. So if you read her old writings and the old Montessori writings, it will talk about seducing the child. But what that means is you figure out how to engage them, how to bring out their curiosity, how to figure out how to bring them forth to accomplish or learn what is deemed necessary for their livelihood. So it's kind of like what we do with babies. We make these toys that have these bright colors or make these sounds, and it's all to a word that we would use today more, engage the child, get their attention. So it's to bring out the curiosity. So what I would constantly do at school would be, you have a kid that hates math. They don't like it. It's hard for them. They don't want to do it. You watch them and you figure out their other interests. You figure out the way in. So they're interested in space, or they're interested in mechanics, or they're interested in, outside at recess. They're always fully aware and interactive and able to do the schoolwork that's a part of the outdoor activity. So I would take kids out to nature, out on walks. You know, you figure out what you need to do to bypass the blocks that they have, so that you can then interact and engage with them, the things that they'll need to survive. And Montessori is very much teaching children how to be self-sufficient. You know, you don't want a kid that always needs you to tie their shoes. They need to tie their own shoes. You need a kid that can operate on their own, just like these kids are coming out of high school and college where, I mean, it's a crime that they can't do their taxes. Or figure out how they budget their rent and their, you know, contractual agreements that they sign up for. But we're cramming all this other false history and BS down their throats, and they turn out to be, you know, this kind of generation where, you know, we kind of poke fun at them of right now, of, you know, and like you were saying, the online era. They can't logically think through what they're seeing and interpret it in a way that they can keep themselves out of trouble.
Yeah. Thank you. And of course, so what do you tell your kids about the great online frontier? or do they kind of know about it? Even have you kind of protected them from an awareness of it?
I've protected them from a lot. Just the blatant, maybe, you know, explicit, toxic, sexual or sexist or, you know, racist or violent things. We kind of talk about, like, if something comes up, you know, we'll kind of talk through it, or they're just kind of normal with, oh, whoa, guys, okay, this is inappropriate. We're not going to watch this one or listen to this one or do that one or whatever. And they say, okay, they trust me. And if something comes up, we address it. You know, my kids are used to going out with me before the pandemic. Well, and especially after, but I don't do it with my kids. I always have bags of dog food, bags of cat food, and also water and kind of snack bags for people out on the street.
Well,
my kids are used to, you know, us stopping or doing this or that and me running something out to somebody. So I don't know if my kids are exposed to more in certain ways and they just kind of know some things. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. I really appreciate that. So you're definitely confronting reality as best as you can. This is an enormous responsibility when you have two children. You've managed to keep them remarkably innocent, and that's so important. And I'm proud of you. Of course, we all are. Well, let's take a look at the chat room, see what some people are saying. And by the way, can you see the chat room, honey? Are you able to access the chat room, or kind of?
I am not in YouTube, but I could get into it.
Sure. Yeah, see if you can get into YouTube. That would be nice, and that will be something I would appreciate your checking into. And we'll kind of look at this together because I think it bears, of course, looking at how people are responding to your educating them about things they may not have known about. And I'm sorry. What do you?
Oh no, not that. Yeah.
what was going on? I'm sorry. I'm just going to take a look about what we have here. So here, let's take a look at some of these people. Oh, there's Prince. I'm sorry, Pixie Princess Star Fox, and she's the young lady who donated $5.55. God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. I hope you heard my earlier shout out. And so let's check into the live stream where I have more of a scroll capability. And oh, hey, he answered. I'm so proud of Richard Brujostek answering. And so here we are. That's Pixie Princess Star Fox. It says, always love you, DDD. You're the best. Bless you. Your journey. XO. Mwah! Hugs and kisses to you too, darling. Wonderful individual. Thank you for the $5.55. Thou art beloved. And let me just take a look and see if I can find the actual name of this wonderful woman again. And I'll do that by, of course, looking at my PayPal and see if I can just give her the proper thank you from the bottom of my heart for that incredibly symbolic donation. Where here we are, there we are. This is Danielle McCary. Danielle McCary. I presume this is not the same Danielle who is the former lover of Chris Collins. Now that would be interesting. But Danielle McCary, Goddess bless you. And with that, taking a look at the live stream again and actually shut down that notification bar there. And let's take a look back into live stream. Aside from that, we have Amor Fadi saying, I thought I was listening live. Whoops, I'm like 15 minutes behind. I feel I was cursed as a child by the two Marines who teached at my Catholic school. They played a horrible prank on us in middle school camp, and it was towards the boys, and especially towards me. And Deep Space Pilot, that's Ronald Stroiney, says, yeah, I was just on my cell phone YouTube app and my computer on the YouTube website at the same time, and they are not in sync. And Amor Fadi says, it was all the stupid Marine's idea. He was the PE teacher, a real example of toxic masculinity. And he says, what's up, Deep Space Pilot? Nice to meet you. And says, yeah, I'm going to skip slowly until I reach live. I just now heard Douglas begin to respond to comments, which I feel we should really participate more in chat. Yes. And so Richard Berjorstek said, okay, will do, about catching up on the past episodes. And then Mr. Ronald Stroiney said, nice to meet you too. And then Richard Berjostek said, Berjostek. Yes, Berjostek. Thank you, sir. And Deep Space Pilot said, that's Ronald Stroiney. He says, okay, now the phone and the computer are syncing up. Maybe it was a refreshing issue. And Amor Fadi said, I'm all synced up to now too. This is so cute. These guys getting synced up together, isn't that? And then he says the YouTube website on my computer seems to be a few seconds behind the broadcast on the YouTube app on my phone. Listening live finally, and it's just interesting how all the high-tech stuff works. And nice little smiles from Arietis of Rigor Mortis too. Happy birthday, young lad. And he says, I remember when he sent you that. I like everything she just said. So Ronald Stroiney says, I like everything you just said to you, Mandy. He's saying that to you. And Arietis of Rigor Mortis says, ditto. And Chris Collins says, sincere thanks for the support. Luckily, our financial accounts have remained separate. And I'm in possession of the inventory of antiques and collectibles, ensuring my future income won't be compromised by this. I've grown incredibly attached to the cat she brought with her into the relationship, which I'm not sure I can handle saying goodbye to. I feel horrible about the cat, man, is what Jameson said. I mean, I can't relate to that. All I can say is I'm allergic to cats, and I think that, honestly, I'd be happy that the cat was taken away. I'm not into cleaning up kitty litter. Oh my God, do you still have these little kittens that you had rescued? Did they grow up into big cats, or did you adopt them out? Andy, what was the story with that? I know you had a few of these things. Cat people. Yeah.
Yes. I do have them all. I have
How many? Oh my God.
Well, my wonderful
and Kronk doesn't think that these are chew toys. You would think this big Dalmatian or Great Dane. What is he?
He's a Dane.
He's a Dane. Yes. I mean, these are chew toys for him, right? I mean,
well, he grew up with cats already being here when he was a puppy.
Okay,
so
I see.
So the cats are his, there's one cat that cuddles and hangs out with him, and the rest he knows to stay clear of. So
okay,
that's all.
Okay.
People, animals do have companionship, and people like me associate with animals, a little bit more than humans, maybe.
Yes.
That they don't vindictively, drain your bank account and fuck you over. So,
your ex-husband, I don't even know if it was vindictively. It just struck me that he's just such a total asshole. I don't even know if he's conscious of what he's doing. Honestly, it struck me as just something he would do because he's a piece of shit. It's almost like, to give the essence of vindictiveness to it would be like giving him more depth than I give him credit for. But go on.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
People are weird, and animals are, straightforward.
They're trusting. Yeah, they're trusting in their children that never grow up. Yes.
I think, that our court systems have even recognized, pet custody, because they've recognized same thing why we have service animals, and there is PTSD funding for our servicemen and women with specifically horses and dogs, and why we have dog adoption training in tandem with the prisons is animals and us have had an ancient link. We are linked as beings on this planet, and there is healing for some people. Definitely, we wouldn't send Douglas a therapy cat.
By the way, Carolyn Rose Goida, of course, you remember that she's my favorite, pinata. She's my favorite pinata in terms of this subject.
It can go the other way, though. It can become a control issue. It can become, just like anything, us humans, we're great at imposing our traumas or our addictions onto, including beings. It's the same thing with people who just keep having kids and they cannot provide for them and they just keep having them, or people that end up keep adopting cats and dogs and birds that they cannot care for. Or, you even have that famous madam, her name is oh my goodness. She was very famous. She was even on, I think, the Dr. Drew rehab show. She was the famous madam that was, I believe, in Los Angeles, and she was busted. Oh my goodness, what was her name? But anyway, she has land and property, and she has a buttload of birds, and I want to say they're parrots.
Oh my God.
And the therapy, was talking about, like, she's using that as a crutch or as a band-aid or as a new addiction, as opposed to really tackling her drug addiction. So we can definitely displace our other toxic behaviors or our other isms onto animals. And, Carolyn, I believe she boarded up windows, and the animals couldn't even escape the building. And, it can be sad for elderly. We find, elder homes that have seniors who have been bedridden and have bed sores and other horrific whatevers just because they've been neglected and not tended to. So that's kind of our dysfunction we can have. And unfortunately, animals can't speak up for themselves either.
Right. That's right. And so in terms of the animals you do have, what's the inventory? Are you willing to share? I'm just curious. I mean, I'm not going to judge, honestly, because you, unlike Carolyn Rose Goida, I feel you do have a handle on the situation. So,
sure. I have 5 cats, 3 which are over 15 years old. One of those seniors, my brother ended up dumping on me because he knows I rescue animals, and it was from his in-law family situation. And there is an issue with dumping senior animals. A lot of adoption agencies and rescues won't take them. They're too hard to rehome. And so he knew I wasn't going to turn her down. then we rescued 2 other animals who were in dire need, and it was 2 other cats. So I do have a total of 5 cats, and then I also have my 2 dogs, Kronk and Marley, and they are also both. They came when I only had 2 cats, and they're both over a decade old. Kronk is 11 and Marley is 12. So they're lifetime animals, kind of like the 2 cats that I took in. And I've rehomed. I can't count how many animals I've helped rehab.
Wow.
But all 5 of these the dogs and cats came from rescue situations.
Right. That's amazing. I really want to thank you for sharing that. And I mean, obviously you're a remarkable woman, and I really admire you and respect you. And I'm so glad that I can share you with our listeners so they understand just how special you are and why we went all out to save you in a time that you were deemed beyond hope by the medical industrial complex, which was more than willing to sacrifice you. But in terms of, where we're at tonight, and I will, of course, ultimately turn towards a kind of a monologue. Jameson Reese is back with us now, and I'm going to have him kind of take the stage and talk about a number of issues. I'm going to go mute and actually kind of make a trip to refresh myself, and I want you to, just hang out, and whenever you need to go, just tell us what you usually do. I have to go now in the text box, and then tell us when you come back, if you can come back, okay? And then that way, hopefully, you can stay with us until the close of the program, depending on your own schedule. Of course, anytime you have to go for the night and you realize that, or go for the day, then just say, "Oh, I have to go now," for the time, for the day or so. Just let us know. But I love you dearly, and deeply appreciate your being in my life and providing everyone with hope and an example of hope. And honestly, if you have anything else to say about Pack 1 before we segue to Jameson Reese, it would be a perfect segue because, of course, of the supernatural element. Go ahead and do so. Any thoughts you have for him, he'll probably review later. And with that, I'll go mute and be back in about 10-15 minutes while both of you kind of transition. Does that sound okay? Jameson, you're with us, right? Okay, let's see if he can get back on call.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And Amanda, so please get started. And I hope what I said was coherent. You can do as I asked, right? You kind of, send right over. Okay, love you. Good. Thank you, honey. Hugs. And all right then, I'll go mute.
I'm just talking about Pack 1 situation. It's comforting to know these things happen to other people. I don't know if you probably know his story, Jameson. Was that kind of stuff that you experienced in your home growing up, or did anything sound familiar to you with either of our stories, perhaps?
Yeah, being physically, getting physically handled by some of these entities, yeah. And just pretty much, it was really weird but in my case, because the way they dealt with me was a little different. Because I remember one time, they seem to have followed like wherever we went. So this was a new house that was relatively just built, and like 93, but we found out doing research in some of the old records that there used to be an internment camp here, like an Italian internment camp during like the World War II era, whatnot. So who knows? I mean,
that's so interesting, because I'm sorry, I almost bought a property that until the very end I did not know, but it was actually the Japanese internment camp. over here in Eastern Oregon. It was one of them. It was east of Portland, not quite all the way over east, but the price was fabulous. The area was beautiful. It had structures and whatnots on it. And as soon as I found out it was internment camp, just the bad juju that's got to be there is horrific. So I can imagine if property was built on where you're talking about. My goodness.
Well, yeah, they started to call the community I live in. They call it they say this community has a curse, and they say the curse is that everyone who like grows up here, they even if they reach like their 30s, they still wind up stuck here. And everyone's like, I'm gonna break the curse, man. I'm gonna break the curse. And I'm thinking about it from a pragmatic perspective, and I'm like, yeah, but it's really not bad living here. But then again, it's like, who wants to live with their parents for the rest of their life, And although in some cultures, it's not uncommon for people to keep one house for generations and generations. Right. So I mean, that's something else that needs to be brought up. But there was an entity that when I was a teenager, this was before I even got into like magic and all this stuff. And I was going to sleep, and I thought my mother had come into the room, and so I was like, "Good night, Mom," and a woman replied back, and she was like, "Good night." And then my mom's like, "What?" And I heard my mom calling from the 3rd floor, and I'm like, she's like, "Be quiet, I'm trying to sleep." And I'm like, "Wait, that wasn't you?" and then I realized that the woman who walked into the room had like this long silver hair, and I'm like, my mom doesn't have long silver hair. Who the hell is that? And so my sister said that she saw the same person, and the person was assaulting her and screaming at her and throwing things all over the freaking room. I'm like, that's weird, because that person seemed pretty kind when they walked in my room.
Wow.
So yeah.
Well, there does seem to be, plenty of cases where an entity or being or what have you to call it does go after a specific gender or favors another gender, and wants the other out of the way. Or perhaps it's one energy that they're attracted to, so they don't want the other energy perhaps maybe interfering or conflicting with it. But that's very interesting.
I remember before I left to the military, I saw a little girl with a ball out the corner of my eye, and I was like, and the person just, and when I looked again, they weren't there. And it was material. It was as material as if you saw anyone. And when I came back from the military, I had a lot of problems with my family. My mom was accusing me of writing on the walls with crayon. I'm like, Mom, why the hell am I going to write on the walls with crayon? She's like, why the hell would I do some childish shit like that? She's like, who's writing on the wall? I'm like, well, why are you blaming me? What about, I'm like, what about my brother? What about Danielle? Maybe one of them will write, my brother. What about my sister? What about someone else? But you know what? They never found who was writing on the walls, and the stuff would just pop up, and so it turns out it was a spirit. And it might have been the spirit of what I thought was a little girl that might have been there.
Wow, that's pretty heavy. Something physically coming like that is very rare, and just mind-boggling. Like you're saying, if you guys all know that none of you are doing it, and there is just no other possible logical explanation for it, and it's not a feeling, it's not a emotion, it's not something that could be explained away by coincidence or natural occurrence or whatnot. But when you have something, physical, like when you were saying you actually felt manhandled by your entity, and so did Pak Wan. He was talking about the blanket. That's a big deal. That's high energy. That's some pretty major manifestation there.
Yeah, I've had an entity punch me in the face one night. I was trying to lie down and sleep. All of a sudden, something just went wham. I'm like, what the fuck was that?
Oh my
shit.
goodness.
Oh crap, I dropped the F-bomb. Sorry.
I think I did a couple earlier too. My apologies.
But yeah, I haven't had anything like that. I haven't had anything really. There've been things picking up recently, but it's just been like visual spectrum stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, I know it's not just me, because my mother is also seeing it. So she's like, she was like, I maybe I gotta go to an eye doctor because I'm seeing these lights flashing around. I'm like, no, Mom, I see them too. And yeah, the cats react to them sometimes. So it's a normal occurrence here. It's not as bad as it used to be. There was a time when I was terrified to sleep, but that had to do with that happened after I was doing the exercises from the cult of Lam, which was headed by Kenneth Grant, and after dealing with the Lam-like entities, there's something darker wound up coming through after whatever experience that was. And yeah, I would just say that every night things would be pretty horrific, multiple times a night sometimes. And I don't, at this point in time, the whatever entities they don't seem to bother me at all anymore.
What age would you say it was that you were bothered by it? Or what age did you notice perhaps that it stopped?
It stopped when I was 28, and it started when I was around the age of 19. So this was a good solid 9 years of enduring, quite a lot of abuse. And it reached a point where I started to get really angry at the things instead of afraid. And the angrier I got, I find the more it stopped. Mm-hmm. And, it reached a point where they would try to mess with me while I was sleeping, and I would say, fuck you. I would say, F you, and I would just go right back to sleep.
Nice.
They would try to suffocate me in my sleep. They would try to, sexually assault me, and I would just say, and I would just like get really angry. I'd be like, F you guys. And at some point, after some point of realizing that they couldn't get to me, they were just like, all right, screw this. This isn't fun anymore.
Right. I definitely can agree. It just kind of rung a bell when the things kept happening with my son, where he was found in a different spot and his night terror level was, just escalating. I just remember finally feeling so angry about it and just putting out there, just knock it off and leave him alone. And it's not like I didn't ever ask or push or try to wish or try to manifest that anyway. But when it turned into just, I don't know what you call it, but just that anger seed in your gut when enough is enough or whatever, that's kind of when it stopped. And I want to say that's also the last, when it tapered down, of when he would talk about his past life or be talking about other things. He used to say or have circumstances that were just very psychic. He just spoke about what he's never been shown or known or ever been or told, or there's no other way that this 3 or 5-year-old, you know, had this knowledge or experience. And after that, you know, I just remember saying, like, he doesn't understand it, he can't handle it, you just need to leave him alone and go away for, you know, for now. I recognized a very sharp decline in the things that were happening, and he was much more comfortable being alone or going to sleep or whatnot. And you know, to this day is very functional about it, though he still, I think, does know and see things, but he's kind of tuned it out and focuses on other things for now, I think.
Yeah, I think it was I think sometimes I think it's a part of an initiation where, you know, they just keep testing to see if they could push you to a certain point where you get strong enough where it doesn't bother you anymore. And at that point, that's at least what I got from it, because after that point, when I saw the things again, they didn't seem hostile, and I started to do tests where I would see if I could get information from these things. And there was a point where I was able to get information about certain things from them that I found really interesting. So it seemed like the dynamic changed from being, you know, someone who was tormented by them to someone who, like, was able to command them. It's very weird.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
Can you hear
I'm
me?
sorry. Yeah, go on, honey.
Oh no, my phone suddenly said mute, so I was just unmuting.
Okay. Yeah. Well, now that you're unmuted, you're more than welcome to continue talking, darling.
Let's see, Jameson, you just wrapped up saying about how you felt like it was an initiation and it was control and or you could then control them, and it does, you know, it does seem like that point when you are able to flip that fear, then it is a different story.
Do you
perhaps.
feel do you feel you've been able to control any of the entities that are so obviously in your home, honey? You yourself? I'm just curious.
I don't know if I would use the word control, but I definitely,
maybe
you know,
hold at bay. Maybe hold at bay.
I think so. Yeah, I definitely put you know, I went back into, like, you know, protective mode. I don't know how to describe this. I was always in protective mode, but I guess more of focusing and energy work and constant cleansing and clearing and, you know, binary frequencies, a big deal. Singing bowls, I think, are a big deal. Just being very conscious, I guess, that I accepted. It's a front I'm going to have to constantly put up, and that it is one that I can do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great.
So I guess not can, but I mean, I do have the knowledge and I do have the ability to keep at bay or to keep, you know, whatever about.
Mm-hmm. And what do you feel about that, Jameson?
Yeah, I think that sometimes I think that these things are awakening us to a power that's already innate in us. You know, it's like they said at some point your demons become your angels.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
After a certain level.
And how would you compare that to co-editing, I believe it is, who's telling everybody to adopt their own personal demon and shit? How would you compare it to that? I think that's co-editing, right? I might be wrong on that.
Oh yeah, that's what he's selling now? Oh my God.
I thought it was him, but I might be wrong. It's certainly, that's one of them. You know, one of the white trash magicians out there that's pushing, you know, arcanists out there pushing their shit. So there's so many of them. You know.
Well, there's something that could be said. He's probably, whatever arcanist it is, they're probably trying to charge money for it. And that alone should be suspect, because you know, I've reached a point where I figure there's a reason why if I do anything for anyone, I am not going to charge them money. I feel like if you charge money for something arcane, then you dirty yourself in a way. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just something that just doesn't feel right. it feels like, so if someone's like, if I'm working with someone and they're like, oh, okay, how do I repay you? I'll pay you in PayPal. I'm like, no. I'm like, no, you don't pay me. I tell them, you give an offering to this spirit because that's the spirit I asked for to help you, and that spirit will help me out. That's how it works. I find it, the idea of using money for me seems like a taboo. So I don't think I'm allowed to do that. And there is some validity in quote unquote create. Well, what you could do is you can tap into a sort of how do I put this, in an unformed demonic essence, like something that has no form yet, and you can pull it into a temporary form. But I adopt your own demon. I mean, come on. That's just preposterous.
I guess that's an inversion of contacting your guardian angel, I would suppose, for that individual.
Yeah, but the problem.
Okay.
But the problem is, like, it's the context they put it in is just, they're trying to repackage something that they're not presenting correctly. It's not even presented correctly. I mean, yeah, you can contact your own higher guardian angel, or if they want to say, if one wants to use the word daemon, as in DAEMON, which in the Greek translates between man and God, because that's what the original term came from. So it was originally used. There's validity to that, but I don't think that these people are. If you have to use someone as a proxy between you and that thing that you're trying to tap into, there's something wrong with it. That's called psychic vampirism, and that's called them trying to get you to charge a thought form for them. They'll tell you, this is how dude, your demon's like 7 feet, he has like long horns, and he wears black nail polish. and then they're gonna be like, visualize this, and here's a sigil I drew of it, dude. And so you do that, and so now this guy has a servitor that has like black nail polish and long hair that he didn't create. You created for him. And he charged you the money for it.
Yeah, there you go. I was shocked that Pac One Morales was still kind of seeking and contacting people like that. At the time that he really became more aware of me. Of course, he was introduced to me by Daniel Arola. By the way, so Mandy, tell us a bit about have you ever had visions of these entities? And I'd like you to share them, or any feeling of what these entities might be like that were kind of, that you've obviously come to terms with them to a degree. And when you were talking about the cemetery and Pac One was, heard that part, if you could give us some more context as if there's any personality to these things. I think there's not, or at least you haven't projected such onto them, which is probably for the best. But I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes, but I do want you to share that, and then I'll review that, later in the day. But definitely would like you to kind of share a little bit about that, and also I'm sure Jameson will have some feedback on that, and then I'm going to slowly take over if Jameson has said what he felt needed to be said about the latest shooting. And so take it away for a few minutes there, Mandy, for us. Thank you.
Sure. As far as feelings around here, or some sort of personality or whatnot, I did yes and no. On one hand, kind of pick up and have some sort of feeling when something is there, or the atmosphere. You kind of have an after effect of a feeling, and I guess there was just kind of that nervous electricity, goosebump kind of knowing that something that odd just happened was not just an odd life experience, but some other maybe spiritual life experience that just took place. But there was that time period here where, and sometimes kind of creeps in every now and then, much rarer than it used to, of a darker nature. Still don't want to put a personality onto it, except for that you could tell the feeling difference with this. Whatever odd thing that just happened wasn't just, oh, how funny, ha ha, or, you know, what have you. It was, this does not feel good. This feels polluted. This feels negatively charged in a willful, malicious, vindictive sort of way. And we do have a cemetery very nearby, and it is a old one. I don't know exactly what the oldest tombstone is, but from settler days, from gold rush old days. And that's the same thing where I grew up, or was born, and until I was 9, was an old gold rush town that had, you know, hardships and old times associated with it and whatnot, and tragedy that hit the town. Same with Alaska. And so there's always kind of been a presence and feeling of that history where I've ended up living. But very rarely have I picked up on a specific entity personality per se. And as far as specific entities calling on them, I've never personally messed with conjuring up or calling upon, besides, you know, God creator, or my ancestors, an entity. I maybe have studied ancient entities and whatnot, and their names and their personalities and their whatnots.
Yes, I remember you used to post quite a bit about archaeology, so this is an important tangent. Please continue.
Oh, just I guess I could go into that sort of thing, but I've always taken the approach of, you know, I don't want to call something up that I don't want to mess with that. I definitely didn't make it a habit of going to haunted places. I think in maybe my teens, and maybe very early 20s, that would have been something that I would have been recklessly engaged in. I do remember a Halloween in high school. My friends and I snuck into a cemetery to use the Ouija board on Halloween night, and that was, you know, stupid and immature in so many ways, just because of opening doors.
Right. But everybody does it. But go on.
Everybody does. You know, that comes from being in a culture where we don't warn our children and teach our children. I mean, I definitely have told my kids, don't mess with the Ouija board. You know, it's fun and interesting and woo woo, but like, you know, you don't know what you're doing. And there is a specific term in Asia, and I forget what it's called, but it is to do with fortune telling and divination, and that until specific ages, you're not even supposed to be taught it. And that's aside from the obvious religious sects or cultures or whatever that do train children, monks and prodigies. But that you really shouldn't even be reading tarot deck until you're into your 30s. Yes, and by then just starting to delve into it. And because I remember being told by somebody about bamboo, and that there is fortune telling in bamboo, but that he told me I shouldn't learn it until my 40s, because you just shouldn't. The universe does not want you to be there yet. And there are consequences, because you just don't know what you're getting into and you can't fathom it. And to teach you would be to opening you up, whereas you might be skilled and learned and you are able to do it, but you are still at a vulnerable age where you just cannot and should not participate in it. The repercussions and the negative ill effects that come from it are just too horrific. And I tend to agree with that.
Thank you. Thank you. That's so important, so beautiful, really. We need that kind of age limit on the occult and arcanism. Honestly, there's too many dabblers trying to seek a cheap thrill, and the end results are catastrophic. But yes, so of course, James, did you engage in the talking about the?
Oh yes, I wanted to go into that real fast.
Sure.
If we analyze the date in which George Floyd was killed, I think that was May 25th, 2020, and so you add 5, 2, 5, 2, and 2. How the hell did I do this? Whoa!
No worries. Sometimes we
Something's
do things
way
when we're altered that we don't.
Yeah, I was very altered when I did that.
And they make so much sense then.
Okay. Well, it yields. All right. Each individual number adds up to 16, which you add 1 and 6, and you get 7. And now the death for this kid, Wright. This was on the 11th of 2021. April. So that all adds up to 13, which reduces to 4. Now, there's an interesting thing is when it comes to dealing with numbers, traditionally systems use things like 777. They use like 3 of them. But I find that for some reason, magic seems to work better when dealing with 4 of things. Because 4 is death in Asian culture, and death is change. And what you're basically doing with arcane sorcery is you're bringing change. So there's an interesting connection to 7 and 4 in that if you have 1, 1, 1, and 1, which is 1,111, you add all that up, you get 4. So let's say if we were to take 4 and we were to have 4, 4, 4, 4, you add all that up, you get 16, which 1 and 6 becomes 7. And so you have 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, and you would get 28, which reduces to 10, which reduces back to 1. So 1, 4, 1, 4, 7 are very interesting numbers to work with.
All right.
Which this is something I just learned relatively recently while walking. And I was just thinking about it, and it just sort of clicked for some reason. But it clicked because this is where I'm being steered towards. Because of course, I have my own pacts and stuff I have to carry out before I die. So that's it's the nature of the beast. But really, there's the connection that again. George Floyd's girlfriend taught what's his name? Taught
the young
Wright,
man who was just shot.
Yeah, and now here's the number 10. Remember I brought up the number 10. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 gives us 28, which is 10. Well, how many miles away was he shot from the case that was going on? 10 miles. So come on, the numbers are pretty much presenting themselves to this being some kind of occult hit. I suspect that, and I can't prove it, but I suspect that the chief, his resignation has to do with the fact that I think he ordered her to do a hit on the kid, or they knew that the person or whatever powers that be that were above him knew that kid was going to be there that day, and that he was going to get shot and he was going to get killed, and that was intended. And it's intended to draw a connection between George Floyd and this kid. Not only does it play into the numbers, which I just went into, but it's part of a design. It's part of a bigger design. So I suspect that this is actually an occult crime. Mm-hmm. And I suspect that the chief realizes he's in some big shit. So he's like, okay, I want out. Or he's complicit in it, and that's why he resigned.
As well as the officer who killed Duante Wright. They both resigned.
Who they're trying to look at charging her for what is it? They want to give her 10 years for negligent homicide. But the thing is, like, we all know that she's gonna probably get like 6 months in parole, and they're gonna slap her on the wrist. And so we all know that, that the entire thing's going to wind up inflaming people even more, because again, look at the astrological designs here. Whatever the cults of chaos want to exploit this time, because it's an opportune time to exploit this, to incite this kind of anger. And the end game is to get enough violence to the point where it would be justified to kill as many people as they can. And now on that level, I have found an article where it seems in Oklahoma they want to actually cut the all right. Now, this is according to the Washington Examiner, but Oklahoma Senate bill passes bill protecting drivers who hit protesters blocking roadways. Mm-hmm. I don't know how accurate that is, but basically what they're saying is a bill meant to protect drivers who hit protesters during the course of fleeing a riot passed the Oklahoma Senate on Wednesday. House Bill 1674, which passed through the Senate by a vote of 38-10, would increase penalties for blocking roadways while also providing immunity to drivers who kill or injure motorists while fleeing from the scene of a riot in fear of their lives, according to the Associated Press. Mm-hmm. So there seems to be something deliberate. This bill comes in response to an incident in Tulsa, Oklahoma last year, in which a driver in a pickup truck drove through a group of George Floyd protesters blocking the interstate and injured several protesters. The driver whose family was in the car was not charged. So there you go. The kids covered in the back seat because they feared for their lives. One of the Republican sponsors of the bill, Rob Standridge, said. So, yeah, this is all part of their design. There we go. They want to make it legal to kill anyone who's angry about. Basically, they want to make it eventually legal for people to kill black people,
right? By
any means necessary. Yes. People of color, any means necessary. They want it to be open season in those Republican states. So if you're someone of color, get the hell out of there. What are you thinking? Get out of there. They want you dead.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I appreciate
that's just a friendly advice. You don't want to be in a red state if you're of color.
Thank you.
You need to rethink where you are.
You need to rethink your entire fucking life, yes.
And get out while you can, because if you don't, it's going to be too late. Yeah. And they're not going to do a damn thing to whoever kills you.
Yeah, and I've explained before, of course, what happens to Asian Americans, how when they're shot, murdered, beaten to death, in all the major cases where this has happened to an Asian American or an Asian from another nation, like the Empire of Japan, when they're murdered here, the people who kill them spend not a single day in jail.
That is so.
Yeah.
That is so horrifically angering,
Thank you.
And it hits me personally because when I was in high school, I never really told this story, but one of the kids who is responsible for, he eventually became one of my best friends. I was originally supposed to get into a fight with a kid, and then, and because, he said something derogatory, and so I marked on the back of his shirt, and he was pissed off. And then I pulled out a pack of Magic cards, and he was like, "Are those Magic the Gathering cards?" There's this Korean kid I became friends with named Mike. And, I was having a problem in high school because all these white kids were always cracking these racial jokes, and at some point it just got really tiring. But as time went by, because they all respected Mike, they didn't see nobody talked about him because he just whooped their asses, and so basically because I was friends with him, they just stopped bothering me.
Wow.
So I mean, it's really messed up that it's really messed up how it's just something is retarded about this country. It's beyond retarded.
Mm-hmm.
It's just horrific.
It's self-destructive. It's incredible how self-destructive it is. It's our man George Knight, for instance. Thank you for sharing that story about that Asian American. By the way, Mandy, I'm sure you have a story about some Asian in your life at some point that you might be willing to share. Feel free to share it now if you'd like. Is she with us? Oh yes, there she is.
I'm here. As far as, so I think I shared with you in Southeast Alaska, there's a fairly large Asian community, Korean and Filipino.
Uh-huh.
And, where I'm at is a good mix. I think I just noticed and always knew that things were not equal and right. But a story that sticks out in my mind just horrifically of just how things happen. And I correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it happened in San Francisco, where this poor girl was in the back of a police car, and it's caught on camera of them like whipping around the corner, and she actually falls out of the police vehicle.
God.
And I want to say she was or wasn't handcuffed, but she was obviously semi-conscious, maybe unconscious, maybe inebriated. The police story and why she was arrested and what she specifically, obviously happened. I think they just, I want to say they even left her on the road and drove off.
That wouldn't surprise me. It was so cool. I never heard of this, but I believe every word you're saying. I mean, I'm sure it could be looked up. I mean, it sounds so typical and in pattern. Yeah, go on.
I think it did happen quite a bit ago, but I think I did bring it up a bit ago. One of the times we had talked on air, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think at the same time, there was a YouTube video going around of some a-holes over in Asia somewhere, and it's a video of an obvious drunk Asian woman that they are messing around with, and they're like poking her and stuffing food in her mouth and like their finger, and like they're videotaping it, and like just horrific, just disgusting.
What, American tourists doing this?
Yes,
Okay.
to like college age boys, I want to say.
Okay. Oh, that's wretched. Yeah. Well, this is the kind of insanity that Americans display, and this is they have no conscience about it, and they honestly think that people are overreacting. When I responded to that idiot who was on the oh God, he was somebody who was named, who was he? The co-author of The Day After Roswell, Bill Burns, when his wife and he were using the term Jap, and I responded I wouldn't appear on the show because their use of that term, then white people are saying, "Oh, you're oversensitive, Douglas." This is the insanity of whites. And it's why it's impossible to have respect for them as a whole. You have to just literally treat them as individuals, each one. But as a whole, they're contemptible. They're beneath contemptible. They're downright repulsive. So there we are. Amanda Ute has brought a link to this article. And Jameson, if you could take a look at that and bring that to our attention, essentially summarize it for us, if you would, that would help. And,
Yeah, I have to see if I could get my mouse. That
his cat took his mouse. Yes, well, there you have it. And thank you.
And my ad blocker is all right. Here we go. This is that's why it helps to 27-year-old woman is suing Los Angeles Police Department for negligence after she was tossed from a moving squad car last year. Said she tumbled to the street to avoid being sexually assaulted by a cop. Kim Nguyen recently claimed that she fell from the car.
Nguyen. But go on.
Nguyen
Vietnamese
claimed
name. Yeah, go on.
she fell from the car on a downtown LA street when a police officer in the back seat began to touch her last March. He was grabbing my inner thigh, trying to, I'm assuming, opening my leg, she said in a deposition tape last month. She said the officer also fondled her chest and pulled her ear so she could face towards him before she slipped out the door. Nguyen was seriously hurt in the spill, which was recorded on a nearby surveillance camera. She woke up after a 6-day medically induced coma with her mouth wired shut and bruises all over her body. Oh my God. Yeah. The pharmacist said the terrifying ordeal began after she and two male friends were stopped by officers outside a restaurant about 2 a.m. She said they were waiting for a cab because they were all drinking. But the officers decided to charge only Nguyen with the public intoxication and put her in the back of the car before the alleged assault. The police officers were under investigation. Some friend she had. Holy fucking Oh, okay, there I did. Damn it.
At least you're cognizant of it. Go on. Yeah.
Some damn friend. And that's it for the article.
Oh my God. Thank you for that, Mandy. And Mandy, you started off in Alaska and then you moved to kind of these people, American tourists abusing people in Asia itself. And you were kind of all over the place there. What was your point about Alaska exactly, other than the fact that it has a large Asian Pacific Islander American community? Was there any particular Asians you grew up with in school or that you can relate to us, aside from your friend that we kind of know about?
Yeah, sorry if that sounded, confusing.
Oh, it wasn't horribly all over the place, but you know what I mean. It was just kind of, it doesn't necessarily.
I guess I kind of mean that it was something that I always knew. Okay. My friends were not treated the same. And at the same time, I guess it's when I talk about my kids, I know it's there and I do see it. And I also, it wasn't something that I can personally say I'm shocked by. It's just kind of been a known for me. My friend I was telling you about, who's Filipino, I grew up with her family and celebration and, certain festivals and feasts that were, very normal for us. And so I guess my experience perhaps as other maybe white girls down in the lower 48 maybe weren't as acclimated to, perhaps. And so, but because it was a small town and it was all around me, I guess having Asian influence throughout my experience was not new for me. I saw more of a prejudice against the local Alaskan natives than the local Asians.
Yeah. Yes.
Which doesn't make one or the other any better. It's still horrific, and it still was very shocking to me that it was even there, because I've always been a friend of everybody and anybody. So my lesbian friend was the one who married me, and her surrogate half black, half white daughter was my flower girl. And I had a Alaskan Native and Filipino and 2 white girls as my bridesmaids. I mean, like, I've always been, I don't know, multiculturally influenced or whatnot, racial, I don't know.
No, that's wonderful. That's
so
wonderful.
it's something that I guess I've always been aware of, but until now, I really haven't heard anybody talking besides you, and a few random things of the racism that has never really left the gold rush days and the railroad building days. So, our internment camps, and when we took what we did as a country from the Japanese Americans and never paid it back, never did right by it. I've just known that we've always just had a big problem that we're not admitting to and addressing and speaking of.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I deeply appreciate that. And so what I'll do now is I'll segue into the monologue for tonight. And I'll start, of course, with the sponsor, go into his his ad, and definitely we'll have to talk to him about just from now on paying me through PayPal, because obviously the money is more needed there than the way he's been doing it, and I'll probably lose some money with PayPal taking their cut because I'll have to send him an invoice, but I guess, that's what I have to deal with. Not happy about it, but, such is life. And means his payment to me will go down by several dollars. But hopefully donations from our fan base will make up for that. And that's our fan base, of course, is growing. And that's thanks to people like yourselves helping to add depth and dimension to this program. And we so needed a feminine touch, and so glad to have you on with us. Both of you, I will forewarn you now, Crystal River is bringing someone who is heavily symptomatic in terms of their post-traumatic stress disorder. And so I'm not even quite sure if I'm allowed to pronounce the young lady's first name yet, or utter it, I mean to say, on air. So I will have to talk more to Crystal about this before Sunday. But I definitely look forward to Sunday when she'll be on with us, and this all has to do with the violence. Is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. For those of you who don't know, April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I'll be going deeper into this with Amanda Ute after the Sunday episode, which hopefully she will review and respond to. But the Crystal doesn't want anyone here besides myself and the young lady in question. So I won't be calling either one of you to bring you on the call. I'll handle this by presumably bringing on Crystal and just using her to ride the call on. Though I'm not quite sure how that's going to work once she drops. The other way we could do it is I simply call Derek Talley and we ride this on his call, and he just doesn't say anything. He just bows out pretty much, which I'm sure he could do quite easily. So I'll talk to Derek about that. So hopefully both of you understand. And of course, Jameson says, gotcha. And he says, of course, Sexual Assault Awareness Month should be every month. Obviously, this is a violence against women issue. And, obviously, I think that, of course, our lady Amanda has heard me just go on about this topic, go off on this topic in the past. And so it's definitely Again, this is living up to my obligation to speak about women's issues, which, of course, Lena Shea was challenging me on, as if I ever did that. As a matter of fact, since she sent this email to everybody except me, so that everybody would relay it to me, which was just really fucking stupid. And honestly, it's one of those things that just leaving, it just leaves me shaking my head. So this is what she wrote, and let me read this. And she said, this was sent to me, well, not to me, it was forwarded to me by everybody she sent it to, which was Derek and Brendan and JMO and Peter Moon and everybody fucking else. And she basically...
Actually, Douglas, I wasn't even going to dignify her by forwarding it to you, so I didn't forward it to you at all.
Oh yeah, you did. You did.
Because I was like, this shit is so dumb. It's like, why would I even indulge her?
Well, it's gaslighting. It's gaslighting. And Amanda, I certainly want you here for this. Selena Shea, what she wrote was, this was written on March 17th, 2021, and sent from her iPhone. She wrote, yesterday, a 21-year-old boy went on a shooting spree in Atlanta. So this was sent to me, it was relayed to me by everyone else other than Jameson Reese. And in general, it's not everyone, but a few people who were on her mailing list that she sent this to. So she obviously wanted this to be public. There's nothing that needs to be maintained secret here. But she was talking about what had happened on St. Patrick's Day, the day before, St. Patrick's Eve Day, when the Atlanta spa shootings took place. So she wrote, yesterday a 21-year-old white boy went on a shooting spree in Atlanta targeting massage parlors, which of course, Lena Shea is a massage therapist, or is trained as one, and I don't know if she's one any longer, really, to tell you the truth, since the pandemic may have just put a stop to that in general. I know she was still seeing some private customers during that time. But she may have no intention of returning back in the sense that she was professionally engaged before. I don't know. But anyhow, she said, so obviously this impacted her emotionally, as it would with anyone in that profession. And that's a very intimate kind of contact to have with people. And many men expect sexual gratification. And if they don't get it, they might get violent. So this is something every massage professional deals with, is the threat of this. And so, but she pointed out most of the victims were Asian women. And what's interesting is that fact doesn't come up again ever in the rest of her email. It's like that, was noted, but doesn't impact what she emphasizes. She says, the Atlanta shootings remind me of the incel, the involuntary celibate attack on a massage parlor in Canada last year. They say the Atlanta attack was probably racially motivated, but I'm sure it's also motivated by misogyny. I wish more news outlets would call out the war on women for what it is. And this is, of course, what I've called out. And she says, does Douglas Dietrich even care about violence against women anymore? I have been informed that he's made comments about me and other women on air last week. Words are a form of violence, too. Words have the power to incite violence. I refuse to listen to it, but I do know that he is making up ridiculous lies about me. It doesn't affect me personally, however. It does make me angry that he is discrediting himself and all the episodes I was guest speaking on by spreading false rumors about me. Now, for the past several months, I have been mostly offline, minding my own business and taking care of my family, exactly like I said I was going to. By the way, just as an aside here, I really shouldn't do this because it's a cut in the narrative, but one of the things that I really grew to hate in the security industry was, of course, as a matter of fact, you see this play out in the film The Untouchables, which was a horrible film starring Sean Connery and Mandy, help me out here, honey. Who was the creep who played Dances with Wolves? Was aside from him Kevin Costner, was it not? It was Sean Connery in The Untouchables, I believe. Kevin Costner, it was Kevin Costner, right? People can correct me on this. What he wanted in The Untouchables was a squad where all the men were single. He wanted He wanted no married men because he didn't want men who were worried about their families. He wanted men who whose lives he could risk without concern for leaving widows and orphan children. And this is one thing I've noticed all my life is I've changed, of course. I've learned to adapt and concede to a degree of male responsibility here. But when I was heavily involved in security enforcement, the men I hated the most were quote unquote family men. And I thought it was the most detestable form of cowardice in the world. And there's still an element of that I find utterly beneath contempt, where you have society has developed a kind of new ersatz hero, the family man. And what you have is a bunch of men who run up behind you and slice your throat saying, hey, gotta feed the wife and kids. You see this kind of manifest in The Road Warrior, one of the, I think the third one in the trilogy, the one that has Tina Turner in it, where you have Pig Killer is the man who killed a pig to feed his wife and kids. And he's in jail for it because pigs are a protected species because they use them to produce fuel. So he killed a fuel production unit to feed his family. Hey, I had to feed the wife and kids. Oh, and by the way, yeah, he fed them once. And he wound up in jail the rest of his fucking life. Not a very effective or very intelligent way to be a provider. But this is the kind of mentality I see a lot where men are willing to use their family as basically basically they throw their family under the bus so they can fuck everybody over. It's just
a shield for being immoral pricks.
Yeah, thank you.
We're just cutting throats just to cut throats.
Yes, and
I can do one better. Oh man, I remember I was on the train with this guy, and this dude was cursing everyone out, and he has his son in front of him, and I'm like, this dude using his kid as his shield.
Holy shit!
His baby as a shield while trying to pick fights with people, and I'm like, are you fucking shitting me?
I remember seeing one black guy walking up and down the street in the middle of traffic in San Francisco with two kids that he was, and they looked like they were of a different ethnicity. Either that or he'd been breeding with a white woman and a Chinese woman on the side and shit. And, and just had his two hybrid children with him that he was just, or these were two kids he had abducted for all I know. But he obviously was not sane, and he was walking, up and down in the middle of traffic with them, asking for money from bypassing drivers. And this is, talk about, just kind of like it reflects what you were describing. I mean, and honestly, so it's kind of like, this is what Lena Shea was her constant excuse for fucking me over, was this, the kids thing, which is kind of like, that was what she was doing. By the way, I'm not trying to hype on her as the villainess. It's just the way it's just what she is. It's kind of natural that's her villainy in this case is, should be obvious. In other words, I'm not trying to harp on it. I feel it's obvious in and of itself. But anyhow, she's trying to sound reasonable, and she's actually gaslighting because she was the one who went around telling everybody how violent I was and how she was afraid I was violent, just to put this in context, okay? Talk about spreading false rumors, all right? But anyhow, so she says, minding my own business and taking care of my family exactly like I said I was going to do. If Douglas had been understanding of my personal situation and the struggles I was experiencing last year, we could have remained friends. But he decided to turn me into his enemy. Totally unnecessary. Over the course of our partnership, I have done nothing but try to help him to the best of my abilities. And I think anyone with common sense should be able to see that. I still believe in the work he's done, and everything we talked about on air concerning Earth sustainability, human rights, police reform, etc. The only reason I agreed to come on air in the first place was to help him deconstruct Nicole Froelich, who is a real enemy, an asset of the cult, and her transphobic ideology. By the way, this is pure revisionism in the sense that...
You had her on way before
Yes.
Nicole Froelich even walked in the picture.
Thank you, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
She was a guest like almost a full year. Well,
Yes.
I don't know that long.
Well, a long
but
time. she was coming
very
on.
long time.
Yeah.
A very long time before Nicole Froelich even popped up.
Yes. It's a bizarre, but this I noticed with many people is they do this. They rewrite history completely, including personal history and experience. It's something that we all have the capability of doing, but I'm one of the few people who truly, and I can say this, you does not do it at all, because I just have been in too many situations where that does not serve a person well. You don't do that because it really fucks up your ability to deal with reality. And with everything I've dealt with, my hold on reality would be tenuous enough if I didn't maintain a very exacting memory. And that's only in the sense that, believe it or not, I spend most of my time narcotizing to forget as much as possible. But the one thing I do not do is I don't revise history. Personal or otherwise. So there are large gaps that I cannot recall, some of which were literally made irretrievable, at least consciously, by my psychiatrist for the sake of my sanity. But aside from those gaps, or what I've narcotized myself into forgetting, you really have to be careful about how you remember. And I try to remember as well as I can that which would otherwise render myself completely I wouldn't be able to function if I pulled stuff like this and just kept rewriting things. But I noticed that everybody does it, and they do it with abandon. Say, for instance, what happened to Peter Moon. Now, I don't think Peter Moon is consciously doing this. I mean, for all we know,
he doesn't strike me as someone who would deliberately, even honestly, be capable of doing it unless he wasn't already, handled.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Peter Moon's been through a lot, and obviously he's been dealing with these manhandled people all his life. It would not be surprised if he fell into that category himself to a degree. And honestly, it's like he went to Washington, D.C., and they took him into Langley, Virginia, and they scrambled his brains for the weekend, really. And, his wife wanted to go there to see cherry blossoms. I mean, we could call it Operation Cherry Blossom. Really. So he came back and didn't remember anything about myself of significance, which is just profoundly disturbing, because everyone else who remembers me or anything about me remembers everything Peter Moon does not or did not after coming back from Washington.
Not only that, there's also the fact that you confide in him more than you confide in him. You have to confide in him more than anyone else because you're writing a book together. I mean, shit.
Yes. Yeah, and so that makes it profoundly disturbing. Honestly, it's like having somebody you've been confiding in, and then they suddenly say, "Gee, I don't remember any of this." It's very bizarre. It's very disturbing. At any rate, so here we had Lena saying that the only reason I came on air, was to deconstruct Nicole Froelich. Now, if Douglas tries to attack my own credibility and reputation, what is the audience supposed to think about Nicole Froelich and everything I said against what she stands for? It would be confusing and inconsistent. I mean, not to be vicious, but of course, a lot of what she said was confusing and inconsistent in the sense that.
What does that even mean?
It's just what it is. I mean, I mean, it's not so much that what she said was confusing and inconsistent. It's that she was, of course, at that point in the day, she was winding down, and she was pretty fucking baked. She was always baked. And I mean, the way our man Pac-1 Morales expresses it, basically, he would say she sounded like a junkie. He would always ask me, "Who's that junkie you got?" Anyhow, that's awful, but there you go. I mean, you can see why people said that if you listen to those when she was on. It's not, again, this is, oh God, it's just sad. Anyhow, she says the truth is. I'm sorry. What were you gonna say?
Well, knowing what marijuana does, I can see how that would happen. That stuff is really, really.
It is. It is. I mean,
why
honestly,
do they want to legalize it again?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that stuff should never have been legalized, and it's. But anyhow, so then she says the truth is Douglas could never possibly. Are you there, Mandy?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. So sorry.
Just on mute.
I want a woman around. That's why. Anyhow,
Okay.
Selena says, the truth is, Douglas could never possibly understand the full extent of responsibilities I have as a mother and wife. Or accept in parentheses, she says, or accept the simple fact that I have my own life, which doesn't revolve around him. Yeah, that's in parentheses. So when I set up boundaries to protect my own health and sanity, he reacted the way he did, with anger and jealousy. I'm not saying he is a bad person. He's just a man with emotions like everyone else. That's okay. These things happen. Relationships end. It doesn't mean either person is wrong or evil. Okay, so this is gaslighting, because what happened was she took it upon herself to contact me. She took it upon herself to establish my website, which she never trained anyone else to operate. She took it upon herself to take over my finances. She took it upon herself to basically become my keeper, because I'm always looking for a chick takeover. Okay, this is not something anyone does casually. There are other elements involved I haven't even brought up. And so then to casually say, man, this is Douglas not understanding that I have a life of my own. This is not something that I could have ever possibly imposed upon her. This was a position she took. It's not like hey, I want you to do this. This is not something anyone can talk someone else into doing. It is something they take it upon themselves to do when it gets to that level of basically control over someone else's life, which, of course, that's what I was seeking, and I was open to that. And this is essentially what incompetent adults like myself seek. And she took advantage of that and then basically put herself in that position where she had control over everything, and then decided to fuck me over and say, oh yeah, now I gotta sever. Okay, well, what the fuck is that? I mean, it's like, anyhow. So then she tries to sound reasonable about it. But for him to gossip hatefully on air about women who have given him so much of their time and money with all good intentions, that's wrong. If he is not using his platform to raise awareness and advocate for the most vulnerable members of society, what the hell is he doing? Bullshitting and killing time so he can stay awake until his meals are delivered the next morning? Oh, the humanity. So, with all due respect, unless I added, though, the humanity part, because she's referencing, of course, my home-delivered from Meals on Wheels, which, as I said, I try to stay awake to the point where they're delivered so that I can bring them in before they get stolen. Anyhow, so she says, with all due respect, unless Douglas wants to cater to a misogynist male fan base, yeah, you know how much I appeal to them, cross-dressing and all, right? Someone needs to stand up to him and tell him to, and this is all in uppercase, cut the crap. Tell him to keep my name out of his mouth and move on. There are much more important things to talk about. And then she adds a link here. Last Saturday, London mayor admits the city is not safe for women and girls after elite officer arrested for kidnapping and murdering woman walking home. Well, there you go. That's what the British police are into. And the London mayor thereafter was forced to admit, well, the city's not safe for women and girls. You know, at that point, you know, what do? Well, you start killing all the men, right? Especially those in cop uniforms. If any one of them is interpreted as a threat, start macing them as soon as you see them. Anyhow, she says, I think this supports Douglas's idea for making all-female police forces. Now, this is this bizarre aspect of her where she can be quite helpful and apply herself. And she was still like in this, we experimented after her severance with quote-unquote a kind of friendship, but it was so bizarre and just so weird, and it just didn't, you know, she was still putting hearts on my posts on Facebook, but after that it was just like she was smearing them with shit. It was just like a taunt more than anything else, and it was just awful. And so we had this kind of just bizarre, you know, it was this while she was maintaining total silence and not desiring to talk. I mean, okay, so this is all fucking bullshit, because basically she's the one who cut off all communications, and every time she would cut me off on another venue, she would basically unleash a Parthian shot. She would say something offensive and then say, and now I'm cutting you off from this medium. See, she would just like basically send me an offensive email and say, now I'm blocking this email address. You know, send me something offensive on the phone and say, now I'm blocking this number. I mean, this went on with every medium of communication. So just total, you know, just total fuckery. And the problem is that it would have been something simple or easy or amenable if there had been, let's just put it this way. We know she's a fucking liar because she said she'd have been planning this for quite some time, yet she wanted Selena to have nothing to do with the website. Selena wanted to work on the website, volunteered to work on the website, and Lena Shea told her to fuck off. And then Lena Shea dumped everything on the website after making sure she had blocked off putting anything on it, including what she had promised to put on for weeks and weeks, so she could leave us way behind when she fucked me over. All of this is calculated on her part, and if she had been really planning in some amenable way to make this a smooth transition, she would have brought Selena on board, would have taught her how to run the website, and there would have been a smooth transition. She had intended to fuck me over in the worst possible way to make it as destructive as possible. The contributions that were coming in were all going to her fucking bank account. So just a total fucking cunt. There's no redeeming feature in this. Whatever she helped me with in the past was, as Selena Khan herself said, totally canceled out. Like she was never there with everything she did to fuck me over thereafter. So whatever she did to basically help was totally negated by everything she did to fuck everything up thereafter. It was, and all of this with the flip of a switch, based on Zachariah Garrett coming in and posting some GoFundMe for this fictitious guy who died in a home invasion that only she could see and nobody else saw on his timeline. So that's obviously was her trigger. She was the only one who was meant to see that, the only one who could see that. People have the option to limit the audience on their Facebook for who can see what's on their timeline. And so he obviously limited to quote unquote friends, and they were obviously friends. So Amanda Ute says, we'll be back. Okay, well, there you go. I was going to turn to her to ask about this, but of course that's convenient. And this happens quite a bit. So aside from all that, that gives people some an idea of what I'm dealing with. No one can say I didn't present her side of the argument. And obviously it's just one of these things that is, you know, and the insanity of her. Amanda says, I can wait a few minutes. No. Go do what you need to do, honey. And then come back. Then you can talk. That's fine. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, okay. No. Oh, don't let me guilt you out like that. I'm sorry. Anyhow, if you have any response to this or any insights, Mandy, go ahead and then go do what you need to do, okay? All right. Oh, was that Jameson talking to me?
No, I think it just went on mute.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, Yeah, honey. So yeah, if you have any insights into this or any opinions or any observations to make, go ahead and share them, and then you can do what you need to do.
Sure. Just that we were talking earlier about masculine toxicity. There sure as hell is the feminine toxicity.
Yeah.
And it's very classic manipulation and moves. And I was not around for a lot of this, and so I'm kind of just catching up on what actually happened with her and how that went down. So that's quite traumatizing and absolutely is a very purposeful hit in several different ways. So I'm just very sorry that happened.
Yeah, what was so unreasonable about it was that she has her own husband with her own home and her own life. And when I was trying to develop one with Judith Agert, so I could possibly move to Hawaii with Judith Agert, then she was all antithetical to that. No, I couldn't have that and maintain a relationship with her while she had what she's got. And that's the ultimate. You talk about hypocritical bullshit. I mean, so there you go.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's just, so there we have that. And anyhow, love you dearly. And go ahead and do what you need to do. And other than that, I'll probably start into monologuing now. And bless you. Thank you for being in my life so I could act as kind of a cushion for this. And deeply appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, honey. So, aside from that, was there anything else, Jameson, before I start with the solicitation on behalf of our man Ben Estenius?
Nope. I'll be in the background.
Okay. And deeply appreciate it there as well. Now, let's see if my voice can hold out. And the first thing I want to remind everybody is that, anyhow, let me go look for the solicitation. Here we are. One among the creepiest true crime tours. Okay, say that 3 times fast. Normally I'm able to, and tonight I just can't get it out. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com. But, and as well, when you're on the site of theunfinishedman.com, you can reference excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book entitled The Unfinished Man, and see scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejerin case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's Tucson, or rather Tucson, spelled like Tucson, Tucson. I'll put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com. Surely you would want to visit the stupidest city in the world, as voted such by Family Guy. And, of course, you can telephone Ben Estenius personally to privately guide your tour through that stupid city at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. By the way, if anybody calls him and says, Douglas Dietrich says Tucson is stupid, aside from the fact that I'm reiterating what Family Guy is saying, you're not going to convince Ben Estenius otherwise either. He's stranded there by circumstance, just like I'm stranded here in North America. Poor guy's been through the ringer himself, and you know, it's amazing that he's able to do what he's done in life. At any rate, make certain to give him some business at Man of the Soil. You can subscribe to their YouTube channel by that title, Man of the Soil, and you can take a look at manofthesoil.com and take advantage of his landscaping business. He's the man who, of course, brings all those men in brown from across the great invisible Trump wall so that they can help you spend your time in quarantine with a pleasant landscape to look upon on all sides of your property, front yard, backyard, and whatever scape you've got to the sides. The services they offer are landscape design, consulting, paver, travertine, and flagstone patios, artificial grass, decorative rock, driveways, walkways, lighting, and drip irrigation. And of course, he's an individual who has, you can catch on the Man of the Soil YouTube channel himself in his one piece, racing that sprint car across the AstroTurf, which is the lawn he recommends. You never have to water or mow. You'll know you're on the right channel when you see the young white blonde girl with a nice set of pins and a rack pushing up a t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. After which, of course, you can take a look at the aerial drone footage of his landscape work and his men in brown providing you the greatest show on dirt. His words. And, of course, after 45 years of service, he's found out that these little brown men can do all the work that white guys can't. Well, first off, the white guys don't show up, and when they do, they all die of heat stroke. So, take advantage of his services by contacting him at manofthesoil.com. It would be actually manofthesoil@gmail.com if you're emailing him. And, of course, you can call him directly at 1-520/544-7743. That's 1520-544-7743. All right, going on from there, we'll get into monologue for tonight. Let's take a look at the time we have left based on Livestream. And I guess we've got 5 hours left. And, okay. Okay. Tomo Suzuki says, I knew Lena Shea fucked you over, but I didn't know it was that bad. I can't believe she was putting the contributions in her bank account. I'm so sorry, sir. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Some went there, she made it impossible to get it out of the account without fucking myself over with loss of money. It was just awful. And anyhow, Chris Collins brings up the fact that he also is allergic to most cats, as I am, but the one they had was hypoallergenic, a wonderfully regal old Nibelung with silky, soft, long hair. For those of you who don't know, there are hairless cats. They are not hypoallergenic. The hypoallergenic cats are bred with hair, but they don't excrete that crap that people are allergic to. And they are, if I know, if I remember correctly, from what I understand, they're thousands and thousands of dollars. I mean, like $20,000 a cat. At least they were when they started breeding them. I don't know what their cost is now, but good God, Chris, how the fuck did you afford that? So, at any rate, oh well, there you have that. All of that aside, maybe you can claim the cat as like a child dependent or something, and keep it from the druggie from pulling it out of your hands or something. It's hard for me to relate to, simply because I could easily fall in love with the cats and animals and stuff like that, but God, I have a hard enough time with people. I'll stick with the people and avoid the animals in general. And there you go with that. Now, all right, in the time we have remaining, let me try and provide you some quality monologue. And again, going to do my best to avoid jumping into it, just taking another look at what's on the analytics here, where we have an excellent connection. And aside from all of that, let's see now. Just checking around the internet. And okay, one thing I want to emphasize. I'm well aware there is a lot developing between the Sino-Slavic Synaxis and the American Empire right now. I may dedicate the transmission to that on, not Sunday night, but next Wednesday. Definitely next Sunday night will be dealing with Crystal River and her friend, but I don't know how long that will last. So I might have to fill in time after they're done. And so hopefully they'll be on as long as possible. But I know that's probably not going to happen. It's hard for most people to stand for 12 hours. But we'll find out how far this young lady is willing to go with us. And we'll take it as far as I can encourage her to go. Aside from all of that, let's get into both the current events and historical topics of tonight to the best of our abilities, how they're relevant. Now, I've been getting a lot of questions that I'll answer personally, since people are asking about the shot that I got. I received the one-shot, inject and forget jab of the Janssen vaccine produced by Johnson & Johnson while I was hospitalized. And I was glad to get it. And now, of course, there are several factors that people are writing me about, basically, how would I say this, taunting me or trolling me. They're basically making fun of the fact that it's the least effective of all the vaccines, and it's one of those being essentially recalled to a degree at this point. But of course, we've got on par with that AstraZeneca. And of course, all of this is like, okay, these are people who are anti-vaxxers. This is obvious. And these are anti-vaxxers that are attempting to basically say this validates all of their attitudes and ideas. And of course, it's not going to help if someone were to point out, say, for instance, the vaccine failures of the Communist Chinese Empire. But I'll just bring them up so that you understand that they're out there. Now, as I've discussed in past episodes recently, you just need to review the last several episodes and you'll get it. Chinese COVID-19 vaccines increasingly appear ineffective compared to their Western counterparts. Now, a study in Chile has found that the Sinovac shot has just 50.4% efficacy 2 weeks after the second dose. Gao Fu, the head of the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, publicly noted that current vaccines don't have very high protection rates. And he said that, basically fucking today. And these are comments, of course, that he was forced by the CHICOM, or the Chinese Communist government, to immediately walk back. In Brazilian studies, where, of course, the Trump of the tropics, Bolsonaro, is, we've got death rates in Brazil that are now higher than birth rates, which, of course, because Brazilians do a lot of fucking, that's pretty fucking impressive. At any rate, Bolsonaro's denial of pandemic reality may even affect him politically, no matter how hard he clamps down with his totalitarian dictatorship. But in their studies down south, the Chinese-made vaccines do seem to have a strong effect in preventing hospitalization or death. But data from Chile and other countries with mass vaccination campaigns with Sinovac or Sinopharm still show a steep rise in transmission alongside declining hospitalization and death rates. My guess is Gao wanted to create impetus for vaccine change policy inside China itself, either by increasing flexibility about importing foreign vaccines or bolstering research for China to develop its own effective mRNA vaccine. Gao likely came under immediate backlash internally, either because of general defensiveness or from specific high-level sponsors of the vaccines. This response, of course, doesn't bode well for an honest approach going forward. China is fucking itself, and two wrongs, of course, do not make a right. What's going on with them that's all wrong doesn't mean that what's going on with us in the West is right, but let me put what's going on here in perspective. In terms of the CDC advisors, they were meeting today to review cases of blood clots among people who received the Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine. Now, six people out of an estimated 6.8 million who got the shot, my shot, have developed a rare and severe type of blood clot, leading the CDC and the FDA to recommend a pause of the single-shot vaccine. All six cases were among women between the ages 18 and 48. All among women between ages 18 and 48 years of age. The pause shouldn't affect planned vaccination rates too much in these United States, but it could increase vaccine hesitancy, even though Dr. Anthony Fauci and other experts said their confidence in COVID-19 vaccines is still high. Meanwhile, global cases of coronavirus have climbed for 7 straight weeks now, according to the World Health Organization, a sure sign the pandemic is far from over. And it's not over for the J&J vaccine, the Janssen one-shot, which I received. U.S. agencies recommended suspending use of the one-and-done Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is being shelved in much of the country, for the moment at least, as regulators investigate these 6 cases of blood clotting in women ages 18 to 48. Now, blood clots related to the Johnson & Johnson vaccine are extremely rare. Only 6 people out of 6.8 million experienced clots after taking the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. That's fewer than 1 in a million. And it's gender specific, so it's not going to impact me. No matter how many of you think I really am a bitch. Which I may be personality-wise, but physically, believe me, I'm not. And one of these days I'll give you examples of that. I'm rolling my eyes. At any rate, here being 3 takeaway things to knowest about this decision. First, this is the system working as intended. The pause is a reflection of federal regulation in action, responding to even the tiniest hint of a safety issue in case it blossoms into something serious. Secondly, People who have already received the J&J vaccine should not panic, especially if more than a month has passed, which hasn't been the case with myself. But again, despite the fact that I'm often mistaken for a member of the opposite sex, I'm not female. So the chances of this manifesting in myself are non-existent. The CDC and FDA, the Centers for Disease Control and the Food and Drug Administration, recommend that recent recipients should contact their healthcare provider if they develop severe headaches, abdominal pain, leg pain, or shortness of breath within 3 weeks of their injection. For all you ladies out there who have gotten what I got. Adverse effects also do not detract from a vaccine's effectiveness at preventing COVID-19. So there's no need to seek out another vaccine to supplant J&J's, Johnson & Johnson's one-shot Janssen, which sounds terribly obscene. Johnson & Johnson's one-shot Janssen sounds like a cock that can only spew once before, it stops ejaculating. A single spurt shot, so to speak. Anyhow, the third takeaway thing to know about this decision. If it does return to market, the J&J vaccine will need a reputation overhaul. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine, previously stigmatized for being less effective, now risks the second label, less safe. It's on the precipice of becoming our country's grody vaccine. Maybe it's already toppled over the edge. An altered reputation in these United States will reverberate throughout the world and set back the global struggle to contain the coronavirus. But in terms of all you ladies out there in particular who have gotten the same jab I did, the same type of jab, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, what this suspension means for you is what I will attempt to explain as a medical journalist, rather as someone who has the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism and could therefore professionally serve as such. Basically, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Food and Drug Administration yesterday halted use of the one-dose Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine that has been given to 6.8 million people in these United States, inclusive myself. The pause is due to reports of blood clotting in 6 people who have received the vaccine. 1 woman died, and another has been hospitalized in critical condition. Dr. William Petrie, an infectious disease physician and immunologist at the University of Virginia School of Medicine, has done his best to answer questions to help put this development in context, and I will relay to you the questions he was asked. People have asked, what is this potential side effect of the J&J vaccine for COVID-19? Now, of course, his answers are technical beyond your comprehension. What I will do is paraphrase them and render them accessible to you. Basically, the potential side effect is a blood clot in the veins that drain blood from the brain. This is called central venous sinus thrombosis. In the vaccine-associated cases of this, platelets in blood, which are important for making clots, so you stop bleeding when you're cut, have been lower than normal. While researchers do not know for certain why this is so, platelet counts could be lower, perhaps because they have been used up making these clots. Now, a lot of people are asking, how many people have experienced this possible reaction? As I've said, myself, about 1 in a million. 6 cases out of 6.8 million doses of the J&J vaccine administered in these United States. These 6 cases all occurred in women ages 18 to 48. It's just a 30-year envelope. And from the, from 6 to 13 days after vaccination, which is about a 4-twin nit, a week to 2 weeks. That's about half as likely as getting struck by lightning in a year. Half as likely, mind you. What is being determined now is what is the normal background number of cases we might see in the general population without the vaccine as a factor. This will make it possible to determine if the clotting problem is a vaccine side effect or not. And you might ask, what do you do? As in, what do I do if I got the J&J shot? You know, like the question I would ask if I were a female between that age. I'm not even in that age bracket. I'm older. The CDC and FDA are recommending that people who have received the J&J vaccine within the last 3 weeks who develop severe headache, abdominal pain, leg pain, or shortness of breath should contact their healthcare provider. Fortunately, this type of blood clot is treatable with the use of blood thinners or anticoagulants. If a patient has low platelets, however, a doctor would not prescribe the widely used anticoagulant heparin, but instead another kind of blood thinner. Untreated, these blood clots, well, they can be fatal. And so, of course, you might ask, what are the CDC and FDA specifically recommending for the J&J vaccine? Well, because of this rare occurrence, even though it has not been shown to be due to the vaccine, the CDC and FDA have recommended a pause in the use of the J&J vaccine until these cases can be further reviewed. And in terms of what the next steps are, well, the CDC will convene a meeting as they did today. And that was the meeting of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, the ACIP. And that's an independent board of 15 scientific and medical experts selected by the Health and Human Services Secretary that advises the CDC on vaccines for children and adults. People with ties to vaccine manufacturers are excluded from the ACIP membership because of potential conflict of interest. Now, what they did today was the ACIP reviewed the available evidence and they've probably made the recommendations to the CDC already, based on, to a great extent, on the likelihood that the complication is vaccine related. Now, if you're wondering if this is similar to what happened with the AstraZeneca vaccine in Europe, well, we have over there across the Atlantic on the continent a similar rare problem of blood clotting with low platelets in the cerebral venous sinus and also in the abdominal veins and arteries, as has been seen in connection with the use of the AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine used in Europe. Yes, there, across the Atlantic on the continent, you've got 182 cases reported in 190 million doses. Again, roughly 1 in 1 million people vaccinated. The European Medicines Agency, the EMA, investigated this and concluded that central venous sinus thrombosis with low platelets should be listed as a possible, very rare side effect of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Now, yesterday, Johnson & Johnson announced it is delaying the rollout of its vaccine in Europe in response to the American review. As for the take-home message from all of this, the United States has a total of 3 vaccines authorized under emergency use authorization for COVID-19. And this side effect has not been observed in the 2 other vaccines developed by Moderna and Pfizer. The Moderna and Pfizer vaccines do not use the same technology used in the J&J and AstraZeneca vaccines. So vaccination against COVID-19 can continue while efforts are made to determine if the clotting disorder is related by chance or a true, but extremely rare, side effect of the J&J vaccine. I believe, myself, this is a testament to the emphasis by the CDC and FDA on vaccine safety that J&J vaccinations have been paused while this is studied by independent scientists and medical experts. Now, to put this into perspective for you, when I was attending all the courses in medical journalism via the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, which of course has the adult educational extension program that used to be called colloquially the mini med school. That was actually their stupid official name originally, mini medical school or mini med school. This was something that you would hear different lecturers in, some of them Nobel Prize winners or laureates, and one of them was an imaging engineer who I will never forget, who personally knew the head of the FDA and had dinner with him on a number of occasions and personally confronted him about the cure for AIDS. And the head of the FDA said, by the way, millions of people all over the world continue to die of AIDS. In case you didn't know, it's no longer a death sentence in the Western world where we have cocktails that keep people alive, but it changes your life and it renders you depressed. Everybody who's on these AIDS cocktails is on antidepressants because the AIDS cocktails make you fucking fat, bloat you up, and they've got special medicines to take care of that. So you can look good again, thin again, physically attractive. So you can fuck more people and spread more AIDS. But in places like Africa, they don't have this good shit and everybody just dies. So the FDA was confronted by this imaging expert who said, why don't you release the cure? You've got the cure. And he says, yeah, we got the cure for AIDS. But it's because this cure will, like these vaccines, kill like one person. In this case, out of every few million. Like have adverse effects. He refuses to release it, and the FDA refuses to release it. This is conservative policy to a pathological fault. You can save millions of lives, and a few people are going to die of the medicine that will save everyone else, so you don't release it so millions continue to die. This is, it's just pure evil. So, the same with this vaccine. If you're some motherfucking idiot who follows this logic, it's really an anti-logic. Yeah, it's working by the very process that even if it hurts someone, we stop it. And by stopping it, many more people are going to die. This is where the insanity sets in. Any vaccine is going to have a reaction in someone where someone will die. You're out there to save the overwhelming majority of the population. Then some people have to die, so be it. You can make some stupid argument like, what if it was you? What if it was me? So what? That's the risk we take. That's the risk I took when I took the vaccine, you dumb fucks. For all you people out there sending me these stupid questions about, oh my God, aren't you worried now? Ha ha ha! You got the vaccine in you. Ha ha ha! This is the level of stupidity that we're dealing with. The type of trolling where people are confronting me about, are you scared? I mean, no, I'm not. I faced death, obviously, with the incident that ultimately resulted in my hospitalization, where I told Our Lady Selena to contact Judith Ager, and she might well collect on my Marine Corps life insurance. That alone really pisses me off, that, that because Judith Ager cut off all ability to communicate with her, then this is what really angers me, is that there was no way to even communicate to her that she might get the benefits of my life insurance, to which she is the beneficiary. Okay, that's just bullshit. You know, I don't deserve to be treated like this. This is fucking bullshit. And, you know, this is just wrong. This is what I've been exposed to lately. This kind of treatment. And people wonder why I stick with escorts for the majority of my sexual relations. Though I grab whatever I can on the side. But honestly, I would have dropped all of that lifestyle for Judith Ager. I would have seriously considered ceasing drinking blood for Judith Ager. But instead, she had to do what she did. Grab the potential for money if something happened to me, which apparently she suspected it would, and then just say fuck you, and I mean, it's just crap, and not respond to me despite the gifts I sent her. Just awful. Anyhow, she would always walk out on me anytime I was making an important announcement, at any rate, on whenever she was co-hostess. The kind of behavior that I have to deal with all my life. All right, checking into Livestream after that, and going into what amount of time we have left. Let's take a look at 12 minus 7.5, and 4.5 hours left. All right, let's move on to the best we have. Oh, Chris Collins is mentioning his girl Danielle had the cat for at least 10 years before we met. I believe a dog found it outdoors and showed up at the door with Lucky hanging from its mouth. How the hell does a dog wind up with a multi-$1,000 fucking cat? Okay, Jameson, tell me what's going on here. It's like, you can think of some kind of scenario where that happens, right? No, you can't. That doesn't even make... it's not that I disbelieve Chris, but yeah, that's pretty fucking... How did you even identify that it was hypoallergenic? You must have taken it to a veterinarian. Or was it just the smell test? Oh, I'm not sneezing. Oh, I'm not... My eyes aren't turning blood red. He must be hypoallergenic. Was it something like that? Or was it you took it and, you know, I mean, most people, you know, these things come with certificates, for God's sake. You know, it just, a dog walks in with this kind of cat in its mouth. What would the owner be thinking? There must be an owner out there who said, oh my God, my multi-$1,000 cat is missing. I mean, did you guys just ignore all the flyers being passed out in the neighborhood, or what? Anyhow, bizarre. I don't know what to make of that story. I mean, I believe you. I mean, I see no reason why you would lie about it, but honest to God, that's pretty far out. Oh well, such is life. And with that, let's take a look at just checking into some notifications coming in. I'm told I was tagged by somebody, but I can't even... Oh, I get it. So here we are. Okay. Okay, so... All right, so I'm not seeing this. This was tagged to me. I'm not able to see it unless I, like, maybe approve it or something. I don't know what to do. It's like, I wouldn't mind this, to tell you the truth, being on my page, but it's something I really can't see, so I don't know how that works, or how to make that work. Let me see if I go to notifications, and that brings it up where it offers the selection button. There we are. Add to profile. There. I will add this to the profile. And there we are. Ramadan thing. Now, by the way, Robert Campbell has got a picture up here. When you text someone a question, they answer with a phone call, and, you know, that's funny in and of itself, but what makes it kind of creepy is that this is a picture of the young lady who they kept photoshopping and sticking her into all of the different crises you could think of. Sandy Hook, the Boston bombing, it was this young lady on a cell phone. They've changed it here to a handheld phone, or a handheld unit phone. I forgot what that's called. The portable phone is I think it's called portable phone. Yeah, at any rate, so this is, of course, presented quite innocently by Robert Campbell, but it has that creepy effect because it's just was so abused by all of these horrible people trying to promote conspiracy theories just for the sake of making people distrust the media, distrust the government, and part of a conspiracy in and of itself, in that sense. Not on the part of Robert Campbell, and not even on the part of his meme, but on the part of other people who abuse that image. So anyhow, today is National Titanic Remembrance Day, and the day commemorates the date of the Titanic sinking in honor of those who lost their lives aboard the Titanic in 1912. It is today because it's after midnight now on the West Coast, so we're no longer in the eve day thereof. We are now in the actual day itself. And now, while each year, since its sinking, memorial events dedicated to remembering the tragic loss have taken place, no one person or entity has proclaimed the observance. But in terms of National Titanic Remembrance Day, on April 15th, the National Titanic Remembrance Day remembers the lives lost when the Titanic sank into the North Atlantic's icy waters in 1912. We remember the more than 1,500 people who died that day. Now, it was known as the unsinkable ship when the Titanic hit an iceberg at 11:40 p.m. on April 14th of 1912, on her maiden voyage, no less, from England to New York City. And later, in the icy waters of the Atlantic Ocean on April 15th, the Titanic sank. Those who perished did so mainly due to an insufficient number of lifeboats on board that ship. Since that time, journalists, engineers, ocean explorers, historians, survivors, and descendants of those lost, and more, have been trying to piece together the events leading up to that night. So countless hours of documentation, salvage expeditions, interviews all record the perspectives of those involved. From the investors to the designers, the builders, and the sailors, right down to the communications and those left behind. Every angle and every myth has been considered. And to this day, it is still heartbreaking and mesmerizing as a story, no matter where you begin. Now, if you want to observe Titanic Remembrance Day, well, you can check out hashtag Titanic Remembrance Day and see what you can find. And as you yourself personally sail through the history of the Titanic and learn more about its secrets, people, and myths as well, read about the building of the Titanic and follow its timeline. Discover the survivors' stories. Watch a documentary, a movie, or take a virtual tour of the ship. There are, of course, recommendations from myself. There is the book entitled A Night to Remember by Walter Lord. There are, of course, there is Voyagers of the Titanic. These are passengers. It's subtitled. Voyagers of the Titanic is subtitled Passengers, Sailors, Shipbuilders, Aristocrats, and the Worlds They Came From. And that's written by Richard Davenport Hines. Richard Davenport Hines. He's got a hyphenated name, like he took his wife's name or something. Probably married a Heinz, like, Heinz ketchup, like John Kerry did. And so was willing to take her name for that money. I would too. Anyhow, again, his book is titled Voyagers of the Titanic and subtitled Passengers, Sailors, Shipbuilders, Aristocrats, and the Worlds They Came From. There is also the movie The Titanic, directed by James Cameron, starring Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio, whose name I can't choke out without almost calling him Gay Caprio. And anyhow, I find him intensely unlikable. I think he's ridiculously been assigned all kinds of roles for being a good gay boy that he never deserved and could never carry out. I mean, especially when he plays things like Howard Hughes or J. Edgar Hoover. I mean, it's just beyond offensive. It's just so stupid. It would be like me portraying Bruce Lee. It just doesn't fit. Anyhow, there is a kind of virtual walkthrough or a film called Waking the Titanic that was released in 2012, directed by Francis Delaney. And there is, of course, the National Geographic special. That's way back from 1986, entitled Secrets of the Titanic. So, the sinking of the Titanic claimed some 1,500 lives, among them a gallery of early 20th century A-list celebrities. You had captains of industry, John Jacob Astor the fourth or fifth, and I think it was the fourth, and Benjamin Guggenheim of, the Guggenheim Museum. They both went down with the ship, as did Macy's co-owner, Isidor Straus, and his wife, Ida, who refused to leave his side. The popular American mystery writer, Jacques Futrelle, the American painter and sculptor, Francis Millet, and Major Archibald Butte, the friend and aide to then-President William Howard Taft, were lost as well. Now, you had a bunch of famous passengers who were booked for the ship's next voyage. So, had the Titanic not rammed that iceberg, the Titanic's return trip to England was scheduled to begin on April 20th. Adolf Hitler's birthday. And among the more famous names who had apparently booked passage, you had Henry Adams, descendant of two presidents and author of The Education of Henry Adams. You had John Alden Dix, then governor of New York. J. Bruce Ismay, the managing director of the White Star Line, a survivor of the Titanic disaster. Actually, historically, Ismay was portrayed as a villain in many accounts, in part for the ship's shortage of lifeboats and for getting himself safely into one. You had Guglielmo Marconi. Having skipped the maiden voyage, Marconi had apparently made arrangements to take the second. Frank Sieberling, the founder of Goodyear Tire and Rubber. Other would-be passengers had booked even further ahead. Exempla Gratiae, J.C. Penney, founder of the department store chain that still bears his name, was set to sail on the Titanic's next crossing from England to the United States. Now, in terms of famous people who missed the Titanic, the notables who planned to sail on that very fateful voyage, not booked for the second or the third, these included a world-famous novelist, a radio pioneer, America's biggest tycoons. But for all the bold-faced names among the Titanic's victims, many more might have been aboard, but for the vagaries of fate. And among them were Henry Clay Frick, the Pittsburgh steel baron, who was a business associate of fellow non-passenger J.P. Morgan. He canceled his passage on the Titanic when his wife sprained her ankle and had to be hospitalized in Italy. And then, of course, there was James Pierpont, J.P. Morgan himself, the legendary 74-year-old financier, nicknamed the Napoleon of Wall Street, had helped create General Electric and U.S. Steel and was credited with almost single-handedly saving the U.S. banking system during the Panic of 1907. And among his varied business interests was the International Mercantile Marine, the shipping combine that controlled Britain's White Star Line, the owner of the Titanic itself. Morgan attended the ship's launching in 1911 and had a personal suite on board with his own private promenade deck and a bath equipped with specially designed cigar holders. He was reportedly booked on the maiden voyage, but instead remained at the French resort of Aix to enjoy his morning massages and sulfur baths. And he told a visiting New York Times reporter some days after the sinking that monetary losses amount to nothing in life. It is the loss of life that counts. It is that frightful death. There was also Milton Snavely Hershey, you know, the man behind the Hershey's milk chocolate bar, Hershey's Kisses, Hershey's syrup, and the Pennsylvania city that bears his name, spent the winter in France and planned to sail home on the Titanic. The Hershey Community Archives has in its collection a $300 check Hershey wrote to the White Star Line in December of 1911, believed to be a 10% deposit toward his stateroom. That's according to the archivist Tammy L. Hamilton. Fortunately for Mr. Hershey, business back home apparently intervened, and he and his wife instead caught a ship that was sailing earlier, the German liner, Amerika, with a K. The Amerika would earn its own footnote in the disaster as one of the several ships to send the Titanic warnings of ice in its path. But would I'm not going to go there. You know, if they had only listened to the Germans, but no, they vilified them instead. All right. In terms of what else comes to mind with that, let me see if I can try and dig out of my brain, the attic of my mind, some of the other people that come to mind. Oh, Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt. How could I forget? The 34-year-old multimillionaire sportsman and heir to the Vanderbilt shipping and railroad empire was returning from a trip to Europe and canceled his passage on the Titanic so late that some early newspaper accounts listed him as being on board. Now, Vanderbilt lived on to become one of the most celebrated casualties of the Lusitania sinking 3 years later. In other words, I guess he couldn't escape his fate. For those of you who don't know, the Lusitania was sank by a German U-boat. And that was, of course, the cause of American entry into World War I. Now, John R. Mott, he was surname spelled M-O-T-T. He's perhaps less well known today than the others whom I'm listing, but Mott was an influential evangelist and longtime YMCA official, the Young Man's Christian Association, who shared the Nobel Peace Prize in 1946. He and a colleague were supposedly offered free passage on the Titanic by a White Star Line official interested in their work, but declined, and instead took more humble liner, the liner called the Lapland, basically a kind of merchant ship that they could get some passage on. According to a biography by C. Howard Hopkins, when they reached New York and heard about the disaster, it is said that the two men looked at each other and one voiced their common thought: the good Lord must have more work for us to do. And also not on board was Guglielmo Marconi, the Italian inventor, wireless telegraphy pioneer, and winner of the 1909 Nobel Prize in Physics, was offered free passage on the Titanic, but had taken the Lusitania 3 days earlier. As his daughter Dana later explained, he had paperwork to do and preferred the public stenographer aboard that vessel. And although Marconi was later grilled by a Senate committee over allegations that his company's wireless operators had withheld news from the public in order to sell information to the New York Times, he emerged from the disaster as one of its heroes, his invention credited with saving more than 700 lives. Now, 3 years later, Marconi would narrowly escape another famous maritime disaster. He was also on board the Lusitania in April 1915 on the voyage immediately before it was sunk by the German U-boat in May. That would take the individual Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt, who was much the richer than he. Now, Theodore Dreiser, the novelist, who was 40 years old at the time of the Titanic, considered returning from his first European holiday aboard. And an English publisher talked him out of the plan, persuading him to take another ship that would be less expensive. Now, Dreiser was at sea aboard the liner Kronland when he heard the news. He recalled his reaction the following year in his memoir entitled A Traveler at 40. Well, in that book, he said, to think of a ship as immense as the Titanic, new and bright, sinking in endless fathoms of water, and the 2,000 passengers rooted like rats from their berths only to float helplessly in miles of water, praying and crying. It's not very imaginative or poetic for a writer, but what can you say? That's pretty lame writing, but I guess it's apt. There were legions more who just missed that ship. Many families on both sides of the Atlantic have stories of relatives who might have been aboard the Titanic, but fortunately for future generations, literally missed the boat. Though only a small percentage of such tales may have much basis in reality, they are part of a long tradition. In fact, within days of the disaster, newspapers were already remarking on the phenomenon. There was a headline that, all in the uppercase, screamed, "Just Missed It Club formed with 6,904 members." Michigan's St. Marie Evening News headlined it so on April 20th, 1912. My biological father, Adolf Hitler, would have read that headline. He having been born in 1889, he would have at least have known of it. He probably couldn't read it because it was in English. But that was 5 days after the sinking that headline circulated. Later it quoted one Percival Slathersome, a presumably fictional artist, as saying, "I counted lucky that I didn't have the price to go aboard this year. If all of us who just missed it had got aboard the Titanic, she would have sunk at the Liverpool dock from the overload." Well, there you go with that. By the time Ohio's Lima Daily News weighed in on April 26th, the club seems to have grown considerably. And the newspaper itself observed, "Up to the present time, the count shows that just 118,337 people escaped death because they missed the Titanic or changed their minds a moment before sailing time." Now, in terms of... let me look something up here. See if I can... travel around the internet, kind of hit my memory a bit on some things going on in current events. All right. Now, one of the things, of course, that most people do not realize is that Nikola Tesla was more closely associated with the maritime disaster of the RMS Titanic than most have ever realized. There are odd connections, ties, and coincidences that put the inventor and scientist as close to being on board the ship as you might never imagine. There are books written about this, and it is, of course, something that I think would probably best be, how would I say it, personified in the person of John Jacob Astor, who died aboard. And this was, of course, April 14th, 1912. And again, let me try and give us a little idea of exactly how many years ago that was, because my brain no longer functions mathematically. 2021 minus 1912. It was 109 years ago by now. Oh my fucking God. Was it that long ago? Plus 109, 2021. Anyhow, shout out to Miguel Andahar, latest incarnation of Tesla. And John Jacob Astor was Tesla's wealthiest and most generous investor. He invested $100,000 in 1899 for Tesla, for Tesla to, as he understood it, further develop and produce a new lighting system. Now, Tesla instead used that money to fund his Colorado Springs experiments. Mr. Astor was understandably unhappy with Tesla's deception and avoided him for several years. They did later reconcile and work together on aircraft and propulsion systems in 1908. Unfortunately, Mr. Astor and his wife were aboard the Titanic, which began to sink after colliding with that iceberg. Mr. Astor was able to help his wife into a lifeboat, but was unable to join her. His body was found a few days later and is buried in Trinity Church Cemetery in New York City. Just so you know. Now, that is just one of the connections of Nikola Tesla to the Titanic. And it is something that, how do I express this? In terms of the conspiracy behind the sinking of the Titanic, it is basically something that involves Nikola Tesla and J.P. Morgan. And it's something that would probably take up the entire transmission to go into. So I'll do the best that I can with just kind of getting it out of the way obligatorily tonight. That sounds disrespectful as hell. But we have so much else that we need to address, albeit this is historically something that would have changed the world had it just gone otherwise. It's important to remember that Tesla was never a ladies' man. He did seem to have some love affairs. And the woman who was probably bringing most of this to my attention was a German woman who lives in New Zealand, whose name I forget. She was friends with myself on the old timeline. Might have friended me on the new timeline, gifted to myself by Ŵoaumphyieorai. But in terms of the greatest opportunity that Tesla had in his life to really change his life and our world for the better was when he had the opportunity to marry the daughter of J.P. Morgan. Now, he was the last of the mad scientists in a certain sense. And he was just too whacked out to be tolerated. That was Anne Morgan, J.P. Morgan's daughter, was very tolerant of Tesla's madness. And she came very close, as his close friend, to marrying him in 1893. Of course, when they first met, her pearl earrings threw him off into like a fit or a frenzy. He was a freak. he had all kinds of phobias, and he would just freak out about the damnedest shit. So when he kind of turned her off with that, it took a long while for her to build up a tolerance. So the twin influences that otherwise would have happened had he surrendered in the most positive sense to a chick takeover, would have been the twin influences of married life itself and financial success. They would have diminished Tesla's nascent mania into eccentricity and would have made it possible for him to produce many of the inventions, well, all the inventions he only sketched out. The high-sensitivity vacuum tube, the carbon button lamp, medical diathermy, superconductivity, teleguidance, global radio broadcasting, radar, also solar and ocean thermal electric conversion, what we today would call OTEC power. OTEC as the acronym, the televisor, fluid diodes, bladeless turbines, charged particle beams, and personal flyers. These are only some of the inventions that Tesla theorized that would have actually been fucking built. Now, of course, J.P. Morgan, the father of Anne Morgan, was the last of the robber barons. And albeit Tesla and Anne Morgan did become good friends, because he did not take up her offer in marriage, being so stupid as to forever affiliate that first impression of pearl earrings, which he had such a phobia about oyster dribblings, right? Oyster dribblings, oyster secretions. It's like solidified sperm in his mind or something. I mean, when your mind goes in those directions, you're just not healthy. But because of that, he died a bankrupt bachelor. The majority of his inventions remaining in his head are sketched in notebooks. Whereas marriage unto Anne would have stabilized him both emotionally and financially, whereon he would have gone on to revolutionize virtually every aspect of modern life. Not only setting technology on a new path, but global economic politics as well. In such a world, as a historian, I can tell you this: the Depression would never have occurred. Hitler would never have had to have risen to power. There would have been very little for him to have complained about, because Germany, instead of Japan, would have been the major competitor for America's mighty trusts. The League of Nations would have been strengthened enough to stop Stalin from building atomic weapons. Now, in terms of harnessing that lightning, building the world of tomorrow, by the time Nikola Tesla's AC generators, the alternating current, had proved their superiority over Edison's DC, or direct current, his mercurial personality would have been calmed by his marriage to Anne Morgan, and, of course, through her connections as daughter of the financier J.P. Morgan. So Morgan would have seriously financed Tesla, especially after Tesla invented wireless telegraphy or radio. It's important to remember that Tesla founded his own company and scraped along until 1888, when George Westinghouse hired him to build his AC motor, his alternating current motor, for the Westinghouse Company. He went on to invent the radio, only to see Marconi steal the credit and the financial reward that was Tesla's due. And, of course, it was all of his peculiarities, Tesla's own, including phobias about pearls and other spheres, and physical contact and female hair, that would degenerate into manias that approached paranoia with his declining fortunes. And unable to find backers for his inventions due to his flightiness and his reputation for instability, he went bankrupt and died in 1943 after 5 decades of frustration. This is why they always say behind every great man there is a woman. Always look for the woman, and Tesla was the most tragic crackpot in the world for not allowing one into his life. Now, in terms of J.P. Morgan and what he had seen was coming, what J.P. Morgan what he knew could have been realized. You see, Morgan instantly recognized the potential of radio and persuaded Tesla to stop all his other inventions, all his other investigations into inventing, to perfect an experimental system of global radio broadcasting. And in 1902, the Morgan-Tesla Radio Company began global broadcasts from Wardenclyffe, Long Island. And the immense success of global radio meant that Tesla could have been free to concentrate on his lifelong goal, broadcasting electrical power without wires. Now, Morgan would die by 1913, but certainly his son, if he was at that point Tesla's brother-in-law, would continue to support his work and profit from it, as Tesla's inventions would have been turned over to teams of Morgan technicians to be perfected, patented, and marketed. Now, what J.P. Morgan himself had foreseen was through the Tesla Tower, which anyone can look up, and which has been dismantled, sadly, as far as I know, unless somebody can inform me otherwise. The idea was that by 1924, which would have been 2 years shy of Tesla's 70th birthday, and a year after my own late and sainted Cyrus, my mother, was born, Morgan Tesla was going to introduce this system of broadcast power. Electric cars would have run on this broadcast power simply by tuning into the local bandwidth from the local Tesla tower and pick up your motive energy for your vehicle in the same way you would have tuned into a radio broadcast. What J.P. Morgan saw, of course, was that this would result in global panic and a stock market crash. Practically free energy. But J.P. Morgan, having foreseen that effect, was planning on selling short. And immediately thereafter stabilizing the market rapidly with the immense amount of capital he would then control. So, whatever Christmas panic of 1924 would have taken place would have ended by spring. And that's when, of course, you would have had Morgan's World. But we would have all had effectively clean energy, and we would never have had the greenhouse effect we have today. All of this lost because a psychotic man could not stand the female body or its adornments. He could fall in love, yes, but it was of a romantic sort, so divorced from physical reality that alone renders him an unsympathetic character in any human sense. In terms of what this has to do with the Titanic, when the Titanic sank on April 15th of 1912, several well-known millionaires were counted among the 1,503 dead. A New York Times headline announced, "Noted men on the lost Titanic. Colonel Jacob Astor with his wife, Isidor Straus and wife, Benjamin Guggenheim abroad." Obituaries followed for Astor, the New York builder of hotels and skyscrapers, Strauss, a banker and owner of Macy's department store, and Guggenheim, a builder of mining machinery. But one of the world's richest men had avoided his fate, and that was John Pierpont Morgan, who, as the Washington Post reported on April 19th, Hitler's birthday eve day, had thought earlier in the year to return to America on the ill-fated Titanic. Then Mr. Morgan decided to lengthen his stay abroad. Now, of course, as I said, oh my God, unbelievably has it been that long. 2021 minus 1912, 109 years later, the pro-Trump online conspiracy theory group QAnon has made Morgan the villain of what, in its own way, is a wildly implausible story. And in its sinister tale, Morgan sank the Titanic to assassinate Astor, Strauss, and Guggenheim, his rival millionaires. Of course, that story would fall apart fast if you spend a little time in historic newspaper databases or a good library. The ship's sinking still captivates imaginations as both a genuine tragedy and a near-perfect metaphor for humanity's hubris. Ever since the luxury liner went down, conspiracy theories have clung to it like barnacles. Now, the reality in disambiguation from fantasy, but conspiracy nonetheless, is that the 46,000-ton vessel was very likely switched with its sister ship, the Olympic, in a convoluted insurance scam. And, of course, you had the perfect storm erupt, not only with that, but the fact that J.P. Morgan was involved through his direct connection to the Titanic. His International Mercantile Marine Company owned the White Star Line, which built and operated the ship. And Morgan himself personally witnessed the Titanic's launching in Belfast on May 31st of 1911. And so he canceled his Titanic trip at the last minute before the ship's April 10th, 1912 departure from Southampton, England. And, of course, when the ship sank, killing 1,503 of its 2,224 passengers, Astor, Strauss, and Guggenheim went down with it. Now, all of this is verified by the fact that ships were turned away that were carrying lifeboats and blankets towards the Titanic. And so many other things that a person can go into. Again, as I said, it would take a transmission. There are some people, of course, who claim that the Titanic's decks, in some kind of sci-fi horror twist, could be electromagnetically sealed to trap passengers. But most of them would be covered by the maritime historian J. Kent Layton in his book that was released in 2016 entitled Conspiracies at Sea, subtitled Titanic and Lusitania. But the imposition, of course, by the QAnon conspiracists is that Morgan's motive for mass murder is the fact that they claim, falsely so, that Astor, Strauss, and Guggenheim opposed the creation of the Federal Reserve, the nation's central bank. And originally, of course, these fantasies didn't blame Morgan, but either the Rothschilds' banking family or the Jesuits. Now, of course, Morgan's alibi is well documented, his reason for not sailing on the Titanic. And, of course, you'll find that in conventional histories like Jean Strauss's 1999 biography entitled Morgan, subtitled American Financier, and Brad Matson's 2008 book entitled Titanic's Last Secrets. And, of course, Morgan was busy trying to ship his vast art collection in England and France by sea to New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art. In late March, he hit a setback. A U.S. Customs Office art specialist sent to London to inspect the shipments unexpectedly left for the States. Now, Morgan stopped the shipments, asked the art dealer supervising them to meet him in France in mid-April, and sent a telegram to the White Star Line's president with his regrets. Business would keep him from sailing on the Titanic. Now, at least one of Morgan's enemies, Guggenheim, didn't book his spot on the Titanic until April 8th, after Morgan canceled, according to a news account from the time. But despite the sinister insinuations of QAnon, Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss did not oppose the creation of the Federal Reserve. In fact, a digital search of key U.S. newspapers of the era will not show Astor or Guggenheim even taking a position on the Fed. But Strauss did. He spoke publicly in favor of the proposal to create a Federal Reserve, according to 2 October 1911 stories in the New York Times, the very antithesis of the claims of QAnon. The reason those men died was because they had reconciled, as I said, with Nikola Tesla, and were going to invest in what J.P. Morgan had originally planned. It was really over Tesla that the Titanic was sunk. So, take this point to heart. The Titanic went down to prevent your world from benefiting from a rehabilitated Nikola Tesla. And this was because he had so angered the man who could have made your world an infinitely better place. A world in which there would have been no Second World War. And that is why we must always take into account the benefits that multi-billionaires can bring if we but cooperate. Now, as well, let me check what time we have left with the live stream. And we have 4 hours left. All right. I can go further. By the way, Chris Collins speaks a bit more about the cat. He says, I don't think it was a $20,000 cat. All I know is she told me he's hypoallergenic and I can rub my face on him with no allergic reaction whatsoever. I would say he's not officially certified as such, but certainly seems to be. Well, there you go. A naturally bred hypoallergenic cat. Well, that would be quite the... Well, that'd be quite the luck. So you were certainly blessed in that regard. Aside from all of that, let me grab some water here to refresh myself. And with that, take another quick trip around the internet, see if there's something else that can bring things to mind that I'm trying to remember. And by the way, what I've told you to use a pun is the tip of the iceberg. No disrespect intended towards those who died on the Titanic as a result thereof. But definitely everybody knew the icebergs were there. The people on the Titanic, there were certain parties aboard who were incredibly insipid enough to be bribed to ignore those warnings and take the Titanic directly into the path of the icebergs. This was, of course, the intent to take the ship down. And, of course, everybody could have been rescued by ships that were approaching with blankets and, of course, the life craft. And they were, of course, diverted under orders of Morgan himself. There is so much to the reality of the Titanic conspiracy, all of it tracing back to Nikola Tesla. That is something maybe I'll go into in another transmission sometime next year or thereafter. Again, I'll count on others to remind me. Now, 54 years ago, the April 15th, 1967 anti-war march from Central Park to the United Nations. Well, that basically takes us from Harlem to Hanoi when we speak of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Vietnam War. Now, one of that iconic figure's least appreciated speeches took place in New York City. Now, granted, it was several days beforehand, on April 4th of 1967, that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered a controversial sermon opposing the Vietnam War at a meeting of clergy and laity concerned at Riverside Church in Morningside Heights in New York City, then helped lead a large anti-war march from Central Park to the United Nations later that month. In terms of the speech he delivered, it was titled Beyond Vietnam and subtitled A Time to Break Silence, in which Martin King criticized the war in Vietnam, calling on those of draft age to seek status as conscientious objectors and saying, we should take the initiative in bringing a halt to this tragic war. Now, exactly 1 year after giving that speech, King was murdered in Memphis, Tennessee, brought down by a sniper's bullet at the Lorraine Motel. Now, most Americans, of course, know of Martin King's I Have a Dream speech, but many still have never heard or read Beyond Vietnam. Now, King spracketh many times at the Gothic Cathedral on 120th Street and Riverside Drive in Manhattan, long a center for lively political discussion, and on that early spring day, a large crowd filled its halls, with more listening through loudspeakers outside, and repudiating warnings of his own advisors, and building on past anti-war comments he had made. The Right Reverend King emphasized his religious beliefs against violence, self-determination for all peoples, and the war's toll on the poor, who faced dwindling resources for anti-poverty programs at home and disproportionate casualties in Vietnam. And in addition to urging a revolution in values, King called for a ceasefire and removal of all troops in Vietnam, and for Americans to oppose the war and resist the draft. Now, King built upon his position by returning to New York on the 15th of April. This date today, those 54 years ago in 1967. And, of course, it was called the Spring Mobilization to End War in Vietnam. A militant anti-war statement, if you will. By the way, I guess since I was born in 1966, does that make me 55 years old? I try not to fucking think about it. At any rate, when it comes to what had happened, it was envisioned by New York-based pacifist and clergyman A.J. MEMɁ, and organized by a loose coalition of anti-war groups chaired by the civil rights activist James Bevel that became known as the MEMŨ, between 125,000 and 400,000 protesters from the city and beyond took to the streets in one of the largest mobilizations against the war. That's an astronomical amount of people. Nigh 500,000, well, 100,000 short, but a lot closer towards your million-man march than anything Farrakhan could have amassed. Protesters gathered in Central Park and marched downtown to the United Nations for speeches and a rally. The march was largely nonviolent, but some protesters burned their draft cards, while others were pegged with eggs and paint by those who opposed their anti-war positions. King led the march arm in arm with other leaders, as shown in, photographs that are readily available on this incident. Now, again, as I said, it was organized by the National Mobilization Committee to end the war in Vietnam. And so this anti-war march from Central Park to the United Nations on this date today, but back in 1967, the year after I was born, just months after I was born, because I was born in October of 66, was among the largest anti-war marches in New York history. Of course, the estimates vary wildly. From the documents I was working with, nobody apparently was able to even count the number that was there. You get some estimates of 100,000 to 400,000 in attendance that day. But the participants included a broad coalition of civil rights activists, among them Martin Luther King Jr. himself, and an ideological spectrum of anti-war activists. And after assembling in Central Park for their peace fair, speeches, and performances, the marchers walked down Fifth Avenue and then made their way east to Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza at the United Nations. And though city officials worried about violence and mayhem, the march was peaceful, and the 5 people arrested belonged to the group of protesters who were opposed to the march. Nearly all of King's advisors had discouraged him from his anti-war activities, arguing that it would ally him with a range of marginalized peaceniks, dilute his campaigns for racial equality, and ruin his relationship with President Lyndon Baines Johnson. And sure enough, King's Riverside Church speech garnered widespread criticism from media outlets and other civil rights figures. The New York Times called it wasteful and self-defeating, and King's relationship with Johnson soured completely. Critics argued that civil rights and anti-war activism should remain separate. Benedict J. Fernandez's photographs of King, taken by the New York-based photographer and teacher over several months, provide a glimpse into the internal conflicts and obstacles that put King in a somber mood by 1967. In fact, many civil rights activists opposed the war in Vietnam. The April 15th march, which happened 54 years ago today, drew an enormous interracial crowd and a strong contingent of local anti-war activists from Harlem, and its speakers included Congress, the CORE, C-O-R-E, all uppercase letters, the Congress of Racial Equality leader, Floyd McKissick, and the former student, the SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee leader, Stokely Carmichael. The year prior, the SNCC, which had its fundraising headquarters in New York, had spracked out against the war, tying violence in the United States, the American South, to war in Southeast Asia. And African-American activists had long used the United Nations in particular to link racism at home with violence around the world. Now, King's speech explicitly addressed the critique that peace and civil rights don't mix, characterizing his activism as a quest to save the soul of America itself. That also included American actions abroad. King's participation in the April 1967 anti-war events shed light not only on the city's role as a center for anti-war and civil rights activism and the connections between them, but also speaks to New York's role as a global city. Martin Luther King was killed, of course, on April 4th of 1968, exactly 1 year to the very day and date after his speech against Vietnam from Riverside Church. And among the many memorials to King is the one by William Tarr, which opened in 1974. It stands in front of what is now the Martin Luther King Jr. Educational Campus in the Lincoln Square neighborhood of Manhattan, not too far from where the 1967 anti-war march set off from Central Park. During a speech delivered at the National Press Club nigh half a decade agone by now, King's youngest daughter, Bernice, noted that once her father started speaking out against the war in Vietnam, he became a threat. She noted that today's climate is hostile and intense. She was saying this about 4 years ago. Her father, this is Bernice emphasizing such, acknowledged while writing his last book that movement leaders never developed long-term processes for long-term challenges. Now, Bernice King insists her father left an important blueprint, plans and strategies. Dr. King related unto not Dr. King, his daughter Bernice. She related unto the audience at the National Press Club in, how long ago was it? 4 years ago. So we're talking about 2016, 2015. At the time that Trump was running for president, she related unto the audience at the National Press Club a story her father once told her about a time when he was in jail. As a matter of fact, I'll just read what she said at length. It shouldn't be too long, but long enough so that you understand the comprehensiveness of her insights. She said, this is Bernice King, I'm quoting verbatim, and I'm just kind of reading from her transcript, so to speak. And it's going to be paraphrasing to extent, in the sense that I'll put together what she said from different aspects of what people have taken notes on. Just put it all together into just basically a single statement. So Bernice King said about her father, Martin Luther King, he said he began talking to his jailers, that time he was in jail, asking them about their situation. They told him about the challenges of not having enough money. When they finished, he said to them, well, you ought to be marching with us. He had such a capacity to hear. We need people who will value courageous conversation that includes respectful discourse and keen listening. There has to be some people who are willing to rise above the fray and be willing to engage in conversations with people who see a little bit different and understand a little bit differently. That's what Daddy was doing. He was coming outside of himself. He was daring to have the courage to have the conversation with those who didn't care for him. We're not hearing each other now. We're not hearing each other right now because we're too intent on getting our own points across. We don't like to listen oftentimes to people who think differently than we do. We want to draw a line in the sand. We want to cut them off. We want to shut them down. We want to unfriend them on Facebook. We want to disconnect the link on LinkedIn, and we want to enter into a dragging event on Twitter. He said, we were acting in the moment as we were living this moment. We were just specialists in those momentary crises. But we've got to organize our strength into compelling power. That's the challenge of today. Every day, there's another nonprofit being built, doing something similar to another nonprofit. We've got to look at the landscape of the Black community, and we've got to make some very hard decisions and choices. One of those decisions and choices that we have to begin to make is we're going to have to figure out how not to continue to dilute our strength and our power. We have to find an agenda where we can work together. We can't keep trying to scatter our energy the way we do. Why can't we forge an agenda together that we both want to pour into our strengths and our areas of strength? That's when we're going to see massive change. Black Lives Matter and President Donald Trump both awakened us to our deep divisions, which in many respects we have tried to avoid, ignore, deny. The reason why my father was assassinated was because he had such a love for humanity. It was not because he was talking about black and white together. He was assassinated because once he spoke out against the war in Vietnam, he started talking about how we were distributing our wealth to fight what he felt was an unjust war. I am very concerned about the state of America right now. I'm concerned about the deep polarization that exists in our nation and the fact that it is potentially getting worse. And if there's anything that Dr. King tried to teach us, it was how to create a world where we could coexist with all of our different ideologies. In his book, Where Do We Go From Here?, he asked, is it going to be chaos or is it going to be community? And that's a question we need to ask today. Where do we go from this distinct moment in time in America? Are we going to move toward more chaos, or are we going to move toward community? Now, in terms of the Senate today, it is trying to combat the rise in Asian American anti-Asian crimes, and that, of course, is a distinct move towards community. It may be an imperfect effort, but the very fact that the effort is taking place at all is incredible. So we have a case in which the Senate has advanced a bill to combat the surge of anti-Asian hatred and hate crimes. The Senate voted 92-6 to advance a bill yesterday at this point, effectively today, but yesterday technically because it's 1:11 a.m. here now on the Pacific Coast, and we're into tomorrow, but still within the same transmission. So yesterday at this point, Wednesday, the 14th, the Senate advanced a bill that would address the surge of hate crimes against Asian Americans, which signals broad bipartisan support and momentum for the measure. This bill, which would assign a Justice Department official to expedite reviews of potential COVID-19 related hate crimes and establish an online database, initially received pushback from some Senate Republicans as an ineffective messaging vote. But Republicans, including the Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, suggested the day before yesterday, it is Tuesday of this week, that they could support the legislation if there's an agreement with Democrats on amendments. And so McConnell, referring to his own wife and former Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao, said, I can tell you as a proud husband of an Asian American woman, I think the discrimination against Asian Americans is a real problem. It preceded the murders that were recently on full display. Not to mention, of course, that Trump called Mitch McConnell one dumb son of a bitch, and this is his way of striking back. That happened, of course, at the recent Republican gathering where Trump humiliated McConnell because he's married to an Asian woman, which Trump insinuated was a mail-order bride. So Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called on his Republican colleagues yesterday, the day before yesterday, Tuesday, to allow the bill to be taken up, noting that he would add a bipartisan amendment from Connecticut's Senator Richard Blumenthal and the Kansas Senator Jerry Moran that would provide resources to state and local law enforcement to improve hate crimes reporting, increase training, while also improving education to root out the bias that fuels these despicable acts. To quote as they verbatim. The Republican senators, including Chuck Grassley of Iowa, John Cornyn of Texas, and Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, then indicated they would vote to advance the anti-Asian hate crime bill, which was proposed by Hawaii Senator Mazi Hirono, so long as they got a chance to amend it. And the Republicans have since filed 20 amendments to this bill, according to Hirono. And Johnson said, I think there are some real problems with it, but maybe we can get on it and fix it. The no votes yesterday came as from 6 Republican senators: Tom Cotton of Arkansas, Ted Cruz of Texas, Josh Hawley of Missouri, Roger Marshall of Kansas, Rand Paul of Kentucky, and Tommy Tuberville of Alabama. 6 of the whitest turds ever shat from an ass. The shootings of 6 Asian women in Atlanta last month drew even more attention to the rise of anti-Asian violence across these United States. Afterwards, Hirono and Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth publicly charged that the Biden administration lacked enough Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in top roles. Now, of the 23 cabinet-level positions requiring Senate consideration, President Joe Biden nominated 2 Asian Americans, Catherine Tai for Trade Representative and Neera Tanden for Office of Management and Budget Director. Tai is, of course, Catherine Tai, the daughter of immigrants from Taiwan. And she was confirmed as the first woman of color to be the top United States trade negotiator. I've sprachathon her at length. Tanden's nomination failed after West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat, announced his opposition to it due to her long string of comments attacking Republicans, of all things. In March, Hirono and Duckworth threatened to vote against any of Biden's nominees who aren't minorities, and Duckworth said she felt insulted by the White House's attempts to brush off her concerns. They later backed down from their threats after the White House agreed to add a senior Asian American and Pacific Islander liaison. And so Hirono said this week that the AAPI leaders, including herself and Duckworth, will meet with Biden tomorrow when that position will be named. And by that, I mean Thursday. And by the way, she's been pretty much named already. So that, too, is something to celebrate. And another milestone in the, in the advancement of American progress. The White House has named Erika Moritsugu as Asian American and Pacific Islander liaison. Moritsugu worked in the Obama administration and for Senator Tammy Duckworth herself, who has criticized the administration for a lack of AAPI, or Asian American Pacific Islander representation. So Erika Moritsugu is the Vice Presidentess for Congressional Relations and Economic Justice at the National Partnership for Women and Families. And the White House announced, but yesterday, today in effect as far as I'm concerned, on Wednesday, midweek this week, the appointment of Erika Moritsugu as its Asian American and Pacific Islander liaison. And of course, she was heading up the group's economic justice team at the National Partnership for Women and Families, where she's vice presidentess anyway. She was also the Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development during the Obama administration, now that I recall. And so, as I had said, this has come about because Tammy Duckworth, the Democrat of Illinois, and Mazi Hirono, the Democratress of Hawaii, criticized Biden yesterday, last month, for the lack of Asian American and Pacific Islander representation, and both those lawmakers threatened to block President Joe Biden's nominees, reversing course after they got reassurances from Biden himself that, he would make this happen. Of course, our country's also grappling with a rise in anti-Asian hate crimes that are hopefully to be addressed to a degree by this bill that has gotten such a great deal of bipartisan support. In fact, miraculously, they broke a filibuster to get that bill across, and that is no mean feat, and to be deeply appreciated. I don't know how I would basically describe it. It's one of those things that is almost, really in this day and age, almost fucking miraculous, really. So when it comes to the Senate opening their debate on yesterday at this point to confront the rise of hate crimes against Asian Americans, both past and potential, this is, of course, a growing problem during the coronavirus crisis that will also test whether the chamber can push past partisanship on an issue so important to many constituents. And, of course, typically the Democratic-sponsored COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act might quickly face a filibuster, opposed by the Republicans, who prefer a different approach. But under the Senate leaders' agreement struck at the start of the year, Republicans and Democrats pledged to at least try to debate bills to see if they could reach agreement through the legislative process. And so the senators voted overwhelmingly, 92-6, to proceed yesterday to consideration of the bill. And, of course, ahead of the vote, there were several leaders of the Asian American and Pacific Islander community in Congress who gave personal and heart-wrenching stories of racism they and their constituents have faced. Incidents on the rise during this virus outbreak. The Representative Grace Meng, who's a Democratress from New York and a co-authoress of this bill, said on the day before yesterday, Tuesday of this week, for more than a year, the Asian American community has been fighting two crises, the COVID-19 pandemic and the anti-Asian hate. And Meng described well-documented but horrifying images of people being shoved and beaten in public attacks, and of her own conversations with survivors, including the families of the victims of the deadly shootings last month in Atlanta. 6 of those killed were women of Asian descent. Meng saying, combating hate should not be a partisan issue. It's about the safety of all Americans. So this bill is the most substantive congressional response to what has been an alarming rise in racist sentiment against Asian Americans like myself, fueled in part by derogatory language about the virus's origins in China. Because Donald Trump, while president, played into that narrative with derisive nicknames for the virus. And this moment harks back to earlier eras of racism against Chinese Americans, Japanese Americans, and others of Asian heritage in this country. The White House yesterday finally issuing statement of administrative policy that strongly supports the bill's passage, saying elected leaders must act to prevent anti-Asian violence and advance inclusion and belonging for all Asian American communities. The Senate Republicans, of course, have panned this legislation for various shortcomings, but most were reluctant to exercise the filibuster to block it. Opposing it could cause, it would expose senators to claims that they are being racially insensitive. And so Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell had to step up as someone who Trump completely humiliated, but hours before, as the proud husband of an Asian American woman, to say, I think this discrimination against Asian Americans is a real problem. Now, for those of you who didn't know, Mitch McConnell, the Grim Reaper of the Republican Party with the blue hands as he stands dying in front of your eyes, is married to Elaine Chao, the former transportation secretary, and he said the day before yesterday, Tuesday this week, that he was hoping to work out an agreement with Democrats to at least debate the bill and consider potential amendments. The final passage, however, remains uncertain. Any one senator can halt this process, and it takes 60 votes in the Senate, which is evenly split 50-50 between Democrats and Republicans, to overcome a filibuster. 6 Republicans voted Wednesday against proceeding to the bill itself, including Senators Tom Cotton, Ted Cruz, and Josh Hawley, all potential presidential hopefuls. Should one of them succeed in assassinating Trump, who otherwise is the man who's going to run. Now, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said he was open to considering changes to the bill, and he is in conversations with McConnell on a package of amendments that could be considered. And day before yesterday, Schumer said, "We cannot and must not remain silent. There is no reason this shouldn't be a bipartisan bill that passes the Senate." Now, a robust floor debate is rare for the Senate, which has ground to halt due to pervasive partisanship. The gridlock has intensified calls from Democrats to change the filibuster rules to push past the opposition. And shy of taking that step, Schumer and McConnell had reached a tentative accord earlier this year to try to push past stalemates and allow us senators to discuss and amend the bills. By the way, our man Jameson Reese may have to call it a night. And so let me check in with Our Lady, Madame Mandy. And dear Amanda, if you're there with us, let me know. Because always need to have somebody by my side to take my place if necessary, should I have to falter or take a break. So Amanda Yude, if you're there, do let me know. Jameson is typing. Oh, that's Amanda who said that, not Jameson. Holy shit. Sorry, Jameson. Oh my fucking God. Oh, yes, he's still here. Oh my God. Oh, thank you, son. Okay, that was Amanda speaking. Okay. Good night, Mandy. And when you come back, make certain to bring me a sandwich. That's a joke. Okay, just joking. All right. Basically, I think you're getting the picture now to a degree. But honestly, Senator Joni Ernst, the representative of Iowa, said she wasn't aware of any major objections from Republicans. In fact, she's quoted as saying, "I don't believe we should be allowing these types of hate crimes out there, whether it's woman or Asian American. So we're going to take a look at the text." Now, she's Republican, I believe. Anyhow, even though it's timely, the legislation is also modest. It's what supporters see as a first step in a federal response to the rise of Asian American hate crimes. It would assign a point person within the Justice Department to expedite the review of COVID-19 related hate crimes and provide support for local law enforcement to respond to such incidents. The department would also work to limit discriminatory language used to describe the pandemic. One bipartisan amendment would beef up support to law enforcement, and others are expected. Senatoress Mazi Hirono, the Democrat from Hawaii, the bill's co-authoress, told of her own experience. She said she is no longer comfortable taking a walk with her headphones listening to audiobooks because of the attacks on Asian American and Pacific Islanders in these United States, and she said she hopes Republicans join in supporting the bill. In fact, what she said was, "An attack on one group in our country is truly an attack on all of us." I certainly could not agree more. And of course, when it comes to what we're dealing with, in a statement that was for all intents and purposes today, but yesterday, Wednesday midweek this week, Duckworth said, "I applaud President Biden for swiftly addressing my concerns and creating a new senior-level AAPI liaison position at the White House. I know firsthand that President Biden will benefit from her counsel, policy expertise, and strong relationship-building skills, especially as his administration seeks to make sure AAPI leaders are present at the highest levels of government." And of course, I can but applaud her statement. Now, Moritz-Suger herself, she previously worked with Duckworth on Capitol Hill as her general counsel, so Duckworth is obviously knows personally of what she speaks. Biden is expected to meet tomorrow, Thursday, with the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus at the White House. Well, today, actually. And Moritz-Suger is not expected to attend. We found that out from the White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, who said when she was asked about the potential for an announcement at the Wednesday's briefing, what she responded with was, we are getting much closer to having news to share on that high-level personnel announcement. I don't expect that person will be attending tomorrow, but hopefully we'll have more to share soon. So everything is kind of in limbo right now. But to return to the thematic of civil rights, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter, Bernice, am I remembering her name correctly? A B name. And I always, of course, can screw that up just by shaking my head a little too much, and it all falls out of my ears. But when it comes to, as I said, her speaking at a national press club about 4 years ago, was when Bernice King basically made a point of how her father's love of humanity is what is missing today. How her father's next mission, the war on poverty, was put on the back burner as the country focused on the Vietnam War, because the Right Reverend King also saw the injustice of sending poor young black men to fight for rights that they didn't have in their own country. And the civil rights leader realized the hypocrisy when rioters in northern cities pointed out his push for nonviolent action, while America wreaked violence in Vietnam. But it was King's concern for the people of Vietnam, who he said languished under our bombs, that powered his protest. King said as much in his speech. In fact, what he said in the Beyond Vietnam speech that I'll read from, again, kind of a paraphrase, but mostly verbatim. I may change the positions to skip ahead a little bit so you get a grander picture in as condensed a version as possible. Just to take a few paragraphs from it, he said, "It seemed as if there was a real promise of hope for the poor, both black and white, through the poverty program. There were experiments, hopes, new beginnings. Then came the buildup in Vietnam, and I watched the program broken and eviscerated as if it were some idle political plaything of a society gone mad on war, and I knew that America would never invest the necessary funds or energies in rehabilitation of its poor so long as adventures like Vietnam continued to draw men and skills and money like some demonic destructive suction tube. So I was increasingly compelled to see the war as an enemy of the poor and to attack it as such. It became as clear to me that the war was doing far more than devastating the hopes of the poor at home. It was sending their sons and their brothers and their husbands to fight and to die in extraordinarily high proportions relative to the rest of the population. We were taking the black young men who had been crippled by our society and sending them 8,000 miles away to guarantee liberties in Southeast Asia which they had not found in Southwest Georgia and East Harlem. So we have been repeatedly faced with the cruel irony of watching Negro and white boys on TV screens as they kill and die together for a nation that has been unable to seat them together in the same schools. So we watched them in brutal solidarity burning the huts of a poor village, but we realized that they would never live on the same block in Detroit. I could not be silent in the face of such cruel manipulation of the poor. Their questions hit home, and I knew that I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government. We have destroyed their two most cherished institutions, the family and the village. We have destroyed their land and their crops. We have corrupted their women and their children and killed their men, and there is little left to build on, save bitterness. That was Dr. King then. The year after I was born, months after I came into this world, and it just keeps happening. America's crisis over race and policing has erupted again, amid tensions already heightened by the trial in Minnesota over the killing of George Floyd. The trial itself is a watershed moment in the national debate over how police treat Black Americans, a point being emphasized by new violent incidents. Footage has emerged of police drawing guns on and pepper spraying United States Army 2nd Lieutenant Caron Nazario in Virginia in December, on my late and sainted mother's birthday. No less. But yesteryear, my God, how old would she have been had she not been murdered by the Americans? It was, 2020 when that happened? On December 5th. And, of course, she would have been 97 years of age that day. Nazario, who is Black and Hispanic, told officers he didn't pull over immediately during a traffic stop because he feared for his physical safety and chose instead to stop at a floodlit gas station nearby. His comment encapsulates the calculations Black African Americans make every day in encounters with police. And the hostile attitude of the police stopping Nazario does little to calm any concerns over escalatory policing tactics. In another incident just 10 miles from the court hearing the Floyd trial, 20-year-old Daunte Wright was shot dead by police on Sunday, even while I was transmitting on bandwidth to yourselves, also during a traffic stop. The local police chief said he believed the officer meant to fire her taser instead of her handgun, which hardly mitigates fear of negligent and aggressive policing. Daunte Wright's death has been ruled a homicide, and the name of yet another young Black man the world never knew is becoming a symbol of an American scourge. Civilian access to firearms in these United States makes the job of policing the streets quite perilous. On Monday alone, opening this work week, multiple officers were shot by a suspect during a chase in Georgia. But Black African Americans are shot by police at more than twice the rate of white people, according to a Washington Post database I accessed. In what seems like odd timing, the White House announced on Monday, opening this work week, that President Joe Biden has abandoned his promise to launch a commission to study police reform. A top advisor, Susan Rice, said civil rights activists prefer the president to push for new laws to change police tactics and training. But such efforts could founder in the deadlocked 50-50 U.S. Senate, raising fresh questions over whether broken American politics are up to fixing our empire's problems. Protesters gathered for a third night on the streets of Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, to show their anger over the police shooting death of Daunte Wright. A county prosecutor says he hopes to have a charging decision, at least he did so yesterday, regarding former officer Kim Potter, who shot Wright after allegedly mistaking her gun for a taser. That's a hell of a mistake. Potter and Brooklyn Center's police chief have both resigned following Sunday's encounter. Meanwhile, Virginia's Attorney General is looking into an incident in which two officers pointed guns at a United States Army officer, pepper sprayed him, and pushed him to the ground during a traffic stop. And in Minneapolis, not far from the unrest in Brooklyn Center, the prosecution has rested its case in the murder trial of former officer Derek Chauvin, and the defense has begun to put its arguments into motion. In terms of the shooting of Daunte Wright, it forces us to reconsider the meaning of George Floyd's death. How much has changed since the events of last spring? George Floyd Square, as it now be known, the intersection in Minneapolis where Floyd died last May, features a mural that says, "You changed the world, George." And in the 11 months since Floyd's agonizing death, captured on video for us all to see, we have seen changes ranging from mercenary corporate endorsements of the phrase Black Lives Matter to personal reckonings with the role of race in American society, as well as substantial legislative and policy changes regarding policing. But for Floyd's death, New York City would likely not have unsealed the disciplinary records of more than 80,000 police officers earlier this year. 80,000 police officers with disciplinary records really ought to tell you something. The biggest question surrounding this raft of changes has been whether it will translate into a decreased likelihood of black people dying during routine interactions with law enforcement. In Minneapolis, a city already on edge because of the trial of Derek Chauvin, the officer known to have killed George Floyd is now in its third week there. The answer to that question, at least from the vantage point of the hundreds of people who have gathered outside the Brooklyn Center police station for the past 3, well, likely 4 nights by now, is no. On Sunday, even as I was burning bandwidth, a 20-year-old named Daunte Wright was stopped near the intersection of 63rd and Lee Avenues in Brooklyn Center, an inner-ring suburb of Minneapolis. The reasons for the stop itself be in dispute. Wright's mother, Katie, told a rally on Sunday evening that Daunte had called her when he was pulled over and said it was because he had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror, which is prohibited in Minnesota. On Monday, the police department suggested that there had been an issue with his registration tags. On Tuesday, Benjamin Crump, the attorney now representing the Wright family, noted a pandemic-related backlog in processing paperwork for license plates. A young woman sat in the front passenger seat. During the stop, the police reportedly found that there was a warrant against Wright for 2 misdemeanors involving a weapons possession charge, which were issued after he had missed a court date. What is not in dispute is that Kim Potter, a 26-year veteran of the police force, shouted, "Taser!" as Wright struggled with an officer who was trying to remove him from his car, but she was actually holding a gun instead of a taser and fired a single bullet. The police department later said she had drawn the gun in error. That's a hell of a mistake that I cannot imagine anyone making. Wright drove off before losing consciousness and crashing several blocks away. He died at the scene. The young woman in the car was treated for non-life-threatening injuries at a hospital. Officer Potter resigned on Tuesday, as did Tim Gannon, the city's chief of police. On Sunday, at the rally, Joni Schaefer, a local photographer, highlighting the connections between George Floyd and Daunte Wright, pointed out that Wright had called his mother on the phone when the officers pulled him over, and that George Floyd had called out to his deceased mother as he himself was dying. The implication was that interactions with the police had become so fraught that grown men were enlisting the aid of their mothers, on Earth or in the hereafter. Among the various perspectives in the Twin Cities regarding the Chauvin trial, the police, and the significance of all that happened last spring and summer after Floyd's death, there seems to be only one conclusion shared by residents across race, class, and social boundaries, that a failure to convict Derek Chauvin will lead to another eruption of violence in the area. On Sunday night, those predictions were turned on their heads, when it became as clear that more violence was not contingent on a Chauvin acquittal. About 400 people, most, but far from all of them black, gathered to protest Wright's death in front of the Humboldt Avenue police station in Brooklyn Center. About 60 officers stood in formation outside the building in riot gear. Around 11 p.m., some people in the crowd began throwing bricks, rocks, and garbage in the direction of the officers, who responded with tear gas. The wind shifted, though, and the gas blew away from the demonstration and back toward the police station. The crowd, which had begun to scatter, realized this and surged forward. More rocks were thrown, followed by flash grenades and more tear gas, in a cycle that repeated until the police began firing rubber bullets into the crowd. One man said they couldn't even wait until the trial was over to kill somebody else. Wright's death was not the only indictment of facile ideas of change. A video of Caron Nazario, a black and Latino second lieutenant in the United States Army Medical Corps, showing him being pulled over by two police officers in Windsor, Virginia, last December, had surfaced a few days earlier. There were no license plates on the new SUV, the sports utility vehicle that Nazario was driving, but temporary ones were reportedly taped inside the rear window. Nazario, who had placed his hands outside the window to indicate that he had no weapon, told the officers, who had drawn their guns, that he was honestly afraid to get out of the car. In response, Nazario, who was in uniform, was pepper sprayed and removed from his vehicle bodily. One of the officers involved, Joe Guterres, was fired on Sunday. For all the anxiety about the Chauvin trial, it had almost become ambient noise in a tide of events that seemed to be a more accurate barometer of where things stand on matters of race and policing. On Monday opening this work week, the Twin Cities area imposed a curfew from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. A candlelight vigil for Wright, which had been scheduled for 7 p.m., was pushed up 1 hour so as to not be in conflict with the order. Hundreds gathered at 63rd and Lee, many of them carrying electric votive candles because a cold rain had drizzled all evening. A shrine of flowers was created down the street where Wright had died. The Twin Cities Relief Initiative, which provided food and services to people in need, and which began as the group Twin Cities Stand Together, established after George Floyd's death, to feed protesters and local families, set up a table and offered free hot dogs and bottled water. That gathering dispersed not long after the curfew took effect, but a young, more intransigent portion of it reconvened at the Humboldt Avenue station house, where, about an hour later, clashes with the police erupted again. As this was happening, Crump, who now represents both the Wrights and the Floyds, was maneuvering to put the grieving families in contact. An emotional press conference with members of the two families, and of others, including Emmett Tills, was held outside the Hennepin County Government Center on Tuesday afternoon. Katie Wright, wrapped in a blanket but shivering in 34-degree weather and snow flurries, stared at the ground, and at one point, Philonise Floyd, George's brother, leaned over and wrapped his arm around her. But the connections between their stories had already been secured in the public's mind. They represented two installments in a serial American tragedy that no one wishes to see, but is set to be replayed for the foreseeable future. The police are the problem. As COVID-19 restrictions are decreased or rescinded entirely across the country, the United States is returning to a slew of horrendous American normals. In 2021, there have been over 130 mass shootings to date. And on Sunday afternoon, another unarmed black man was shot and killed by police in Minnesota, adding to a list of at least 30 black men who have been shot and killed by the police in the first 3 months of 2021 alone. A Brooklyn Center Police Department officer shot and killed 20-year-old Daunte Wright during a traffic stop. Wright's mother, Katie Wright, told reporters that her son was driving a car that his family had just given him 2 weeks ago and that he called her as he was being pulled over, as reported by the New York Times. And adding that her son's girlfriend was also in the car at the time he was shot, Wright said, he said they pulled him over because he had air fresheners hanging from his rearview mirror. Now, the Brooklyn Center Police Department claims Wright had a warrant for his arrest and was shot after trying to flee. Now, Wright was shot and killed in the Minneapolis suburb less than 10 miles away from where former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is currently on trial for the murder of George Floyd, another unarmed black man who was killed by police. Massive demonstrations across the globe occurred in the summer of 2020 after the video of Chauvin kneeling on Floyd's neck while he was restrained in handcuffs for 9 minutes and 29 seconds was shared online. And while the evidence presented by the prosecution against Chauvin has been damning, to say the least, the defense argues that Floyd died as a result of his drug abuse and or his heart disease, even though the medical examiner and other expert witnesses testify that his death was a direct result of Chauvin's knee upon his neck. The defense's arguments, along with the country's history of police officers evading any and all conviction, or even an arraignment in the killings of unarmed black men and women, have left many skeptical that justice will, in fact, be served. The police officer shooting of Wright, who was the father of an almost 2-year-old son, occurred in the aftermath of another now viral video of police officers in Windsor, Virginia, pulling over, pepper spraying, threatening, pointing their weapons at, and forcefully detaining Caron Nazario, an unarmed black man and second lieutenant in the United States Army Medical Corps. Now, the encounter between Nazario and the police was captured by several cameras, including both officers' body cameras and his phone. The footage was obtained by CNN through Nazario's attorney. The incident occurred on my mother's birthday, December 5th, though the footage did not make the rounds on social media until recently. At one point, after they've approached the vehicle with weapons drawn and ordered him to exit the vehicle, Nazario, who was wearing his uniform at the time, is seen and heard telling the police officer, Joe Gutierrez, that he is afraid to exit his vehicle. Nazario so saying, "I'm honestly afraid to get out." Gutierrez responding, "Yeah, you should be." Nazario sued the two officers involved in the incident on April 2nd, accusing both of using excessive force and violating his constitutional rights. In an online statement posted on Sunday, officials announced that Gutierrez had been terminated from his employment, saying, in part, "We are saddened for events like this to cast our community in a negative light." But whether it's Minneapolis, Louisville, Los Angeles, Staten Island, Ferguson, Vallejo, Waller County, Cleveland, Brooklyn Center or the small town of Windsor, it's clear that any town, regardless of size or location, that is home to a well-funded police force could end up in the center of another unlawful detention or killing of an unarmed black person. This is not a specific town's problem. This is most certainly not a black people problem. This is a police problem. And it's one that every police department must reckon with, address, and fucking fix. Since 2015, police officers across the country have shot and killed at least 135 unarmed black men and women, per an early 2021 NPR, National Public Radio investigation, that a black man was shot and killed by police just 10 miles away from the murder trial of a former police officer who knowingly suffocated an unarmed black man to death is not a coincidence. It's a referendum on a country that spends more money on militarized and well-documented racist police forces than grassroots organizations and community outreach initiatives. You know, the shit Dr. King was asking for. The FBI warned of white supremacist groups infiltrating police departments 15 years ago. Studies have proven that community-based interventions and not expansive police presence are what cause a decline in violent crime. And yet police budgets range from over 100 million United States dollars a year in places like Virginia Beach, Virginia, to 5 billion United States dollars a year in places like New York City. Sadly, this country will continue to bear witness to these types of atrocities until police departments nationwide are held accountable by communities, by elected officials, and by themselves. And while police reform can feel insurmountable, given the hesitancy of seemingly everyone in positions of power, it is not impossible. On Saturday, this weekend last, Maryland became the first state to repeal its law enforcement officers' Bill of Rights, setting new rules for when police may use force and how they are investigated and disciplined, as reported by the Washington Post. In wake of George Floyd's death, lawmakers in 16 states introduced bills to improve police oversight and accountability. On Sunday night, protesters gathered in front of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, demanding justice and accountability for Wright's shooting, a common scene in these United States. But it's the comments of Kimberly Lovett, a former property manageress of 4 buildings near the police station, that truly encapsulates the problem with ridiculously funded, militarized police forces. Lovett attended the protests to check on her former tenants and express her frustration, and commenting on the flashbangs and gas being deployed by police on the protesters, told reporters, well, I'll just quote as her verbatim, 2 sentences. She said, "There are kids in all of these buildings. What we're fed up with is the police steady killing young black men." But at least we have an end game to another endless war. The one in Afghanistan, brought about by our current president. Let me try and put that into perspective. And what am I looking at here? At any rate, let's try and get ourselves out of the domestic race war of extermination. We'll get back there soon enough. It all goes full circle. President Biden is expected to announce his plan to remove all U.S. troops from Afghanistan this year. He's planning to withdraw all remaining troops from Afghanistan and will complete the pullout before September 11th, the 20th anniversary of the terrorist attacks that sparked the United States' longest war in terms of undeclared armed intervention. This plan, which Biden, announced yesterday at this point, means that many of the few thousand troops in Afghanistan will remain after May 1st, a deadline the Trump administration set last year in a deal with the Taliban. But 2 decades after they arrived, U.S. troops appear all but certain to exit Afghanistan within 5 months, leaving the Afghan government to fight largely alone against an enemy that has been gaining ground and that has balked at a U.S.-led push for peace settlement. Oh, by the way, my man Jameson, if you could tend to that troll in the chat room, please. We got a idiot in there. You'll see immediately who he is. And yes, rid our world of him and the world would be a better place. And in terms of where we're at, as I said, for Biden, the decision marks a final judgment that no military solution in Afghanistan is possible, despite more than 2,200 U.S. service members dead, more than 20,000 critically injured, and nearly $1 trillion U.S. expended on the war. At the least, many tens of thousands of Afghan civilians have been killed in the conflict that we readily admit to. Unless he switches course, Biden will achieve the exit from an unpopular war that eluded 2 predecessors. Instead, Biden wants to focus on the challenge of competition with China, on the challenge presented by the current and future pandemics, and other international threats. This according to a senior U.S. official who spoke on condition of anonymity at the request of the White House. But there is also the looming risk that Afghanistan will descend further into chaos and civil war. After all, America's forever war started with box cutters. The improvised weapons deployed by Al-Qaeda operatives to hijack airliners ultimately dragged the American empire into a bitter, bloody, and expensive generational conflict that has killed almost as many Americans as the September 11th attacks themselves. Now, President Joe Biden says it's time for the United States and other NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization troops to quit, to leave. He has a point. Some U.S. service personnel weren't even born yet when the war started. Washington has tried everything. Surging troops, partial withdrawals, talks with the Taliban, and nothing ever paved the way home. Does it still make sense to send youngsters from Sioux City, Iowa, or Bremen, Kentucky to die in the Panjshir Valley or Helmand Province? But while the United States is leaving the war, the people of Afghanistan can't. The president's decision could hasten the Taliban's toppling of Afghanistan's tenuous democracy, ushering in a new fundamentalist dark age. And what can he tell the families of soldiers who died there, or the tens of thousands of Afghan civilians killed in the most recent chapter of the country's many decades of war? Was it worth it? For the bereaved, that's a harrowing, impossible question. But leaders who send troops to war must answer it. Biden, who went directly from his speech to Section 60 at Arlington National Cemetery, made a point of declaring some kind of victory, pointing out that the United States long ago defeated al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and killed its leader Osama bin Laden in his hideout in Pakistan. Biden's predecessors also wanted out. But when it came to it, Barack Obama and Donald Trump both decided the time was not right, partly fearing al-Qaeda, partly fearing an al-Qaeda or ISIS resurgence, and for the Afghans left behind. Biden has concluded the right time will never come. He said, "We went to Afghanistan because of a horrific attack that happened 20 years ago. That cannot explain why we should remain there in 2021. Now our president is taking a calculated risk. From outside, the United States will be less effective in suppressing the possibility of a new terrorist haven. And if Kabul falls, it will be on him." That brings us to that address that took place this date today, April 15th, as Spracketh delivered by the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. His April 15th mobilization to end the war in Vietnam, delivered in New York City on Saturday, April 15th of 1967. King's Vietnam speech still holds true 54 years later. Now, 11 days after publicly declaring his opposition to the Vietnam War in his speech entitled Beyond Vietnam, subtitled A Time to Break Silence, Dr. King delivered an address to 125,000 protesters who had marched from New York City's Central Park to the United Nations building, and this was but the first of the many mass marches, each one of them 100,000 plus, against the Vietnam War that occurred between 1967 and 1975. Let me read this speech to you in its entirety, all 8 pages, because it's that important, and you'll never learn of it otherwise. First, I'll just take a look into the live stream. I want to thank Jameson Reese. He's my man. And with that, this will be the Right Reverend Dr. King speaking. He said, "I come to participate in this significant demonstration today because my conscience leaves me no other choice. I join you in this mobilization because I cannot be a silent onlooker while evil rages. I am here because I agree with Dante that the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in a period of moral crisis, maintain their neutrality. In these days of emotional tension, when the problems of the world are gigantic in extent and chaotic in detail, there is no greater need than for sober thinking, mature judgment, and creative dissent. In all our history, there has never been such a monumental dissent during a war by the American people. Polls reveal more than 10 million explicitly oppose the war. Additional millions cannot bring themselves to support it, and millions who do assent to it are half-hearted, confused, and doubt-ridden. Tens of thousands of our deepest thinkers in the academic and intellectual community are adamantly opposed to the war. Distinguished church and theological leaders of every race and religion are morally outraged by it. And many young people in all walks of life believe it a corruption of every American value they have been taught to respect. Let no one claim there is a consensus for this war. No flag-waving, no smug satisfaction with territorial conquest, no denunciation of the enemy can obscure the truth that many millions of patriotic Americans repudiate this war and refuse to take moral responsibility for it. Nor can the fact be obscured that our nation is increasingly becoming an object of scorn around the globe. The respect we won when our course was right is rapidly being lost as even our closest allies leave our side embarrassed with our pretense that we be bearers of a moral crusade. The physical tolls of this bloody, costly, and futile war literally stagger the imagination. We see the nightmare in our living rooms in all their tragic dimensions on television screens. We see the rice fields of a small Asian country trampled at will and burned at whim. We see grief-stricken mothers with crying babies clutched in their arms as they watch their little huts burst into flames. We see fields and valleys of battle painted with mankind's blood, and the ultimate horror is that we see little children mutilated and incinerated with napalm. Even closer to us in our own neighborhoods and in our own families, we learn of American youth destroyed and maimed in savage combat. American mothers and fathers are given coffins and medals, crippled sons and pious praise. And yet many of them are bold enough to declare their sacrifice has no meaning. They have suffered the ultimate loss, and from it feel a sense of no gain. There is a quiet terror in the home of every draft-eligible boy as families contemplate possible death that waits in the jungle depths for our sons and husbands. The American people have freely given their lives in many struggles where genuine American interests were threatened. In its deepest sense, the immorality of this war lies in the tragic fact that no vital American interest is in peril or in jeopardy. We are waging war in a contest that is fully capable of resolution by peaceful means. American and Vietnamese lives are being snuffed out in terrifying and unspeakable combat when issues can be settled by political methods. I express here not merely my own opinion, but many of the thoughts of some of our nation's foremost statesmen, leading newspapers, outstanding historians, and political scientists. This judgment is shared by heads of nations who have been our allies in peace and war, by the Secretary General of the United Nations, ÜANT, by Pope Paul, and countless eminent world figures. This war cries out to be brought to an end, yet we are told it must be continued because in some mysterious manner, if we make a move toward peace without significant concessions from Hanoi, a catastrophic world defeat awaits us. There is not a shred of substance in this argument. The power we possess is titanic. It can neither be lost nor diminished by unilateral initiatives for peace on our part. It is hard to believe, in the words of ÜANT, that the United States, with power and wealth unprecedented in human history, cannot afford to take this initiative. We took the initiative to enlarge the war on land, on sea, and in the air. We are strong enough to take the initiative to end it. I am not absolving Hanoi nor the Viet Cong of their responsibilities, nor do I condone certain rigid attitudes. I am not naive enough, however, to think that they will come to a conference table while clouds of bombs are driving them into bomb shelters. As an American, my duty is to speak to my government. Even if my philosophy is not welcomed in any other country, I must constantly strive to make it welcomed in Washington. Recently, one of the great Buddhist leaders of Vietnam wrote these words: "Each day the war goes on, the hatred increases in the hearts of the Vietnamese and in the hearts of those of humanitarian instincts. The Americans are forcing even their friends into becoming their enemies. It is curious the Americans, who calculate so carefully on the possibility of military victory, do not realize that in the process they are incurring deep psychological and political defeat. The image of America will never again be the image of revolution, freedom, and democracy, but the image of violence and militarism. Whether we realize it or not, our attitude toward a negotiated settlement of the war in Vietnam places us in the position of obstructing the principles of self-determination. By entering a war that is little more than a domestic civil war, America has ended up supporting a new form of colonialism covered up by certain niceties of complexity. A brief look at the background and history of this war reveals, with brutal clarity, the ugliness of our policy. It is a well-known fact that we participated in sabotaging the Geneva Agreement calling for elections in South Vietnam and providing that the 17th parallel was but a temporary military line. We helped install Premier Diem and watched with approval as he engaged in ruthless and bloody persecution of all opposition forces. After Diem's death, we actively supported another dozen military dictatorships, all in the name of fighting for freedom. At this very moment, we are supporting the notorious General Kai, who was a mercenary of the French against the Algerians, who acknowledges Hitler as his hero figure, and who supervised the strangulation of the nonviolent Buddhist movement. When it became evident that those regimes could not defeat the Viet Cong, we deliberately stepped up the war, transforming advisors into soldiers, increased the soldiers from some 10,000 to 500,000, and launched bombing raids upon the North on a scale as vast as that in World War II. This is no longer a small war. It is the third largest in American history, and it dominates our lives with its evil consequences. All of this reveals that we are in an untenable position morally and politically. We are left standing before the world, glutted with wealth and power, but morally constricted and impoverished. We are engaged in a war that seeks to turn the clock of history back and perpetuate white colonialism. The greatest irony and tragedy of it all is that our nation, which initiated so much of the revolutionary spirit of this modern world, is now cast in the mold of being an arch anti-revolutionary. One of the greatest casualties of the war in Vietnam is the Great Society. By the way, just so you understand what Dr. King is referencing, in this context, Great Society references Lyndon Baines Johnson's War on Poverty and the promises of large-scale domestic investment in education, infrastructure, housing, medical care, job training, and so on, that it took till now President Joseph Biden to return to as the priority of American civilization. To go back to Martin King's speech, this confused war has played havoc with our domestic destinies. Despite feeble protests to the contrary, the promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam. The pursuit of this widened war has narrowed the promised dimensions of the domestic welfare programs, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home. While the anti-poverty program is cautiously initiated, zealously supervised, and required to be an instant success, billions are liberally expended for this ill-considered war. The security we profess to seek in foreign adventures we will lose in our decaying cities. The bombs in Vietnam explode at home. They destroy the hopes and possibilities for a decent America. It is estimated that we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. And much of that $53 goes for salaries of people who are not poor. We have escalated the war in Vietnam and de-escalated the skirmish against poverty. It challenges the imagination to contemplate what lives we could transform if we were but to cease killing. I do not say, as some have charged, that our nation cannot support both war and adequate anti-poverty programs. We can do both. But I warn that it is inevitable that the men of power who never wanted a struggle for civil rights and the elimination of poverty will use the burden of the war to scuttle constructive social programs. Their voices are already loud and effective, and they will put a false and immoral choice between the cost of progress and what they call the cost of survival. This all too prevalent thinking is being used to escalate the war and de-escalate the importance of civil rights. I do not suggest that there can be no progress toward equality even if the war continues, but I do believe that the struggle is made harder and more complex. I will continue my civil rights activities not with diminished vigor, but with increased energy, because I know the war has compounded our difficulties financially, morally, and psychologically. I might also state at this point for clarification that I have not urged a mechanical fusion of the civil rights and peace movements. There are people who have come to see the moral imperative of equality, but who cannot yet see the moral imperative of world brotherhood. I would like to see the fervor of the civil rights movement imbued into the peace movement to instill it with greater strength, but I am not urging a single organizational form. I believe everyone has a duty to be in both the civil rights and peace movements, but for those who presently choose but one, I would hope they will finally come to see the moral roots common to both. I hope they will understand that brotherhood is indivisible, that equality of races is connected with the equality of nations in a single harmonious coexistence of all human beings. A further casualty of the war in Vietnam is the humility of our nation. Through rugged determination, scientific and technological progress, and freedom from wars fought on its soil, America has become the richest and most powerful nation in the world. This year, our gross national product will reach the astounding figure of $780 billion. All of this is a staggering picture of our great power. But honesty impels me to admit that our power has often made us arrogant. We feel that our money can do anything. We arrogantly feel that we have everything to teach other nations and nothing to learn from them. We often arrogantly feel that we have some divine, messianic mission to police the whole world. We are arrogant, as Senator Fulbright has said, to think ourselves God's avenging angels. We are arrogant in not allowing young citizens to go through the same growing pains, turbulence, and revolution that characterized our history. We are arrogant in our contention that we have some sacred mission to protect people from totalitarian rule, while we make little use of our power to end the evils of South Africa and Rhodesia, and while we, in fact, support dictatorships with guns and money under the guise of fighting communism. We are arrogant in professing to be concerned about the freedom of foreign nations while not setting our own house in order. Many of our senators and congressmen vote joyously to appropriate billions of dollars for war in Vietnam, and these same senators and congressmen vote loudly against a fair housing bill to make it possible for a Negro veteran of Vietnam to purchase a decent home. We arm Negro soldiers to kill on foreign battlefields, but offer little protection for their relatives from beatings and killings in our own South. We are willing to make the Negro 100% of a citizen in warfare, but reduce him to 50% of a citizen on American soil. Of all the good things in life, the Negro has approximately one half those of whites. Of the bad, he has twice that of whites. Thus, half of all Negroes live in substandard housing, and he has half the income of whites. When we turn to the negative experiences of life, the Negro has a double share. There are twice as many Negroes unemployed as whites. There are twice as many Negro soldiers dying in action in Vietnam as whites in proportion to their numbers in the population. All of this reveals that our nation has not yet used its vast resources of power to end the long night of poverty, racism, and man's inhumanity to man. Enlarged power means enlarged peril if there is not concomitant growth of the soul. Constructive power is the right use of strength. If our nation's strength is not used responsibly and with restraint, it will be, following Acton's dictum, using power that tends to corrupt and absolute power that corrupts absolutely. Our arrogance can be our doom. It can bring the curtain down on our national drama. Ultimately, a great nation is a compassionate nation. We are challenged in these turbulent days to use our power to speed up the day when every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. Another reason why I vigorously oppose the war in Vietnam is that its continuation deeply threatens the prospect of mankind's survival. This war has created the climate for greater armament and further expansion of destructive nuclear power. President John F. Kennedy said on one occasion, "Mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind." Wisdom born of experience should tell us that war is obsolete. There may have been a time when war served as a negative good, preventing the spread and growth of an evil force, but the destructive power of modern weapons eliminates even the possibility that war may serve as a negative good. If we assume that life is worth living and that man has a right to survive, then we must find an alternative to war. In a day when vehicles hurtle through outer space and guided ballistic missiles carve highways of death through the stratosphere, no nation can claim victory in war. A so-called limited war will leave little more than a calamitous legacy of human suffering, political turmoil, and spiritual disillusionment. A world war, God forbid, will leave only smoldering ashes as a mute testimony of a human race whose folly led inexorably to ultimate death. So if modern man continues to flirt unhesitatingly with war, he will transform his earthly habitat into an inferno such as even the mind of Dante could not imagine. Let me say finally that I oppose the war in Vietnam because I love America. I speak out against it not in anger, but with anxiety and sorrow in my heart, and above all with a passionate desire to see our beloved country stand as the moral example of the world. I speak out against this war because I am disappointed with America. There can be no great disappointment where there is no great love. I am disappointed with our failure to deal positively and forthrightly with the triple evils of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism. We are presently moving down a dead-end road that can lead to national disaster. To return to the road of peace, we should take the initiative in bringing a halt to this tragic war. Many sincere people argue that we should withdraw unilaterally, and I understand the logic of their position. I understand that when France withdrew from Algeria, she benefited not only the Algerians but herself. France earned far more prestige from withdrawal than she might have gained from total military victory. But France was fighting in Algeria for many years before her people learned that this way out was honorable. The majority of Americans have not yet learned this lesson. Realism compels us to look for a program they can support and which can end the fighting. I think there is such a program. Distinguished statesmen the world over believe the end of bombings to be the key to peace. A large minority of Americans want the bombings terminated. I firmly believe that if it were clear to all Americans that this is a practical move to peace, 90% of the nation would enthusiastically endorse it. On December 19th, Washington officially asked U Thant to take whatever steps were necessary for a ceasefire. U Thant responded, "Stop the bombing." Why have we not yet done it? We asked for an answer, and were given it. Let us demand insistently that our government honor its word. If Washington did not hear U Thant, let us say it loudly and often enough so that the deaf can hear it. Stop the bombing! Let us save our national honor. Stop the bombing! Let us save American lives and Vietnamese lives. Stop the bombing! Let us take a single instantaneous step to the peace table. Stop the bombing! Let us put an honorable peace on the agenda before another day passes. Stop the bombing! Let us be able to face the world with a concrete deed of genuine peace. Stop the bombing! Let our voices ring out across the land to say the American people are not vainglorious conquerors. Stop the bombing! During these days of human travail, we must not permit ourselves to lapse into pessimism. We must organize for peace. We all owe a debt to those student body presidents, Peace Corps volunteers, and others who have raised their voices to question the war. I would like to urge students from colleges all over the nation to use this summer and coming summers educating and organizing communities across the nation against the war. I have already talked with students who are organizing in this vein from such schools as Harvard University on the banks of the Charles River in Massachusetts and my own Morehouse College in the Red Hills of Georgia. We must all speak out in a multitude of voices against this most cruel and senseless war. The thunder of our voices will be the only sound stronger than the blast of bombs and the clamor of war hysteria. I have tried to be honest today. To be honest is to confront the truth. To be honest is to realize that the ultimate measure of man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and moments of comfort, but where he stands in moments of challenge and moments of controversy. However unpleasant and inconvenient the truth may be, I believe we must expose and face it if we are to achieve a better quality of American life. A few weeks ago, the distinguished American historian Henry Steele Commager told a Senate committee, "Justice Holmes used to say that the first lesson a judge had to learn was that he was not God." We do tend, perhaps more than other nations, to transform our wars into crusades. Our current involvement in Vietnam is cast, increasingly, into a moral mode. It is my feeling that we do not have the resources, material, intellectual, or moral, to be at once an American power, a European power, and an Asian power. I agree with Dr. Commager, and I would suggest that there is, however, another kind of power that America can and should be. It is a moral power, a power harnessed to the service of peace and human beings. All the world knows that America is a great military power. We need not be diligent in seeking to prove it. We must now show the world our moral power. It is still not too late for our beloved nation to make the proper choice. If we decide to become a moral power, we will lead mankind in transforming the jangling discords of this world into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. If we make the right decision, we will be able to transfer our pending cosmic elegy into a creative psalm of peace. This will be a glorious day. In reaching it, we can fulfill the noblest of American dreams. That's the end of that speech by Martin Luther King Jr. Delivered on this day, this very date, 54 years ago. As relevant today as it was then, and at the same time, much that I disagree with. Of course, not too much, but certainly enough. He wouldn't be the man he was if he didn't take his stance. But I wouldn't be the man I am if I didn't take mine. And in many ways, Martin Luther King Jr. was wrong. Just ask Malcolm X. Now, President Biden is expected to announce the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan by September 11th, the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. And yesterday's announcement extended U.S. troop presence past the May 1st deadline set by the Trump misadministration in a deal with the Taliban. The decision to remove troops, effectively ending America's longest war as Americans understand it in terms of an undeclared armed conflict, as opposed to our declared Thousand Year War, or war with the Thousand Year Reich in exile, has been a divisive one, as the other war would be if most people understood it. Some leaders and lawmakers think removing troops right now could risk a collapse of the Afghan government and erase some hard-fought American gains there. Others welcome the return of American forces and the wind down of a long and exhausting conflict. The American Empire isn't planning to withdraw all 2,500 troops, however. Some will remain in the country to provide diplomatic security. There are also several hundred U.S. Special Operations Forces in Afghanistan whose next maneuvers be unclear. But we have an exit strategy, to a degree, or none, depending on how you see it. The United States' involvement in Afghanistan is drawing to a close, but the conflict there is far from over. The conflict in Afghanistan will continue after U.S. troops depart. This is not the end of the war. It is merely the end of its direct American phase. The war itself will continue, and the people of Afghanistan will suffer. Opening American doors is a matter of this moment. Passing historical judgment on the meaning of America's Afghan war is something best deferred for a decade anon. America never knew why it was in Afghanistan. Are we building a nation? Are we chasing terrorists? One senior U.S. officer asked, "I read the same news as you do, and it doesn't always seem very clear." Well, this much is clear. Biden's foreign policy prioritizes the domestic. His ambition is to succeed where his predecessor failed. Pursue a foreign policy that provides tangible benefits for middle-class Americans. President Joseph Biden now has a second chance to redeem his mistake. In April of 1975, as a first-term senator, Joe Biden failed to see what America owed the Vietnamese, who had bet their lives on American promises, and imposed himself as an outspoken opponent of using American money and risking Americans' safety to rescue the tens of thousands of South Vietnamese who had bet their lives on American promises. If the purpose of the Afghan war was to prevent terrorists from using Afghanistan to stage attacks on these United States, America could have declared victory and gone home years ago. But if the purpose was also to help build a durable state, to prevent the Taliban from taking power again, destroying the hard-won progress made by millions of Afghan citizens, and perhaps allowing radical Islamo-fundamentalists, Islamists, to regain a base on Afghan soil, then the longest war in American history is ending in defeat. President Joe Biden's announcement that all American forces will be withdrawn by September 11th, a neat 2 decades after the attacks that propelled the American empire into Afghanistan, the graveyard of empires, simply give us the date after which the clock on the demise of the Afghan government will begin to tick. The South Vietnamese government lasted a little more than 2 years after the final withdrawal of American troops. In January 1973, before Saigon fell to North Vietnamese forces in April of 1975, Henry Kissinger, who negotiated the peace agreement between the United States and North Vietnam, once referred to this period as a decent interval, long enough for the abandonment of an ally to be obscured, for defeat to be laid at the door of the Vietnamese rather than the Americans. In Afghanistan, the interval will be even less decent. The takeover by the Taliban, and by this I call them Islamists in that they ideologically politicize Islam rather than true followers of the faith. Their invasion, in wake of withdrawal of American and other NATO forces, will very likely happen much faster than the communists were able to accomplish against the Republic of Vietnam that held the South. We should assume that Afghan cities could fall within months. Nay, I predict weeks. And that Kabul will soon become a bloody battleground, as it was in the early 1990s, during the civil war that followed the departure of Soviet troops. We should also assume that the Taliban will be no more merciful toward women, girls, religious minorities, civil society activists, political opponents, and any perceived infidels and spies than during its years in power before September 11th, 2001. As I have spracketh about, well, rather hinted at in the past, Joseph Biden himself has a relevant personal history. In April of 1975, as a first-term senator, he was an outspoken opponent of using American money and risking Americans' safety to rescue the tens of thousands of South Vietnamese who had bet their lives on American promises. In a Senate speech, he said, "The United States has no obligation to evacuate 1 or 100,001 South Vietnamese." President Gerald Ford tried to sway Biden by reminding him of the American tradition of welcoming refugees from war and oppression, but Biden was unmoved. Vietnam was a lost cause, and Americans wanted to forget. And as South Vietnam fell, 135,000 endangered Vietnamese were evacuated through the heroic efforts of American officials, military veterans, and private citizens. President Gerald Ford later said, "To do anything less would, in my opinion, only add moral shame to military humiliation." Those refugees and their descendants are now Americans who face anti-Asian hate crimes on a daily basis. But as default Democrats pushed into the party by abuse from Republican white supremacists, I doubt that Biden would wish it otherwise. Biden failed to see a moral obligation in 1975. Today, he can learn from that mistake and redeem it. 17,000 Afghans who have worked for America in Afghanistan, along with tens of thousands of their family members, are waiting for the excruciatingly slow bureaucratic wheels of the United States government to process their visa applications. At the normal pace, they will still be waiting years after the last American troops leave their country. While they wait, trying to hide, many of them will be hunted down and tortured unto death by the Taliban as traitors. We will be gone, and the Afghans who believed our promises will be killed in the most excruciatingly painful torments. Burned alive by the very Islamists we claimed to have held at bay. Our war will be over. Americans might not even hear the news of their deaths. We certainly can't hear their screams. Once South Vietnam began to collapse, in the spring of 1975, the end came with shocking speed, and the Ford administration had just weeks to organize evacuations. In Afghanistan, the Biden administration has given itself almost 5 months. That's enough time to save thousands of Afghans who risked everything to help the United States in their country. But there isn't enough time to save them just by speeding up the review of visa applications. These Afghans have to be extricated from the country and taken to an overseas U.S. military base, where their cases can be heard in safety, beyond the reach of the terrorist Taliban. This is what is sometimes called the Guam option, after a U.S. rescue operation that saved thousands of Iraqi Kurds from Saddam Hussein in the 1990s by airlifting them to Guam. Biden should create a task force with a team of military and civilian officials from key agencies to plan and run the operation. By ordinary government standards, such an effort is unimaginable. By the standards of the United States military, with its code of leaving no one behind on the battlefield, any alternative is unthinkable. The British poet, James Fenton. We heard our man Jameson Rees earlier discern the daemon, spelled Daemon, from the demon. And, of course, the poet is, as people have seen through my own poetry, if they dare to read it, I placed a post up on my own Facebook timeline that I hope people will assess and open the text thereof to read the poem therein. It manifests the radicalizing dangers of reading and writing poetry. Joseph Mead, one of John Milton's tutors at Christ's College, Cambridge, thought that Calvinists who believed in the doctrine of absolute reprobation were themselves fixed in strong opinions and so, according to their own tempers, made a judgment of God and his decrees. It asked, men invent God in their own image. It's much the same with Miltonists. For this reason, post-war Milton scholarship is a map of the changing demographics and politics of universities. Now there's an outstanding new biography of the poet and polemicist, in which Nicholas McDowell has taken on what he identifies as two main tendencies in biographically oriented Milton scholarship. The first identifies young Milton as a Laudian or conformist churchman, who became radicalized through personal experience and later turned into the outspoken revolutionary. The second views him as always a radical, whose politics were crystallized, without rupture or sudden shift, through the 1630s and 1640s. There be more at stake than Milton here. The question of how a privileged and self-regarding English schoolboy could become as the most audible proponent of regicide, the killing of their own king, and republicanism in Europe, where it was the English who became the radicals that threatened the monarchies and dynasties of the continent, concerns not only the man but also the causes and nature of the civil wars of 17th century Britain. Important to us and the civil war we now face. And the narrative of the early Milton's poetic ambitions always complements and is complemented by interpretations of Paradise Lost, the greatest long poem in the English language, written after 2 decades of polemical prose. In reviewing McDowell's book, I find that in many respects a conventional intellectual biography is before me. It follows Milton from 1608 to 1674. It est from birth through education at St. Paul's in Cambridge, years of quiet study at his father's house in Horton from 1635 to 1638, travels mainly in Italy between 1638 to the next year thereafter, then his return to London and the beginning of his career as a prose writer from 1641 into the next year. McDowell attends in great detail to Milton's education, to what he read, how and why he read it, and to who taught him, how these personal connections were made, who the people in Milton's family's life were. It's a wonderful account of the impact of Milton's education upon him, set in the rich context of changing educational practices in early modern England, in which McDowell stops in 1642, and so it doesn't directly resolve the matter of Paradise Lost's genesis, which he defers to a second volume, though grounds for this are laid. Through this narrative of the study of the classics, McDowell seeks to identify how and when Milton was radicalized. He offers a third and contrarian alternative to the two sketched previously. Milton was gradually radicalized from his youth onwards, not by politics or theology, but by humanist scholarship. Careful reading of classical Latin and Greek texts and their emphasis on the relationship between eloquence and personal moral virtue fostered poetic ambition and a sense of the role of the poet as a superior being or daemon who mediated the divine to ordinary humans. Milton read a traditional curriculum in a distinctive, ambitious way. He idealized and pursued a notion of general learning or universal knowledge, equipping the scholar to debate across the humanities and the poet to excel. In Italy, he conversed with scholars and witnessed the rise that clerical domination posed to, well, the risk that clerical domination posed to free humanist scholarship. This and his reading in British history on his return made the young man into a critic of false church discipline and doctrine, as he perceived it. McDowell strikingly emphasizes the notion of the poet as daemon, which Milton derived from Christian Neoplatonism and from Joseph Mead's writings. These daemons, transcendent spiritual beings between humans and God, sound like metaphors, but Milton means this reasonably seriously. The state is achieved by universal knowledge and virginity, not the more orthodox Protestant commitment to chastity, which can be sexually active. Milton, in McDowell's account, comes to imagine that the poet is a kind of daemon, self-deified, more than human. Not scripture, but this vision of the daemonic poet leads to the prevalence of the celestial, the celestial in Milton's writings. The daemonic poet, learning and virginity saturate the early poetry. His concern with protecting the true poet's vocation and his experience of censorship and grasp of British history make his Milton's turn to writing prose in the 5 anti-prelatical tracts of 1641 through 1642, an intelligible continuation of existing values. They were political because they concerned church government, an issue dividing king and parliament, and he may have to have been asked to write them by his former tutor, Thomas Young, who had introduced Milton to classical poetics. Poetry is the basis, and not just the voice, of his political opposition. In this account, Thomas Hobbes, who complained that reading the classics turned young men into Republicans, was right. We're not talking about the red Russo collaborationist Republicans of America today. We're talking about the Republicans of Cromwell. However, in this version, the threat is not Livy or Thucydides. My apologies. But Virgil, the Plutarch of the Moralia, and humanist textual criticism of the classics. It's not political theory or reason of state that make you dangerous, so much as philology, morality, and a love of beauty. The purposes of the elven race, the elven species, in the universe of Tolkien. For the biographer McDowell's historical Milton, education leads to poetic ambitions, and poetry leads to radicalization, and this leads to profound theological and political critique. It's not politics that makes Milton's poetry radical so much as poetry that makest Milton a political radical. For MacDowell, Milton's 1640s radicalism has nothing to do with pamphlet culture or popular politics. It is populism, but instead is rooted in a scholarly and intellectual milieu and tradition. He sees this Erasmian humanism as explaining Milton's perplexing attention to his own intellectual development and poetic ambitions in Reason of Church Government, the first work with his name appended to it. In truth, however, Milton seldom overlooked an opportunity to write about himself, his abilities, and poetic ambitions. It was a topic of which he was fond, though on this occasion he did so in controversial print for a non-coterie audience. MacDowell's portrait of a self-championing scholar trudging a heroically independent path, despised by the world, needs to be read in the light of Milton's extraordinarily privileged education at St. Paul's School, with additional private tutors, and Christ's College, Cambridge, followed by a period living on his father's munificence. We read that Milton emulated Dante, yet Dante's devotion to poetry and learning, according to Boccaccio, involved sacrificing food and heating. Milton lived comfortably, progressively risking this through anti-monarchism, and was a product of the inequality of his times. Milton's self-praise evidently lacks humility, but it often lacks self-knowledge. MacDowell's Milton professes commitment to pursuit of the beautiful, and this beauty is independent of politics, theology, and the world. MacDowell sometimes collapses this beauty into knowledge. It lies in general learning rather than creativity or aesthetics. I would have liked to have read more about what the young Milton thought beauty was and where it lay. In a way, the emphasis is, on continuing and exalted poetic ambition is a traditional account of Milton's development and his consistent sense of vocation. Milton speaks of it repeatedly. Even in the early 1630s, Milton was crafting an image of his future career, in turn facilitated or amplified by what he chose to preserve. What is new here is the identification of a continuous commitment to learning and criticism in the poetry and prose, and the important early emphasis on learning and scholarship rooted in an examination of the records of education and reading. MacDowell's life is thoroughly researched and elegantly written. It's accessible to the general reader, who won't detect its occasional partisanship, I suspect. So, it is in its own way a wonderful book. I do look forward to the second volume, but I hope my point about the demonic in this poetic sense is understood. And if it's not, well, perhaps it will express itself in the poem that I turn to now, calling up on my screen. The British poet James Fenton, who witnessed personally the fall of Saigon in 1975, wrote a poem called Cambodia, about the people left behind by Westerners after the Khmer Rouge take over, which reads, "One man shall smile one day and say goodbye. Two shall be left. Two shall be left to die. One man shall give his best advice. Three men shall pay the price. One man shall live to regret. Four men shall meet the dead. One man shall wake from terror to his bed. Five men shall be dead." We, the living, will have many years to sift through the 2 decades of regrets in Afghanistan. We have just a few months to prevent one of them. A few months to avoid adding moral shame to humiliation. I pray Biden takes opportunity of that to redeem himself. Now, on this date today, April 15th of 1861, how many long years ago? 160, I would dare say. Take the calculator from 2021 to 1861, 160 years agone today. President Lincoln called Congress into emergency session to officially start the American Civil War between the states. What could have been simply a secession, one that he allowed to happen, another nation to be born on the soil of North America. He resisted, and hence initiated a state of war. And he did so just 3 days, within 72 hours, consequent the attack on Fort Sumter, issuing proclamation calling forth the state militias to the sum of 75,000 troops in order to suppress the rebellion. He appealed to all loyal citizens to favor, facilitate, and aid this effort to maintain the honor, the integrity, and the existence of our national union. As days passed, senators noted the tremendous response to the president's call for troops. Senator John Sherman of Ohio wrote, "The response of the loyal states to the call of Lincoln was perhaps the most remarkable uprising of a great people in the history of mankind. Within a few days, the road to Washington was opened, but the men who answered the call were not soldiers, but citizens." This was President Lincoln's call for volunteer troops. 3 days after the Confederate attack on Fort Sumter in South Carolina, President Abraham Lincoln called specifically for 75,000 volunteer troops. And at the time, the United States Army had only about 16,000 soldiers. While most historians point to Fort Sumter as the beginning of the war did not legally begin until Lincoln's call for troops. His action spurred 4 of the holdout states, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, to secede from the Union and join the Confederacy. Union volunteers from what would become the new state of West Virginia often waited in long lines to enlist. This was particularly true in the northwestern region, although many of these soldiers were actually from Pennsylvania and Ohio. Before the war's end, some 32,000 Union troops would be enlisted in West Virginia. But Western Virginia had split loyalties. Confederate recruiters were signing up their own troops in portions of the area more loyal to the South. Confederate soldiers from West Virginia counties had been estimated in the 18,000 range. However, some studies suggest this number may have been much higher. Lincoln's proclamation also summoned Congress to return for an extraordinary session beginning on the 4th of July, to consider and determine such measures as, in their wisdom, the public safety and interest may seem to demand. From April to July of 1861, in preparation for this rare summertime session, senators were engaged in a variety of war-related activities: rallying support, building the military, crafting essential legislation, and handling constituent requests. John Sherman met with administration officials and worked during these months to recruit military enlistments. He even served as an aide-de-camp in the Union Army, in addition to fulfilling Senate duties. Stephen Douglas met privately with President Lincoln on April 14th, then traveled extensively throughout April and May to deliver speeches demanding that partisan battles be put aside in order to rally support for the Union cause. On April 25th, he told the Illinois State Legislature, "You all know that I am a very good partisan fighter. I trust you will find me equally a good patriot." Charles Sumner of Massachusetts advised Lincoln on foreign policy, while Maine's William Pitt Fessenden tackled issues of finance. And then, 4 years later, to the very date and day, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. The bookend to the American Civil War between the states that for some reason no historian ever acknowledges. Within the 2 hours we have remaining, I'll try and explain some of the symbolism here. Because that was 4 years anon in 1865, that was, let's try and get an exact date on it, 156 years ago. And 156 years agone, this date today, when Abraham Lincoln, as Executive Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States, officially became, well, he became the last officially acknowledged casualty of the American Civil War between the states. Fatality in military terms. Booth initially planned to kidnap Lincoln. After meeting with Confederate spies in the summer of 1864, John Wilkes Booth spearheaded a plot to abduct Lincoln, bring him to the Confederate capital of Richmond, Virginia, and use him as a bargaining chip to secure the release of rebel prisoners. On March 17th, in 1865, Booth and his fellow conspirators hid along a country road in Washington, D.C., intending to commandeer the presidential carriage that was scheduled to carry Lincoln to a matinee performance of a play at Campbell Hospital to benefit wounded soldiers. Lincoln, however, had a change of plans and never showed. Booth soon had a change of plans as well. After the fall of Richmond and Confederate General Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox, he decided to kill rather than kidnap Abraham Lincoln. Now, Ulysses S. Grant was originally scheduled to be at Lincoln's side. And just days after accepting Lee's surrender, the Union general accepted Lincoln's invitation to attend Our American Cousin, the title of the play, at Ford's Theater on the evening of April 14th in the 1865th year of our Lord. The general's wife, however, had recently been the victim of Mary Todd Lincoln's acid tongue and wanted no part of a night on the town with the First Lady. Grant backed out, citing the couple's desire to travel to New Jersey to see their children. Lincoln had a surprisingly difficult time finding a replacement. Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, Speaker of the House Schuyler Colfax, and even his son, Robert Todd Lincoln, turned down the tickets before Clara Harris, daughter of New York Senator Ira Harris, and her fiancé, Major Henry Rathbone, accepted. Now, Lincoln's murder was itself part of a larger plot to decapitate the government. Booth and his conspirators plotted to not only kill Lincoln, but Grant, the Secretary of State, William Seward, and Vice President Andrew Johnson. Grant's unexpected departure removed him as a target, and George Atzerodt lost his nerve and failed to follow through on his assignment to slay Johnson at his residence in the Kirkwood House Hotel. At the same time, Booth shot Lincoln, Lewis Powell stormed Seward's house and repeatedly stabbed the cabinet member who was bedridden after a near-fatal carriage accident. And yet, Seward somehow managed to survive that savage attack. Well, I can relate. Now, the lives of the Lincoln's guests at Ford's Theater ended in tragedy as well. After shooting Lincoln, Booth slashed Rathbone's left arm from his elbow to his shoulder. Rathbone recovered from the stab wounds, but not from the trauma of that night. After marrying Harris, who also happened to be his stepsister, in 1867, he grew increasingly erratic and, well, obviously suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. 2 days before Christmas in 1883, he fatally shot and stabbed his wife before stabbing himself repeatedly in a suicide attempt. Once again, however, he survived the knife wounds. Rathbone lived out the remaining 3 decades of his life in an insane asylum. Well, worse, an asylum for the criminally insane, meaning rubber suit and rubber room. The 4th member of the presidential box on the night of the assassination, Mary Todd Lincoln, was herself institutionalized in 1875, so her family could steal all of the heritage, the inheritance. Now, Lincoln's death was not universally mourned in the North. As Martha Hodes recounts in her book entitled Mourning Lincoln, as in MOURNING, some Northerners who thought Lincoln too dictatorial and some radical Republicans who thought him too lenient toward the Confederacy welcomed news of his assassination. After a meeting of radical Republicans hours after the shooting, Indiana Congressman George Julian recorded in his diary that the universal feeling among radical men here is that his death is a godsend. Michigan Senator Zachariah Chandler wrote to his wife that God had permitted Lincoln to live only as long as he was useful, and then substituted a better man, it asked Johnson, to finish the work. Now, Mary Todd Lincoln herself was convinced the vice president was involved in the conspiracy. Hours before shooting Lincoln, Booth had mysteriously called on Johnson at the Kirkwood House and left a handwritten calling card that read, "Don't wish to disturb you. Are you at home? J. Wilkes Booth." The First Lady, as she wrote to a friend, believed that miserable inebriate Johnson had cognizance of my husband's death. Why was that card of Booth's found in his box? Some acquaintance certainly existed. Now, Atzerold's failure to attack the vice president was also seen by many as proof of Johnson's complicity. And yes, Johnson was a son of a bitch who was himself impeached. A subhuman piece of shit who very definitively killed his own president to replace him. Something, for some reason, again, historians never tell you. A critical omission, which you learn of only via myself. All these critical omissions are brought to you by myself and no one else. Now let me see if I can maneuver this here. Checking in on analytics. Excellent connection. Most important. Okay. In terms of where we're at, Lincoln and Booth, as a matter of fact, had a previous encounter at Ford's Theater. On November 9th of 1863, the Lincolns watched a performance of The Marble Heart, starring John Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater. Mary Clay, one of Lincoln's guests, recounted after the assassination that twice Booth, in uttering disagreeable threats in the play, came very near and put his finger close to Mr. Lincoln's face. After Booth gestured menacingly toward the president a third time, Clay said, "Mr. Lincoln, he looks as if he meant that for you." At which the president replied, "Well, he does look pretty sharp at me, doesn't he?" Now, wasn't that just sick? Lincoln's deathbed, of course, quickly became a tourist attraction if you want more sickness. In the hours after Lincoln died, in the back bedroom of William Peterson's boarding house across the street from Ford's Theater, souvenir hunters ransacked the property and snatched numerous relics of the martyred president. And deciding to cash in himself, Peterson began to charge admission to the hundreds of curiosity seekers who came each day to see Lincoln's bloody deathbed, which incredibly continued to be slept in by the tenant William Clark each night. Peterson fell into financial difficulty in 1871 and died after being found on the lawn of the Smithsonian Institution following an opium overdose. Oh my God, falling unconscious on the grass and freezing to death overnight. Oh, one simply weeps. At any rate, the sanctimonious, supercilious, spurious son, Robert Todd Lincoln, was in close proximity to two other presidential assassinations. 16 years after being beside his, bedside for his father's death, Robert Todd Lincoln was serving as President James A. Garfield's Secretary of War when he witnessed Charles Wheatel fire 2 gunshots that mortally wounded the chief executive inside a Washington, D.C. train station. On September 6th of 1901, Lincoln arrived in Buffalo, New York to attend the Pan American Expo at the invitation of William McKinley, only to learn that the president had just been shot. Lincoln visited McKinley's bedside several times before the president ultimately succumbed to his wounds. I've expressed before, William McKinley died on September 11th, 1901. 100 years to the day, a full century to the day before September 11th, 2001. And, of course, he was killed by a Filipino avenging his family, Leon Cholgotz, an obviously Roman Catholic Filipino name. And the United States could not abide to have the fact that an Asian pygmy, as they called them, had killed their president and instead claimed he was a European communist, a Polish person of Polish descent, whose own family was paid to support that lie. And, of course, there was no such thing as even a Soviet Union at that point. There was no communist government in the world. And so a communist spy was impossible. No, it was a Roman Catholic who killed President McKinley. And another deadly tragedy struck Ford's Theater during the funeral of John Wilkes Booth's own brother. When John T. Ford attempted to reopen Ford's Theater to performances on July 10th of 1865, Stanton, who was opposed to it ever being used again as a place of public amusement, dispatched heavily armed soldiers to prevent the show from going on. The federal government eventually purchased Ford's Theater for $100,000, gutted the auditorium, and converted the building into War Department offices. On June 9th of 1893, at the precise moment when funeral services for Edwin Booth began inside New York's Church of the Transfiguration, 3 floors of Ford's Theater collapsed into the basement and killed 22 federal workers. This, of course, is the kind of supernal prelude to the Civil War we're dealing with today. A war already begun. Now, let me try and get myself together here in what time we have remaining. and figure out how I'll get us through the rest of Livestream by telling you about this Civil War today, which the Civil War of the past be but prelude to. Now we've got an hour and a half remaining. So let's put all this into the clear that we can right now. The battle for the Republican Party is a myth. There is no battle. Donald John Trump is out of power, but he is completely in control. The red cultic base is solidly behind him. And can this Republican Party rein in their conspiracies? Well, we'll have to turn to history to see what that tells us about the situation. We have to analyze what's really at stake in Donald Trump's legal fights. Because despite the fact that he is president of Red America, Donald Trump is not president anymore. So questions about whether he paid his taxes, and how much he paid, and how much he knew about the hush money paid during 2016 to two women alleging they had extramarital affairs with he, which he denies, might not seem like they matter as much anymore. But they do. And there's a quote in Jane Mayer's new profile of Manhattan District Attorney Koresh Vance Jr., who has conducted an investigation into Trump's finances that explain us why. So let me call that up on screen before me. From the New York, sourcing as it does from the New York University historianess Ruth Ben-Ghiat. And it reads, Trumpism isn't just about him. It's a whole way of being in the world. It's about secrecy, domination, trickery, and fraud. That is correct. And said better than even I ever could. Trump, in both his business life and his 4-year stint in the White House, embodied the idea that if you are rich and powerful enough, you can say and do whatever you want. Whatever you want with women, with money, with the levers of the government itself. One exchange between Trump and Hillary Clinton in a 2016 presidential debate typifies Trump's view of the world. Attacked by Clinton for not paying federal taxes for a number of years, Trump shot back, "That makes me smart." It's that Street Fighter image of a guy who operates under the theory that it's only a crime if you get caught, that Trump has spent a lifetime cultivating and his presidency aimed to normalize. The impact of having a president who operates in a consequence-free environment is impossible to overstate. When a candidate for president says that he could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose voters, well, it suggests to all of his followers that the normal rules don't apply to him or them. By association. Which brings me back to Vance's investigation, as well as a slew of other pending legal problems for Trump and his immediate family. What's at stake here is more than just whether Trump broke any laws. What these cases are also about is whether the most powerful and wealthy among us are subject to established rules that the vast majority of Americans live by. Whether he is punished and how will send a clear signal to the country about how a citizen is allowed to act, practically when they hold the powerful elected office. That's not to say that Trump faces serious charges in any of these cases. He or his supporters will ever acknowledge even the possibility of his guilt. They won't, choosing instead to blame the deep state or the liberal media or something. But for the rest of the country, how Trump's legal fights turn out matters, because the decisions will send a clear message on whether who you are matters more than what you did when it comes to our laws. The point? Trump isn't president anymore. Trump lives on, or rather, Trumpism lives on. And the fight to define what it means and how powerful it will be is very much on. That's why some in the Republican parrot far-right talk of a coming civil war. Warlike imagery has been forever spreading in Republican circles after the attack on the U.S. Capitol by the mob of President Donald Trump's cultists, with some elected officials and party leaders rejecting pleas to tone down rhetoric calling for a second American Civil War. In northwestern Wisconsin, the chairman of the St. Croix County Republican Party was forced to resign after refusing for a week after the siege to remove an online post urging followers to prepare for war. The incoming chairwoman of the Michigan Republican cult and her husband, a state lawmaker, have joined a conservative social media site created after the Capitol riot, where the possibility of civil war is the perennial topic. Phil Reynolds, a member of the Republican Central Committee in California's Santa Clara County, urged on insurrectionists on social media during the January 6th attack, declaring on Facebook, "The war has begun. Citizens, take arms. Drum roll, please. Civil war or no civil war?" This heightened rhetoric mimics language far-right extremists and white supremacists have used for years. And it follows a year of civil unrest over the killing of George Floyd, a black man, by a white officer, and its links to systemic racism. Some leftists have used similar language, which Republicans have likened to advocating a new civil war. But, as I've said before, the left wing is responsible only for property damage. The right wing, mass murder. The post-Floyd demonstrations prompted governments and corporations alike to reevaluate, leading to the removal of Confederate symbols across the South and the retirement of racially insensitive brands. Then, on the 6th day of the first month, opening this year, January 6th, insurrectionists, stoked by Trump's false claims that he won the 2020 election, brought symbols of the Old South to the siege of the Capitol, carrying Confederate flags inside and even erecting a wooden gallows with a noose outside the building. An affront, an offense beyond description. Literally indescribable. Democrats say the uptick in war talk isn't accidental. In arguing for impeachment, Representative Maxine Walters, the Democrat from California, said Trump began putting his supporters in the frame of mind to make the opening charge years ago, and is, in her words, capable of starting a civil war. Since his first day in office, this president has spent 4 years abusing his power, lying, embracing authoritarianism, and radicalizing his supporters against democracy. This corruption poisoned the minds of his supporters, inciting them to willingly join with white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and paramilitary extremists in a siege of the United States Capitol building, the very seat of American democracy. Well, there are indeed parallels between now and the run-up to the first American Civil War, including a fractious national election that ended with presidents Abraham Lincoln in 1860 and Joe Biden in 2020, who millions rejected as illegitimate victors. Lincoln won the Electoral College, but came his way with only a plurality of the popular vote in a four-way race. Biden won the popular vote by 7 million over Trump and defeated him decisively in the Electoral College, 306 to 232. Dozens of lawsuits by Trump and his allies seeking to overturn the results have failed, some of them turned away by federal judges Trump himself nominated. Then Attorney General William Barr and the Justice Department could find no evidence of widespread fraud that would have changed the election's outcome. While the same geographic split doesn't exist today as when the Civil War started in 1861, and there is no mass preparation for all-out conflict yet, white anger and white resentment fueled both eras. The Civil War historianist Nina Silber, co-presidentress of the Society of Civil War Historians, who teaches at Boston University, said she is worried about, she's worried the attack on the Capitol wasn't the last stand for enraged Trump cultists. To quote as she, at the time of the Civil War, this took the form of Southern white men angry at the idea that the federal government would interfere with their right to own black slaves. Today, I think this takes the form of white people who believe that black and brown people are making gains or getting special treatment at their expense. I think we can see how well-organized right-wing militia groups have become, and how well-armed they are. And that makes for an extremely explosive situation. I don't know if that would be war in the technical sense, but there could be an extended period of violent attacks. Just as happened generations ago, partisans are using strident words and images to define the other side, not just for policies with which they disagree, but as evil. To quote as George Rabel, a retired historian at the University of Alabama, I think both then and now we need to worry about the unanticipated consequences of overheated rhetoric and emotions. Secessionists then hardly anticipated such a bloody civil war, and their opponents often underestimated the depth of secessionist sentiment in a number of states. State Representative Tim Butler, a Springfield Republican who represents the same area as Lincoln did in the state legislature, condemned the attack on the Capitol during a speech on the Illinois House floor and urged more Republicans to speak up, himself so saying that if you're not stepping up and denouncing this, no matter where you fall on the political spectrum, I don't have a place for you. The favorite son of this city was murdered because of a civil war as he was president. I'm not going to see a civil war on my watch. I can tell you that. The question is whether those stoking the war talk can be controlled by the more moderate elements within the red, revisionist Republican Party, or whether they will become the dominant voice. I argue they already are. In a January 9th San Diego Union Tribune article, Randy Voelpel, a state assemblyman in California, backtracked after referencing an earlier war, the American Revolution, when he said, "This is Lexington and Concord! First shots fired against tyranny. Tyranny will follow in the aftermath of the Biden swear-in on January 20th. Now, more than 36 veterans and officials have called for Voelpel to be expelled from office. He has since revised his warlike rhetoric with a condemnation of the violence and lawlessness at the Capitol and a call for healing. The other California Republican, Reynolds, said he has no plans to step down from his local party position. He told the San Francisco Chronicle that he wasn't trying to incite violence with his "war has begun" rhetoric, but simply reporting what he saw on television, saying, "My statement was that this can't happen. I was condemning it with my words. It was taken out of context." Democratic State Assemblyman Evan Lowe isn't buying it. He called for Reynolds' resignation, telling the Chronicle that the man he has known for 2 decades was a genuine and warm human being, but was radicalized by Trump's poison and lies. In Missouri, state Republican cult chairwoman Gene Evans had enough of the war talk. She resigned after she was barraged by calls from Trump cultists, some of whom demanded a military coup d'etat to keep Trump in office, no matter what it takes. Herself telling KMOX, "There's a lot of good Republicans right now who totally disagree with what's going on. It's been very scary and frightening and un-American from my perspective, and definitely not part of the conservative party I embrace." Well, that party no longer exists, honey. Andrew Hitt, the Republican chairman in Wisconsin, faced off against the St. Croix County Party without initial success, describing the call to war as an ill-chosen phrase and urging its removal. Despite his plea, and those of Democrats and a Republican sheriff, the post remained defiantly in place until a week after the Capitol attack. The website went dark on a Wednesday midweek. Weeks are gone by now, sans explanation, and the county Republican chairman, John Kraft, resigned into that weekend on the Friday thereinto. He never returned my call seeking comment. One would hope that the country would now come to unity, but I fear it will not. The worst case scenario for America's immediate future? Civil war. One of the most unnerving things about analyzing American politics in recent years has been the need to start thinking in terms of what financial analysts call tail risk. The likelihood that events normally considered rare or unlikely will actually happen. 10 years ago, most pundits would have described as exceedingly small the likelihood of someone like Donald Trump, a real estate mogul, reality show star, and promulgator of racist conspiracy theories who had no political experience at all, being elected president. Yet it happened. 2 years ago, epidemiologists would have given a range of probabilities on the question of whether a pandemic would soon kill millions around the world in the space of 10 months. Because that's exactly what happened. Those on the more alarmist side would appear to have been vindicated, with those who were more sanguine shown to be insufficiently attuned to the dangers we faced. What additional tail risks does the United States confront today? And which of them is most likely to become a reality? Well, a lot of commentary over the past 4 years has focused on the question of whether or not Trump is a quote-unquote fascist on the verge of becoming a ruthless authoritarian. I don't think there'd be much doubt that Trump personally would love to be a dictator. But there's also abundant evidence that he's never been anywhere close to making himself one, mainly because he's far too ignorant, lazy, and inept to outsmart and depose America's long-standing Democratic, Republican in the governance sense, not in the sense of his party, okay? Long-standing Democratic Republican institutions. The institutions of our republic that at least veer into democracy. But that's not the only reason why Trump was never going to be able to impose his brand of totalitarianism on the United States. American culture is simply too deeply hostile to tyranny, even to a fault. We're a country born of a tax revolt, after all, and many of us regularly mistake the ordinary exercise of government power as an existential threat to individual liberty. That means any effort to impose dictatorial rule would be maximally likely to inspire an equal and opposite reaction that results in greater disorder, breakdown, and chaos. That's why the tail-end scenario that worries me most by far is the outbreak of a civil war. I've spoken about this before, always feeling a little skittish when I do. I worry about sounding like a hysteric, which is the opposite of what I strive to do with my speaking. Critics of my talk of civil unrest usually raise one of two objections. Some say that 21st century Americans are just too slothful and self-absorbed to fight an actual civil war. We're a nation of couch potatoes, unhealthy, overweight, hooked on painkillers, and pathologically fixated on our computers and phones. That doesn't sound like the kind of people liable to brandish weapons and risk their lives for a cause. Then there are those who say that a civil war couldn't possibly break out today because, unlike in 1861, where one entire region of the country went to war against another, our battle lines are too scrambled in the real world to make its combat viable. Where would the front lines be? What territory would be fought over and conquered? Until quite recently, I was largely persuaded by the first point. Ross Douthat's recent book on decadence, which I favorably reviewed, I think, last February, helped to persuade me that nearly everyone waging digital warfare online is indulging in a fantasy, emerged in virtual reality combat, and maybe even blowing off steam that might make a real-world conflagration less likely than it would otherwise be. But the first week of January this year shattered that assumption, showing that it's far more likely that this analysis is itself a fantasy. Thousands of people traveled to our nation's capital to participate in a physical assault on Congress. This shows that there absolutely are Americans in 2021 with the means and motivation to fight for a cause, however evil it truly is. As for the second objection, I think it's an error to assume that any civil war that might arise would need to resemble the one that tore the country apart from 1861 to 1865, or that it would look like the West's most prominent recent civil war, the one that turned the former Yugoslavia into a charnel house during the 1990s. Both of those civil wars had a strong territorial component. The first was, of course, a conflict between the northern and southern regions of the country over the institution of slavery. The second was sparked by the reassertion of ethno-nationalist and religious attachments in a country that had suppressed or blended them forcefully for decades. When pondering the worst-case American future, it makes more sense to think in terms of several different forms of violent international conflict. One is the English Civil War that raged from 1642 to 1651, pitting the crown against the Parliament. Cities and towns dominated by a rising commercial middle class against the aristocratic countryside, where the estates were owned, and the staid religious convictions of the ruling class against the theologically driven radicalism of more demotic religious sects. Another model of civil violence is the Troubles that racked Northern Ireland for 30 years, beginning in the late 1960s, my decade, with factions aligned with the Catholic Irish Republican Army, which sought unification with Eire, squaring off against those allied with the Protestant Unionists backed by English troops who wanted the territory to remain part of the United Kingdom. There were some conflagrations in this conflict that resembled traditional military battles, but most of the time the Republican side waged its side of the war through acts of terrorism at home and abroad, while their opponents used brute force to crack down on the roiling insurrection. A final possibility is the Spanish Civil War that shattered the Iberian Peninsula into a multitude of factions, from anarchists, Stalinists, and anti-clerical absolutists on the left to fascists and Catholic authoritarians on the right between 1936 and 1939. The viciousness of the fighting was provoked both by the depth and sheer number of cleavages in Spanish society, but also by the fact that the war became a proxy for the intense ideological storms raging across all Europe at the time, with outside governments and partisans from other countries joining the battle on every side. What makes all of these models germane to thinking about the current American situation is that, although they all dealt in part with territorial disputes, they were not primarily conflicts in which one army fought another over the political meaning of lines on a map. They also involved other disputes over deep cultural and religious differences, and they were waged in many cases by launching rhetorical and literal, conventional and unconventional, attacks on institutions that each side thought was aligned with the other. In other words, in a world of soft targets, anything's fair game. Now, one way in which all of these alternative forms of civil war differ from our own situation is that the parties on the different sides of those earlier conflicts fought for concrete political goals. When one side or the other achieved its aims, measured by standards both sides could agree on, the fighting could come to an end. Our own battles, by contrast, increasingly revolve around disputes over the character of reality itself. Who actually won the 2020 election? And are fueled by conspiracies and painstakingly cultivated hatred of the other side. How can either side win in a dispute like this? By capturing all of its opponents and subjecting them to psychological deprogramming? That might make any conflagration that arises in our country over the coming weeks, months, or years the first fully postmodern civil war in history. Now, the month before yestermenses, the month before last, was the time I began to accept something like this really must unfold in this country. And even to ponder whether, when it does, historians will look back at the events of January 6th, 2021 on Capitol Hill as the time and place it got underway. Will that be our fate? Is a civil war bound to happen? There are good reasons both to doubt that it might and to suspect that it will. The case for optimism would point to Congress, high technologies companies, and the National Guard moving to tamp down on the potential for violence in advance of Joe Biden's inauguration. It would also highlight Trump's latest video messages some released not too long after insurrection, in which the president denounced violence more forthrightly than he had up until then, but has since, of course, completely walked back on, and through his mouthpieces like Tucker Carlson now deny. Had it not been for his continuity of chaos and the promotion thereof, it would have been hoped that his acquiescence, however slight, would have led the transition to the Biden administration to proceed more smoothly than any of us would have thought likely, as recently as a few days before. The transition, of course, is still ongoing, smoother than expected, but with much potential to end awry. One hopes that Biden's ambitions will help begin to settle our country down, which is something our new president has been doing his best to continue towards. On the other hand, Trump has said nothing to counteract the poisonous, conspiratorial lies about election fraud that whipped up the insurrection in the first, instead choosing to reinforce his falsehoods. So it's hard to know what will unfold over the coming days and weeks, with 3/4 of Republicans still convinced the election that has placed Biden in the White House was fraudulent. If you believed this, would you be willing to sit back and let the first 100 days proceed without doing some damage? As per your own ideology, we were being remolded into a socialist welfare state that would dethrone you as a grieving, egregious white man? If there be additional attacks by the right, as there already have been, they will likely also be inspired in part by reaction to the very motives that have, the very maneuvers that have justifiably been made since January 6th to counter the insurrection. The technologies crackdown and second impeachment of the president in particular, which Trump cultic Republicans were already calling evidence of burgeoning left-wing oppression. New acts of insurrection would then prompt more justified maneuvers to quash the violence, including harsher restrictions on the right and, perhaps, their application to a broader swath of conservatives, which would inspire more acting out by members of the MAGA militias. That's the iterative process that's unfolding all around us. A version of it gets enacted whenever a civic conflagration starts to spread. Each side has its list of grievances that the other dismisses. Each side's escalation provokes the others acting out in the name of self-preservation, until the limits of normal politics are cast off and violence becomes the new normal. How great is the risk of America going completely off the rails in the short to medium term? I wouldn't want to bet big money on it, but the odds are improving all the time. In the 12th century, Empress Matilda, Armagh, was the only surviving legitimate child of King Henry I of England. Prior to his death, Henry nominated his daughter to succeed him on the throne. But in 1135, Stephen of Blois claimed that his uncle, the king, had changed his mind on his deathbed and had named his nephew as successor. The powerful English barons backed Stephen, and Matilda refused to accept this contention. What followed was 19 years of civil war in England, known as the Anarchy. And, as always, it was the nation and the people who suffered. Law and order broke down, and, as if the war wasn't tragedy enough, roving bands of thieves and murderers took what they wished and terrorized businesses and average citizens. I doubt very seriously whether the supporters of the losing candidate will go quietly into the night. We have already seen 4 years of relatively nonviolent civil conflict that has separated both friends and family. I said relatively, even though factions of the left have burned American cities and factions on the right have threatened violence through force of arms to put an end thereunto, and have put armed patrols on the streets in some cities that have in turn killed innocent people. In some cases, the police have stood idly by, ordered by their superiors to not interfere with the right-wing cultists and let them kill on behalf of Blue Lives Matter, so that those boys and girls in blue could go on to kill more blacks. And as in 12th century England, the people have been made to carry the brunt of suffering. Congress is, for all intents and purposes, stalemated with little action, aside from hearings, speeches, pandering, and positioning being accomplished. Both sides have been intent on winning, and the people are merely the pawns in the game. There are precious few statesmen in the Congress, and those who might be there have been drowned out by the voices who shout the loudest. America, at least in the non-liberal-led states, is an armed camp. Recently, I spracketh with the manager of a gun shop who said that he cannot keep enough weapons in stock, and that a great many of the gun buyers are securing their first weapon. There has been so much stockpiling of ammunition that there have been ammunition shortages. It is estimated that in Georgia alone, where they've enacted their new Jim Crow laws, there are in excess of 400,000 citizens licensed to carry concealed weapons, which is twice the number of United States Marines worldwide. America has had its own war between factions, which, in 4 years, resulted in well over 700,000 dead. And, like today, there were many reasons for the division among the American populace, not just one as commonly believed. Politicians led the charge and stirred up the population. Sound familiar? There are people, friends of mine, on social media, whose entire posts are dedicated to canonizing one side and demonizing the other. This rank and raw hatred didn't stop with the results of the last election, and I have no confidence that it will stop with this one just passed. There were efforts to bring an end to the 12th century conflict. However, efforts by powerful lords and by the church had little effect. The despair was so great among the English people that chroniclers describe the period as one in which, Christ and his saints were asleep. Finally, in 1153, as both sides geared up for battle with opposing forces on each bank of the Thames River, the barons on both sides refused to fight. It took a while, but peace was finally negotiated and achieved. It wasn't due to either Stephen nor Matilda that peace was achieved. Those who were doing the fighting and bleeding and seeing their friends dying and their towns decimated and impoverished had finally had enough. Has America had enough of the fighting by factions and the tearing apart of the fabric of this nation by leaders and people with vested interests? I see no evidence of that as yet. Until the suffering people have had enough, the fighting will continue. Will it really lead to a shooting civil war? Well, our history tells us that yes, it can happen even here. But here, ye have myself to fall back upon. Your Vulcan intervention. The one individual in this universe who can take you through that valley into the light of the White Hills beyond. This is our time, and future generations will remember us for how we made it through this time. And they will credit the lives they enjoy to the sacrifices that we make. All of this, while of course we deal with foreign challenges abroad, the challenges which may yet destroy us, or the challenges that we will tend to once we survive our war at home, to carry it abroad to victory overseas. Against that Sino-Slavic synaxis, which generated the conflict on our home soil and turned us each against the other to run our soil red with blood until politically we're united in blue. Deportations and relocations will occur, and white versions of the black slave biological landfills created out of the continent of Africa, carved out from its coastline to harbor the deposited, rather dumped, slaves of the British Empire and the Americans in Sierra Leone and Liberia, where one nation, Sierra Leone, speaks the King English, while the other, Liberia, speaks that of the presidents with an American accent. There will be an established homeland for the worst of the Republicans, the QAnon conspirators, in Greater Manchuria, a buffer state to be carved out between Russia and the Chinese mainland. Others will be relocated to a vast reservation in the Pacific Northwest, surrounded by Native American nations of the first indigenous peoples, expanded to the point where they occupy most of the space which once held Canada and many northwestern states in union. And of course, those down in the deep south will be left where they be. No point in dislodging that which cannot be moved, but divide it into black and white enclaves, held at peace by occupation forces, either those from the United Nations or some successor organization, or rival empires, our own, and that of Britannia's, seeking its alliance with the South, that it will conclude it should have recognized, well, almost 200 years gone by now. So, in that regard, you have a vision of the future? And we have nigh almost an hour left. Let me try and bring myself together, see if I can last for the rest of the night. We could have brought our man George Didot. Probably not possible for tonight, but it's the thought that counts. And let me see if I can inspire myself towards a bit more of analysis so that we can take ourselves towards the closing hour, or the close of this hour at least. Probably the best way I can do that is what I'm supposed to do. Recite solicitation, something I should be doing twice each program. That, of course, will bring us close enough to closing time for transmission, I would suspect. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself as friends and relations. There is no disambiguation between the twain, so that Peter Thiel doesn't come in to take his pound of flesh from your contribution and render it unrecognizable. Where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com, where you would press the yellow donate button. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his own Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War. Subscribe as well to his YouTube channel, the MEMֱ channel, at youtube.com/C/Megator, which itself be spelled MAGGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who serves as Team Drex, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. Yes, if anyone were to deserve fiscal support, aside myself, it would be Jonathan Warrington. He has, of course, another channel aside the MEM՛ channel, which you can access to review my shows when you enter Douglas Dietrich in the search bar thereof. That channel being odyssey.com/@maggot:"E". That's odyssee.com/@maggot, MAGGOT:"E", lowercase e as in Edward. And, of course, most people can't access anything there. Not because they're incompetent, but because the system is totally fucking retarded and nothing opens up. If, however, it works for you, it will boost his credits to review my episodes on that channel, which will allow him to upload more shows. This is important because it serves as another backup for all that I've done, and it has no censorship. And for this reason, it's important to support John Warrington. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the international recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magator, spelled MAGGOTAUR, indicating him, of course, friends and relations, so that Peter Thiel doesn't cut his blood money therefrom and compromise your contribution. He is, after all, the man who took it upon himself to download the majority of what I published on YouTube into his personal electronic hard drives, therefrom to reconstruct my legacy online when I was scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice, that's 3 times, and thereby serving as the bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix of our Malkuvian dimension. That's the Kabbalistic dimension of the material world. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of myself from the internet or all life from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency of the anti-gods. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there a footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com, where you'll see the etymology of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. And thereafter, take it upon yourself, having enlightened yourself or informed yourself on all such information, reaching a new level of erudition on your own part, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well, and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, convince others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself friends and relations, because we are, after all, friends, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we're all relations in an extended electronic family. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. If you find indicating myself, friends, and relations as distasteful, you can use any other credit or debit card aside from PayPal, where no middleman threatens to compromise your contribution. Simply go to the red donate button on douglasdietrich.com and click and render your contribution made. Thereafter, you would click the yellow donate button anyway to bring yourself to the homepage of showsdd.com to reward yourself by registering into the archives, wherefrom you can log in at your convenience later, from that point forward, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linsuchen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and of course, his new channel where you can view all of my episodes, or theoretically can do so by entering Douglas Dietrich in the search bar at odyssey.com/@maggot:"E. ODYSWE.com/@maggot:"E. It will boost his credits to review my videos thereon if you can get them to run at all, which allows him to upload more shows and thereby preserve my legacy on yet another backup system. User interface is retarded at Odyssey, but it has no censorship. And, of course, check out the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3, of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives, and, optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-to, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selina Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, heavy weightlifting keeper of the spirits, and the YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and subscribe to his YouTube channel at youtube.com/user/bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, and you will also find trailered on his Bizarre HD channel the cinematic documentary currently in production entitled The Thousand Year Realm-In-Exile and subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad an Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvias, thus that is son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-Subsatanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that you, D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits, and our services do dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, and enter mine remunerative compensation by declaring myself friends and relations. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language as well. Forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Thereafter, tuning in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And over and above all else, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Most importantly, perhaps, reward yourself by registration. Sponsors will be granted thereby exclusive access to the online archives at showsdd.com, the homepage. Press the yellow donate button to get there, and find yourself being able to log in at your convenience after registration, and thereby review everything, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. With that, check into the time remaining. Half an hour left, a permissible time to withdraw. And a small check-in with what's around the internet, perhaps, to basically see where we're at for potential analysis. Something that might inspire me to take us to the final minute, which I don't really foresee happening at the moment. Having taken us here, I think we've done pretty well throughout the night, and I want to thank everyone who has stayed with us. Continue to review all of your positive upvotes. God bless you all who support myself. In stark contrast to the cultists of Arad and the insurgency of anti-gods. So, aside from all of that, my best be unto thee. We've got someone introducing themselves as David in the Jundervel in Valhalla. Thank God. Such is life. So, this day today, let's take a quick look around the internet. Incoming news. The federal panel is recommending a continued pause on the J&J vaccine. No surprise there. I've put this in context at the beginning of tonight's transmission. And we've got, let me see now. There's been no charges for the officer in the Capitol riot shooting. Now, this was a police officer who shot and killed that woman as she climbed through the broken part of the door during the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. He will not be charged for obvious reasons. He was defending our Capitol from an armed insurgency. And aside from that, let's see. And I don't feel that there's anything else really new coming up that grabs my attention thus far. But my heart goes out to all who have joined us in prayer requests for the relations of Maria Michaela Gregorich, for Christopher Collins, with his wonderful feral hypoallergenic cat, and apparently just a hypoallergenic by luck, which is fine. He's very lucky to have encountered that, and I could see why he would develop an affection for it. Shout out to Sammy Romero if he reviews this tomorrow, as he says he will. God bless him. He said we were sounding clear with earlier in the night, and so did Marcus Griggs, I believe. Shout out to anyone else who's listening. Greg Bornstein, Myla Kali, Ben Azam, just looking at my Facebook friends. Marco Girardi, some of the new people who have checked in with myself. Ed Gardello. And with that, I'll retreat into the gentle day. And pray we're able to get a little more inside of the manuscript of the book before our man Peter Moon gets it all committed into King Kindle and renders it inoperable. And with that, I will bid thee farewell. All right then. Reasonable about a time. And my best beyond all who support us in this struggle, not only for the world in the material sense, but for your soul and spirit.